how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Okay, let's do it. We're back. It's Friday night. You know what that means, bitches. It's Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, distinguish fear, rise above.
So, Andy PG, we're back. How's it going, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm looking forward to tonight. Looking forward to Human Vibration back on Raw.
Absolutely. We've already got her in the green room. She's going to come on about 9:30. We've got quite a lot of other business to get through.
Oh, we've got some great stuff to show. Great stuff.
Should we invite the Candy Man on?
Yeah, let's get him
Say
on.
his name 3 times. In the Guardians, in the Guardians, in the Guardians.
33 times.
In the Guardians, welcome to Rise Above.
Salutations.
Salutations, Master Lee. How are we?
Yeah, very well. Yeah, feeling good. Looking forward to tonight.
Excellent midweek chat this week.
Yeah, I shared that to a few new people. Actually, big up my boss, Will. If you're watching, he's gonna have a little taste of Rise Above tonight.
Big shout out to Will. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. Jason Jackson, Coviet Union Defector, Lee Gould, Cheech McDuck. He's a right new one in the live chat. Cheech McDuck. He's all over the shop. So tonight we have got the return of Human Vibration. We've also got the return of Word Nerd. He's coming back this week.
Yeah, he's doing us a presentation on the Canadian connection.
The Canadian truckers, yeah. It's going to be a really good Friday night. Thank you everyone for joining us. You can just do us a favour by hitting the like button. I hate doing this bit like the proper YouTuber, and you can subscribe and share the stream and all that. It does help us. A big thank you to everyone. Welcome to your Friday night with us, the Rise Above team.
Don't believe me?
I'm just going to share the screen because we've got a lot to get through. We have got a lot to get through this week.
We've got some funny stuff that's been sent in.
Can I just give out a big shout to the new viewers tonight? I've been promoting the show. I went into 3 different shops today and had interesting conversations with the staff in each shop.
Excellent. We like that.
Master Lee, when don't you have interesting conversations with anyone?
At parties, when I don't get invited.
It must be boring parties. What shops did you go into?
Well, I'd rather not say because we had quite controversial conversations.
Oh, right, okay. They don't want to keep themselves...
Those that are tuned in, they'll know.
Okay.
And to be fair, they're all on board.
Are we talking independent retail shops with restaurants?
No. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
We're not talking global conglomerates, are we?
We could be witnessing the Great Awakening.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Great Awakening. Come on, I thought we put that to bed.
I do believe that there has been a change. More people are sort of... Well, look, let's face it. The clown world is trying really hard. They're trying their best to nudge people, aren't they?
Well, I would say so. There's been there's been plenty of nudges.
If you haven't realised by now, maybe you never will.
I think that's a pretty fair assumption. So let's start as we mean to go on. It's Friday night, everyone. You can join the whole crew and go full rabbit. We're eating on a big platter of toasted rabbit here with some anti-Coviet lemonade. If you're new to the show, you might think, what the fuck are they talking about? As we go on, everything will become clear.
And if it doesn't, go to our stockpiled shows and just check out the A to Z of Rise Above.
Yeah. We actually have a Ralphabet.
Yeah, Ralphabet.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, I'll just remind everyone I did on Wednesday. on our sister channel, which is just called Rise Above. It's on YouTube. We just hit 1,000 subscribers. That's where I put all the edited content, right? So I've actually edited down the John Hamer interview. I sorted out the sound.
Yeah, good, because the sound was shady.
Yeah, the sound was terrible. Really sorry about that when we had John Hamer on. It sounds really nice, a really nice sort of hour-long interview. So please check it out. The link for this channel is in the description. And also, it's worth noting, for the first time ever, I've actually put the link from my BitChute, or our BitChute, our ODYSEE. Right, BitChute, that's got the naughty videos that never even made it to YouTube.
Yeah.
Right?
That's got my Pizzagate research on as well, guys.
So
if you want to go back to the start, that's why I'm called Andy PG.
Andy Pizzagate.
Andy Pizzagate, that's it.
What a thing to be named after.
Hey, I'll take it as a compliment, mate. I'll expose Hillary Clinton till the day I die.
And also, I need to give a shout out to the Esoteric Night of Malta. He has been hosting the warm-up show again. He was rebroadcasting one of his other broadcasts, but basically 7 to 9 every week. If you head over to Esoteric Night of Malta, there's a warm-up show there. All the Ra family will be in the live chat, or maybe even appearing on the show. So, yeah, don't forget to check out the.
What was the subject tonight?
He had Jacob of Ephraim on, and I can't remember what they were talking about. I'd have to go back and check, but it's hot topics every week. He's recently done one about the ancient sacred swastika on the back of the John Hamer,
the original swastika.
Off the back of the John Hamer interview. Funnily enough, I think Rob was sort of inspired to do that. So
a bit of syncretism going on.
Oh, absolutely. We're all, at the end of the day, we're all inspiring and bouncing off each other in our little thing that's going on here between us, Sheep Farm, God Vag, Esoteric Night of Malta.
My days, the new God Vag is out.
By the way, in the interval tonight, because we haven't got any Omer Beats tonight, he's got some creator obligations. We are going to be showing the new God Vag. And what's it called? Like the Rays of Ra.
Yeah.
The Ra Rays. And it's got Jimmy Savile in it.
Jimmy Savile's in
honestly,
it.
hands down, I still haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I watched it yesterday, mate, and it's good. It's a good installment.
Okay. In other business, I've told everyone that I'm going down to cover this outreach protest tomorrow that's got people like Kate Shiromani and Shireva, I can't pronounce her name. It's got Piers Corbyn there. But I want to go and get an interview. I want to go and get an interview with Ramis. Oh, he's got Jam for Freedom. Yeah, that's a fun
Resistance GP are there as well.
I don't know about these people, right? Obviously, there's been all this shill talk going on. So I'm going to go down. I want to get an interview with Ramis. I want to ask him a few questions. I'll go say hi to Campbell from Jam for Freedom. Not so sure about Corbyn and Shiromani. I don't know about them. But I want to capture what's going on. And more importantly, there's an after party going on in Bournemouth, in my hometown. There's no way I was going to let that happen without me spraying some anti-Covid bars. So I invited myself, and now me and Omer Beats, we have got a set there. So it's from 6 till 11 at DNA in Bournemouth. And you can get the tickets for jamforfreedom.com/shop. I'll be chanting down Bill Gates and Lord Schwab heavily.
Of course.
Like, everything's going down tomorrow. Right, so...
Lance, just go back to us on screen.
Oh, yeah.
What top is that you're wearing?
What top is that?
Yeah. No. On in the studio. What top are you actually wearing?
Oh, what, this one here?
Yeah. Thought the viewers might be...
This top right here,
Yeah.
I'll just show you. It's actually one of the new Ra hoodies. Okay, so we've got the nice, where is it? The chest logo here. And on the back...
Look at that. Reject the Soviet Union.
Do you know what's even better?
Toasted rabbit.
This is the whole rabbit t-shirt. It looks brilliant in black. Look at the detail on that rabbit. Yes, these t-shirts are talking points, and they support the stream. So if you want to get them, it's www.
Nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
Yeah, we all love the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning. You know where to get the t-shirts. It's on the website /shop. Right, let's have a
let's get back to it.
Let's get back to it. So someone sent me this picture on the left-hand side. I think we should have a competition. The funniest places to put Ra stickers. And it's Rise Above the crusty, decrepit hand satanizer.
Toxic hand satanizer.
just don't.
Directly from Lord Schwab's toilet.
Don't use that. Scan this QR code and save yourself some hassle. Then also someone sent me this, and it's actually footage of Colchester police preparing to roll a spliff bigger night to watch tonight's show.
I bet that smells lovely. Wafting
I
all
bet
the
it
way.
smells green. It looks very.
Wafting all the way to the police station.
But look, what a bunch of vendors, right? The fact is that everyone knows that they incinerate that.
They're deliberately doing this so people
Yeah,
can see.
I know
This
they
is
are.
such bullshit. I like the way they've got hard hats on as well.
Oh yeah, just in case,
Just in case a stork flies out and
Yeah,
pings
just-
them in the forehead.
just to avoid head injury. Yeah. So, okay. Oh yeah, we got sent in this one as well. So this is Royal Dan Imperial, probably out in Bristol at a protest, and he just rocks up to someone wearing the Reject the Soviet Union t-shirt.
Of course.
As you do. The ultimate conversation starter is a Reject the Soviet Union t-shirt.
Hang on a minute. Hold on a second. Were they shoveling the cannabis? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, they were
into a wood chipper. They found a grow in one of these shops.
Well, look, today I was in the local park, and the cafeteria is run by the council, and I noticed on the board they're selling cannabis tea.
Right.
So maybe that's where they're getting it from.
Well, nothing goes to waste in this realm. But yeah, I wouldn't want to drink that stuff made into.
It's all part of the food chain, Master Lee, as you well know.
All part of the food chain.
No, I just thought it was strange that a council-run cafe is selling cannabis tea.
Well, that'll be CBD
would have to
tea,
be,
wouldn't it?
wouldn't it?
Yeah, there won't
Yeah.
be any psychoactive compounds in there. It will just be the CB Dizzle, which is actually very good for you. So.
Someone asking for dwarf-sized t-shirts. I just saw the comment up there. Please, can you make dwarf-sized t-shirts, Marky Boy? We do make small.
Marky Boy, I think he was pointed here by Mark Devlin, actually.
Oh,
I
right.
saw on,
Big up everyone that's come over from Mark Devlin.
yeah.
So this is what you look like when you wear a Rise Above t-shirt. What a fine specimen of a man. JD Gorilla sporting Rise Above Live and Everything Exempt t-shirts. He is starting a new YouTube channel, which is about off grid van life, like Gorilla Gypsy off grid, something like that. He was asking for names the other day for the YouTube station, but it's really interesting. And we're going to get him on soon to talk all about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Rise Above Soldier right there. Big up JD. So yeah, if you want t-shirts, they are riseabove.news/shop. Let me put the proper graphics up so you can see how to get these. Yeah, hoodies, t-shirts, loads more coming. They support the stream, and they're a great way to show your resistance to the Soviet Union.
Going to be ladies' cuts done soon as well.
Yeah. The designs are all ready. Don't sleep on this Master Lee t-shirt here as well, and the whole rabbit t-shirt. Everyone's just buying Reject the Soviet Union. It's just, I just can't make them fast enough. Oh dear.
What have you put on the screen here?
Now, the reason I've had to show this is because this is one of the first of the 3 dates that I offered Novaflip to come on and call me a racist and all the good stuff. And obviously he has reneged on those dates so far. So I just thought I'd share this just to show that obviously he hasn't.
Only a white supremacist would show this.
This is obviously showed that I'm ableist or racist or something like that.
You're 77th Brigade, aren't you, lads?
Something like that. Now, it was pointed out to me today by JD that a brand new Britney Spears sort of procedure is being put forward, and it's actually called Novavax, and it just seems to coincide with the fact that the guy's got a new car.
Interesting.
Is it a coincidence?
Novaflip, if you're watching, we know you are. Then give us a date, brother. Come on. Come and have a chat.
Big up Terror Slim and big up JD.
We're friendly here at Rise Above.
Yeah, we just want you to come on the show.
Yeah, we want to know why we're white supremacists.
We don't bite.
And all of
The
that.
most rubbish white supremacists in the world.
Terrible. You're Farang anyway. I don't know what you're on about.
From the nation of Farangistan. Right, more business. So we know about Coviart, yeah? We've been talking about glorious Coviart for the last couple of weeks, and I did run a competition, did I not?
Yes.
Last week for people to send in a piece of Coviart and win a t-shirt, right? Now, I'll open up. We've got some entries.
Is this Gary Lineker?
Yeah, of course it is. I'll open up the goal post a little bit, and I'll include memes, okay? Because this is obviously not entries. This is from the finest Coviart artists in the world.
Absolutely.
It's like asking Rembrandt to have a go on art attack. Yeah. So yeah, these are examples of Coviart. Right. Okay. This is the first one we had in. This is from another Steve.
Humanity's choice is coming into focus. Is the red pill or the blue Schwabian suppository? Neo, you decide.
Is that some sort of like
That's the
robotic pump with
I think
nanotubes
it's
coming out.
the
of it.
anal probes that China's given the Japanese nationals when they visit Wuhan.
Oh dear. Okay, so this is our first entry from another Steve. I mean, this is more technically a meme, but I'll take this. It's it's Covey art in the broader sense. So that's our first entry. What are you doing? Next one. Okay, this is actually a double entry. I hope you're looking here in the Guardians. So these are
Speedo.
both. Yeah, nice speedos. These are both from Rise and Shine. The first one is My Covey Art Attack. Neil Buchanan obviously replaced with Hell Chancellor Gates. And on the right, this is this is in the Guardians as The Rock ripping Bill Gates' head off. Just because it's just part of the food chain.
With backup protection from his anti-Coviet pooch there.
Right, so this is the second. We'll take this as one entry because these are both from the same person from Rise and Shine. Big up, Jake. So that's the second entry in our competition this week to win a T-shirt.
Fantastic job.
Yeah, really good. Oh, sorry, this is also from Rise and Shine as well. So this is part of the second entry. You have to have obviously watched the Mexico videos to understand this one. To know about the mushroom prophet, a wild mushroom prophet appeared. Yeah,
in a leopard print dress.
At Phil Tulum, if you want to get this guy on Instagram,
right?
At FIEL Tulum, TULUM. Yeah. Okay. The next one is from Kristen Coates. So this is sort of like some Covey war propaganda, Covey art. There's more Covey art.
Absolutely.
Join us, peasants. Your country needs you to eat. Picture like Schwabian drive-through. Event 201. Yeah, it's good. So you've got Savage Jabhead,
Lord Potato Face,
Master Savile, Lord Schwab.
We need it. We need to coin an actual name for Savile, don't we?
I would say Grandmaster Jim.
Grandmaster Jim.
Sounds like gin.
Yeah.
Ginny. Ginny. This one is for an eye for an eye. Now, I don't know if... Does anyone know that Frank Bruno got to meet the Yorkshire Ripper?
Courtesy of
Jimmy Savile.
Yeah. So those of you who don't know, Jimmy Savile used to have his own show called Jim Will Fix It, and you could write into him and he'll, with a request, something you want. And I think, there was like a kid who wanted to ride in the Batmobile, so he did that after riding something
on Jimmy's Batmobile.
Yeah. And so, Frank Bruno.
So this is the letter that Frank Bruno apparently wrote to Jimmy Savile saying, "Dear Jim, please could you fix it for me to meet the Yorkshire Ripper? I'm his #1 fan. Love from Big Frank."
Interesting request.
This is really avant-garde Covey art. Okay, the next entry. These two are from DJ. So here is the 9 p.m. briefing. Breaking news: the Britney concert's been cancelled. It's 9:33. And I'm just there saying everything exempt. But obviously, in a classic Trading Places style setup, this was the second piece that came in from DJ.
Brilliant.
So Chris Whitty, Master Gin,
Grandmaster Gin.
Grandmaster Gin. Yeah, they've hit up the Rise Above studio with proper Bojo, and he's on the mic and he's doing some sort of Peppa Pig freestyle.
Nice.
Yeah, good work.
It is great work.
So this is that entry. And then we got
the way things are going, this could be a reality.
Yeah. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time that one of our memes have actually manifested into observable reality. Wouldn't be the first time that had happened.
No, for sure.
Okay, so all right, let's go back.
You're going to be talking about this, yeah?
Yeah.
Responding well.
Yeah. I've got a whole section about it. I mean, this obviously isn't a meme, but I thought I'd put it in anyway. Hi, Lance and Andy. Regarding Stuart Lee quitting Spotify, regarding sharing the same platform as Joe Rogan and his misinformation, I thought I'd send a meme. It's very basic, but like all good memes, it gets to the point. Stuart Lee's a cunt.
Thanks. Tommy
Tickle, Manchester. Thanks, Tommy.
That's blunt and straight to the point, my man.
I guess technically that is a meme, but I can't call it Covey art.
No, it's not Covey art. No.
Okay, so those are our entries, right? I can't decide. We'll have to decide later on in the show. We've obviously got another Steve. We've got Rise and Shine with these whoppers here. Christian Coates, or Eye for an Eye, or DJ. We'll have the rest of the show to decide who gets the free T-shirt. I think I can't decide straight away. So Rise Above, connecting consciousness since 2020. And part of what we do here is not only present memes and research and alternative ideas. We also try and bring different researchers, different content creators, different creators together. And one of our very favorite creators in this potential creator realm is called Human Vibration. We've had her on 3 times before.
Yeah,
Is this time number 4? Time number
I think
3?
it is the 4th time. I said in our private WhatsApp group earlier on that I think Human Vibration's presentations are my favorite. She does a really good job at her presentations. Her research is next level.
So it's
she
something
puts
new
it together
and fresh.
really well. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's stop talking about her and let's invite her on the show. Human Vibration, live from the US. Hello.
Hello. Hi,
How's
guys.
it going?
It's going excellent. I feel amazing to be here. I am so appreciative that you allow me this platform. I only build presentations for you. And I will say that presentations are my favorite. They're my favorite form of idea synthesization. That's a hard word to say, but it's my favorite way to take all of these nebulous, floating patterns, images, ideas, suggestive thoughts, and put it all together. And I'm a really visual person, and I'm like an audible learner and a visual learner. And so presentations for me, they do everything without being a video. Sometimes videos, like, it moves too much. And so it's like, I need something flat to listen to, or something to listen to while I watch something flat. And for whatever reason, that is the best way that I learn. And that is the easiest way that I can express my ideas. So thank you for always suggesting that I do presentations, because you're the only ones who request them, and that's the only time I ever put them together.
Awesome.
So yeah.
And like before, I've said just come back on the show, and you've actually said no. I want you to come up with a subject. I want you to come up with a subject. You've always been quite on it with that, and I like that. So what we came up with tonight was I came up with templates of a crumbling reality, right? And I think you've sort of built on that a little bit, and you've actually taken it maybe a little bit further than I thought you were going to go with it. But you talk about templates a lot with your stuff on Twitter when you're showing things to people and letting them come up with their own conclusions. Tell us a bit about what you mean by templates.
Templates for me, patterns are everything. Patterns form our reality. And I always had a knack for recognizing patterns, whether it's visual, audio. Like if I hear a song and I hear a guitar lick that I've heard in another, like an oldies, I'll be able to recognize it in my brain, whether or not like I know the name of the 2 songs. I'll still be able to go, I've heard that somewhere, or I've seen that somewhere, or I've known that somewhere else. And so that just was always something that I was doing. I was always going like, hey, that's familiar. I recognize that. I've done that my whole life. And then I started doing that through Human Vibration, specifically with people that looked alike. I was really exploring this concept of character-based reality, where a lot of our, let's say, idols, our big Hollywood idols, our big sports idols, the absolute tippy top of the mountain. I was understanding that they may be characters, playing a role over a lifetime, and their role seemed and could be formed on previous other idols and characters that have stood the test of time. And we just keep seeing this repeating tableau, this repeating presence of these same themes, and specifically faces. Similarities between faces is something that I really have honed in on, because I think as human beings, we really are the most sophisticated pattern recognition engines on the planet. We just are wired better than anything else if we're properly calibrated. But the human brain is built to recognize patterns. That's how we recognize. We wouldn't recognize faces if we couldn't recognize patterns, and associating shapes to geometry to meaning. And we don't know that we do this, but we do. We also don't know that our heart's beating all the time, and that our blood's flowing here and there. Kidneys are doing this. We're not conscious of that stuff either, but it's happening on the regular from us, through us. And our brain's no different. Our brain's doing all sorts of things, just like our body is doing these miraculous things. If I cut my arm, over a series of days, if I have a healthy immune system, I will 3D print more skin naturally. I don't know how I do that. If I get, impregnated as a female woman, I will 3D print a child inside of me. I don't know. And then I'll print it out, I don't know how I do that, but I do. I could. We all have seemingly wondrous mechanical anomalies within us as humans. And I think that goes part of my presentation too. So it's all kind of related. And you had suggested templates of a crumbling reality, and because I'm so saturated, I'll say, in templates. I say templates all the time. Templates. Blah, blah, blah. The word crumbling it jumped out to me. That's what I think I really sunk my teeth into, because I was like, yeah, I know my presentation will have templates in it with the faces and the patterns, and then this one looks like this one and this one looks like this one, but I don't want that to be my presentation, because ultimately I think there's so much more to explore. And when you gave me the word crumbling, I was absolutely off to the races, and I had everything that I needed. So I was so excited. And I was such a nerdy student. I need to have an assignment. I can't do it on my own. I can't just what am I going to do? I really need my teacher or someone to tell me.
Do you want a grade at the end of this then?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get my tablet.
It's interesting you say tablet. We're going to talk about tablets. So, okay. Built on sand, templates of a crumbling reality. Okay, so immediately when I thought of crumbling, I thought of a sand castle. The next slide kind of just illustrates exactly what the mental picture was in my brain. This perfectly formed structure that was built to absolute architectural precision and perfection, seemingly. And then it just absolutely is crumbled, just crumbled to the ground, crumbled to dust, crumbled to nothingness, crumbled back to its origination of sand. And sand, I just was like, what is sand? Sand is everywhere. Sand is on, sand is at the bottom of the ocean. Sand is on every beach. There's million, bazillion, gazillion grains of sand. And it just made me think, how much sand is there and what really is sand? So this presentation, a lot, I think, is I'm showing just how my brain works and how my presentation process even happens. It's like a crystallization of that for me, showing how I bing bonged from all of these different. Anyway, let's jump in. Okay, so the next one really is just basic fundamentals. We're talking about building blocks. Okay, so what is sand? And sand is actually really interesting because it is the most, besides oxygen, it is the most common element on Earth. It's one of the most abundant materials known to us. And it's a mixture of silica and oxygen. So silica and oxygen make sand. So you can really think of sand as silica. And then silicon is, a key ingredient in everything. Silicon is an ingredient in brick making, concrete making, glass making. So think of every glass, mirrors. We'll get into it later, but silica is absolutely fundamental in everything that runs our reality. So when we're talking about a crumbling reality built on sand, that's kind of that's actually what we're getting down to when you talk about the thing of the thing. What are these things actually made of? Okay, so idea of the earth, next slide, is what we've always been taught. We've always been shown this big old earth ball. I don't know what the shape of the earth is. I don't know what the construction of the earth is. I'm just here to explore what they tell us, because I think that there's some truths in what they're telling us. They're giving us a hint of something else. Whether it actually looks like this or operates like this, I'm not sure. But
inside a crater.
They do tell us that silica is the most abundant element on Earth. It's this absolutely massive layer of solid rock, that's impenetrable, and underneath that is molten lava, and it's just we can never really go all that deep. We can't even really get through the Earth's crust, and the Earth's crust is made mostly of silica. Silica is the most abundant material specifically in the Earth's crust. So silica and oxygen are the most abundant materials on Earth. Silica alone is the most abundant material in the Earth's crust. So this thing is just made out of rock, but what rock is it? It's a silica-based rock. Okay, next slide just kind of reinforces sometimes it's nice to see it laid out there. Silicon, the element silicon is Si, and that's 28% of the elements on Earth. And then oxygen, they're 46.1. That's quite a bit. Interesting enough, this is kind of oxygen was one of my first, I would say, human vibration explorations, maybe even pre-human vibration. I started thinking about oxygen as it's a hallucinogenic and it's pure form, and we don't really breathe pure oxygen. We breathe diluted oxygen, but in its pure form, it can be a hallucinogenic. And when you're deprived of oxygen, you can also achieve hallucinogenic experiences. And so I just remember thinking, like, good night. Like, we just all day, every day, bathe our brains in a hallucinogenic. Maybe, and it's an energetic
Interesting concept.
Microdosing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're basically walking around microdosing.
Can't stop if we wanted to. There's no 12-step program for breathing. You can't. That's one thing that we just, as humans, there's no workaround there.
I mean, sorry to interrupt. With some
No,
breathing
go ahead.
techniques, with some
Wim Hof.
ancient practice, Wim Hof breathing is an
it.
amazing thing. I know Master Lee. He studies different types of breathing.
This morning I did Wim Hof method followed by a round of Master Lee breathing.
Awesome.
Yeah, smashed it.
But what I was getting at was you can actually achieve a hallucinogenic state through certain types of breathing consistently for a certain amount of time. And it's not just one type. You can do this differently. So I'm wondering if what you're saying, that oxygen is a hallucinogenic, then maybe our bodies filter it in some way whilst doing this breathing process to bring out the actual hallucinogen part of it. I don't know. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
Maybe we have just enough oxygen to tune into the collective hallucination that we're all a part of, what we call manifestational reality. And if you have too much oxygen, then you access a different layer.
I was going to say that basically life is an hallucination. The mere act of breathing.
It keeps the dream, sustains the dream. We'll talk about that later too. It all weirdly.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
I love it. Gosh. Okay, so I gotta say, I'm on slide 6, and I think there's like 100 slides. So I'm going to do my best to get through this. I get so excited when I put these
It's
together.
okay. It's rise above. It's fine.
So the next slide, again, I guess I didn't need to put this many, but I'm just reinforcing again. Oh, that sand not only is it the most abundant. So the next slide shows us it's the most consumed. It's the most consumed natural resource on the planet besides water. Okay, so sand's big. Sand, it not only is it here, present in abundant in its presence, and we need it. We seem to be gobbling it up, and we seem to be using it quite a bit. So the next slide is just the periodic table showing where silica exists, and it's Si. It's right there. I circled it in red, but you'll see it's just right over there, right by aluminum. For some reason, I forgot that silicon was on the periodic table. I don't know. But this to me looks to be like building blocks. When I see the periodic table, what I'm really seeing is like a fundamental, that what they tell us, I don't know if this is all hullabaloo or whatever, but there's something in the way that they package information for us that I believe there is a great truth. Okay, so the next slide kind of introduces this idea of what I like to call trace decay. I got that from Westworld. And it's really the slow, inevitable structural and material collapse of anything, from our cells, from a cell of anything, to an empire, to a whole entire society. Okay, so then I started thinking about what are the fundamental building blocks of a society, and like that's the structures and how things are made. So I was thinking about Rome. Okay, Rome, the fall of Rome, that's really pressing it. That's when we think about structures collapsing. That's just one that we're all cognizant of. We all can picture the fall of Rome as like kind of our fiery apocalyptic. I feel like it's taught to us in that way. Like this is the epitome of structural collapse within an empire. So the next slide was really my dive in, and I just really wanted to know what the structures were made of. And sure enough, silica was the most abundant. It was amorphous silica that was bonded with stucco. So they say Rome wasn't built in a day. Well, sure, but it was built out of silica. And when you think about that crumbling sandcastle, and then you go to the next slide, and this is essentially what I picture. This is literally called Destruction of the Empire. It's a famous painting. You can see, you can see that the structures themselves, if you kind of zoom in, you can see that everything's crumbling. There's a bridge that's crumbling. There's, columns that are crumbling. It just seems to be all the structural. With this kind of societal collapse comes the actual desedimentation, the deconstruction of the things that have been constructed. And then on the next slide, it's this interesting new build. It's called the Fairmount Waterworks in Philadelphia. It reminded me exactly of the previous scene. And it just reinforces to me that we have this really strange obsession with imposing the form of the old on the content of the new. We have this, we just can't get away. Like, there's really no reason that we should be using these style of columns these days. We're really just, we're casting them all. And I'll get into that. I'll get into what I mean by that in a little bit, but I just think it's really interesting that it's so, talking about templates, you can see that from one to the next, they look so similar. And, here we are hundreds and hundreds of years later, and we're still copying the styles, but in rudimentary and really false ways when we talk about the construction of the new, trying to look like the old. Okay, so the next slide, I wanted to see how we are comparing that to today. Like, really, what is today? What are we built out today? And we're still at sand and rock for our cement, and sand again is silica plus oxygen. So when you see sand, the most abundant property of sand is silica. You can kind of see them as hand in hand. So we are still, we're still structurally on a silica sand based system. And if you go to the next slide, it really brings us to today. With the bridge collapse that we just experienced here in the United States, as Joe Biden was showing up to give a speech in Philadelphia on specifically the crumbling infrastructure. What happens? But the infrastructure crumbles right in front of him.
That was very
the day.
Like, yes,
the day.
Coincidence.
What are the odds? Just what are the odds? An extraordinary bridge collapse. A structural collapse. I just think that the bridge was closed off, and then they crumbled that thing. They just. I think certain structures are built to one day inevitably fall. Structures that are built to fall. I don't know.
And
so
some structures that are built designed to fall.
I think so. I really do think so. When we think about electronics, what do they call that? They call that there's a specific word for it. It's planned obsolescence. It's called planned obsolescence, where they literally design certain materials and products to decay or become unusable, or to become out of connect with all other peripherals, like within a couple of years. And everyone has that phone that, like, no, the chargers don't work anymore because it's upgraded chargers now, or like the operating systems, it's too old to even sustain the operating system, and it's like phased out, and there's nothing you can do but upgrade if you want to continue to buy in. So planned obsolescence, and it happens with our electronics. It most likely happens with our other types of infrastructure. Okay, so I wanted to get back to the next slide. Is back to the sandcastle allegory. I guess we can call it that. But the cast form of the word sandcastle, cast actually means to form in a mold. That's what the word cast, C-A-S-T, means, to form in a mold. And like when we think about sand castles, we actually do kind of like, everybody has those little ones that you have the little bucket and you have a little thing and you put it in the mold and then flop it on the ground. It never, as a kid, like, it never looks great. But fundamentally, that's a thing. And it means to form a mold. Okay, so this kind of gets into the idea of templates. The next slide is really just my definition of the word template. And it's not my definition. It's just I've read a lot of definitions, and this is what I believe to be a crystallization of many of those. And I think it's something that establishes or serves as a pattern. So a template is something that another thing can be based upon. And then those two things can exist at the same time, or one can exist on a totally different plane, but another thing in the present will represent that. And I think that is a template. And so going into the next slide, one thing when I was researching the architecture of these empires, I learned an interesting wording. It's called cast stone, and it's a masonry product that it's basically an ornamental. It looks to be functional, but it's mostly ornamental. And it can range from the simplest of windowsills to the most complicated architectural elements. And basically, what we have thought to be, like these grand columns, how did they do those? How did they prepare those? Well, they're actually using this process called cast stone. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see what I mean by cast. The word casting actually means to recreate a work by pouring it into a mold structure, and then using that mold structure to create multiple versions. So this is like a physical analog version of the creation of a template. And they actually used this style of work in what we think to be really complicated, marble sculptures. We're like, how'd they do that? Well, there's a process around it called casting. And this is how it's done. So a lot of the things we think that were made. And the next slide, actually, to bring it to present day. So this slide shows a process called casting and demolding. This is silicon. And yes, the silicon that is used as the major structural component for synthetic skin, that is the same silicon as Si on the periodic table. We're talking about the exact same substance. It's just a different application. Okay, so the next slide always gets me. I've had this in many presentations. Someone asked just at Joe Biden. I don't know. That's funny. He has a cast. He certainly does. So this always rocks me to my core. So on the left, we have a 3D face that's in progress, and this is a pre-textured phase. This is before you have added some of the final touches that make it seem photorealistic. The eyes are these blank orbs, and the skin appears in such a way that it looks almost like plaster of Paris. And then you see on the right there, that's a statue from this era that we're all very familiar with. And notably, they always had these, or most had these orb-like eyeballs. And I always wondered why they spent all this time rendering those squiggly hairs and the stupid making the nose right and whatever, like getting the chin and the veins in the hand. And some of these things are so intense, but they never rendered the eyes. And then when I saw this, I was like, oh, maybe the statues are a nod to this process. And this is how they're all really created. First, they're 3D rendered, and then they're casted, and they're poured into the cast, and then they come out and may look to be carved in stone, but it's really just cast in stone. Okay.
I think that looks like Greta.
It does.
It does. It does look like Greta.
Maybe she's 3D.
Yeah,
Maybe she's 3D printed.
That's
She's
a template of Greta.
She's been casted by the Rothschild dynasty.
This reminds me of something. If you don't mind me interjecting.
Oh,
quickly.
for sure. Go ahead.
I don't know if you're going to include this at all, or whether you've done any research into the origins of the Sandman. When you started talking about sand, the story of the Sandman came to mind. And
Yes,
the story of the
I
Sandman.
included
Oh, you have? Okay, I'll shut up.
at the end. I would love to discuss it. I don't think there's enough in there though. So when we get to, I put that at the end because I remembered how connected
But
that was.
this is connected to this slide right now about the
Oh,
eyes.
go for it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, with the sand in the eyes.
Yeah, because
I
the
didn't
Sandman,
even think of that.
the Sandman has a nest on the moon, and the origins is for children that wouldn't go to sleep. The Sandman would come, throw sand in your eyes, and take the eyes and feed them to his children on the moon.
Wow.
So it's a story to scare children to sleep.
That's not creepy at all.
No, it's very sinister. It's a very sinister story.
What
But,
kid's ever gonna sleep after that?
Yeah, right. That'll keep him up all night, won't it?
No way.
Yeah, but that's the meaning of Sandman.
yeah.
No,
If the
right.
Sandman
I
comes,
included-
he's going to steal your eyes and take them to the moon.
There's also a
feed
Marvel
the moon
comic,
children.
a little known Marvel comic named The Sandman, and I included him as well.
Oh, okay.
I have some bits at the end. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. Sand opened up a lot of doors in this little matrix here. But
It's a great way to hide something as well.
Oh, to bury it in the sand.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's on, the deserts of the world, we don't know what's under there.
Exactly.
And
You
there's
know, in
sand
those
at the
little-
bottom of the ocean. It's all sand.
What
like
about
you
the
say.
saying, keeping your head in the sand?
Yeah,
Oh.
burying your head in the
Burying
sand.
your head in the sand.
burying your head in the sand to keep you from seeing what is directly in front of you.
Mm.
That
Seeing reality.
connects. Yeah, that's it. Wow. Okay. The next one might just, I don't know how that slide got in there. I don't know what that. This is a silicone bodysuit. And again, the structural component of this material, which is basically how Hollywood operates on the analog level. Yeah, there's a lot of CGI stuff that goes on. There's a lot of facial overlays, but there are physical silicone bodysuits that people are wearing. And even like pregnancies, baby, there's a silicone baby bump that women can wear called a moon bump, and it actually looks extraordinarily real. Yeah, so actually shout out to Rambo, Seek the Truth, the 101. He on Twitter, he has explored this side of like Hollywood unreality, this side of, and it's related to silicone. It's related to sand. It's the same thing. It's based on silica, but he explores it from like the Hollywood super CGI down to this type of old Hollywood magic with the wigs and the teeth and the masks and the makeup and the this and the that. Like there's lots of ways to fabricate characters, to fab characters these days. So this is one of them. It's a silicone. Okay. And next, yeah, same as silicone is in plastic surgery as well. We're talking about the same stuff. And
Sorry,
if you go to the next,
Human Vibration, can I just interrupt? Shout out to Jason Pursglove, who's purchased some Rise Above merch there.
To reject the Soviet Union t-shirts. Yeah.
Excellent. I've got to apologise to all our listeners. I'm sorry to interrupt the presentation. I did say last week that I would give you a shout out when you buy some merch throughout the show, but I mean, I got high and had a beer. I just didn't look
He
at
even
the,
missed out
emails.
memes that were sent to us in the middle of the show as well.
I apologise.
Absolutely
guys. So,
criminal.
I'm on it tonight. I'm on the emails tonight. So if you want to email in, I definitely will give you a shout out. Anyway, continue, Human Vibration. Sorry.
I'll buy some merch after the show.
I'm
absolutely rocking one of those awesome. I love y'all's logo. I'm absolutely going to. I'm going
you
to
can
wear
take your
one
pick
for
off the
sure.
website, and when you can,
Can't
we'll
wait.
send you one.
All right, it's a deal. Okay, so the next slide is interesting. That's Tiger Woods at the Masters, and we are in the year of the tiger. There's a lot going on there.
The water tiger as well, isn't it?
The water tiger. So that's what we're
There
looking
he
at right
is,
now.
right
We're
next to
actually
the
looking
water.
at the water tiger. And if you look at that beautiful crystal white sand that he is in, that is actually granulated quartz, which is silica. But that is that specific sand that's used at the Masters, the specific master sand, not sand that's used at every golf play, but that specific sand is what's used in semiconductor chips. And it's very expensive. They really only the Masters is allowed to have it because apparently this particular type of sand is the most precious type of sand. It's known in the industry as SP55.
Wow.
And it's just really, it's ultra pure. And this is he's chipping away inside that is what is used to form single crystal silicon. Ultimately, the chips, the silicon chips that run our world. That's the sand out of it. So I thought that was really interesting. I saw a news article about it one time, and just the fact that it was so rare and it was at the Masters, and something about it just really rang kind of got that going in the back of my head. And speaking of chips, silicone chips specifically, they run our world. They run everything. Every device that you have, every system, your washing machine has 10 chips in it. Cars have like 3,000 chips in them these days.
There's a huge waiting list for all vehicles here in the UK, like new vehicles, because of the shortage of the silicon chips.
Because of the chips, exactly. Yeah. I actually have a little bit about that later in the presentation. It's so interesting. It all connects. It's so wild. I love it. Okay. So the next slide, getting into when you think about empire, or you think about systems or societies, it's really the operating system. It's just like any sort of machine, any sort of computer environment, any sort of network. There has to be a language that allows for the systematic control, the governance and allocation of resources. And that's what an operating system essentially is. It's it's a system of commands. And when you think about, the next slide is my first interaction with any sort of operating system. I started on DOS. I think I was an 80s baby. I was born in 85, and my first computer was all DOS commands. My first video games were Sierra games like King's Quest and Leisure Suit Larry, all on DOS. And I remember my mom, she had just a really incredible knack for computers. She just knew computer language like it was nothing. I don't know how she was able to learn it so quickly, but I think I actually got that from her. But yeah, she would just do it for us, and that was so fun. And then we would learn, and once we got to get the hang of it, we could operate the games ourselves. But it was all this input language. You'd really have to command every little thing you do. And then language gets more and more sophisticated. But I wanted to talk. That's like an unsophisticated form of computer language. But I wanted to think about, like, what are our first forms of written language? Like, what were our first written code? Because an operating system has to be written, like all these commands have to be like specifically character based. All computer systems are character based when they're written. So I wanted to think about the fundamental beginnings of language, and it introduced me to the next slide. This is the first form of written language, and it was called, what was it called? It was called a cuneiform. A cuneiform. Yes, thank you. It was called a cuneiform. It had a curious name, and it could never stick in my head. Yeah, it was called, because I wanted to call it a unicorn, but it's not a unicorn.
Is this ancient Sumerian?
Yeah, the Sumerian cuneiform, correct.
Yeah.
And it was made out of clay. And I was like, of course, what is clay made out of? So those are my next two slides. And clay, of course, is made out of silica. It's composed essentially of silica. And so our first written language, our first transferable operating system was also built on sand. Was also written on sand.
So that's actually really like the first computer chip. That's actually like, yeah.
This is the first computer chip.
What is this called?
This is cuneiform. Cuniform.
Okay.
Oh, and remember the word form. That, everybody, remember the word form of cuneiform. Okay, that'll come back later. Okay, so then it got me thinking about, so there's my discovery. Okay, they're made out of clay. Oh, clay. Well, what's clay made out of? And the next one's, it's of course made out of silica. Surprise, surprise. So again, we're back at this sand-based tablet. And then the next slide reminded me of something that I've previously shared. This is the Rosetta Stone. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's another one where that was written in stone, and a kind of originations of language. And I, of course, then had to look up what the Rosetta Stone was made out of, and it was igneous rock. It was igneous rock, which is like 65% silica. So again, it's like a silica-based rock. And the Rosetta Stone specifically, just a little nod back to the pinks and purples. The next slide. So the word rose is within the line of purples. If you follow me, you know that purples indicate illusion and deception through the bending of light.
It's on the 33rd degree, 333rd degree.
Specifically,
it's on.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
God. Okay.
Rose. And the word rose comes from the Latin sub rosa, which means work done in secret. Work done privately or in secret. So it literally means under the rose, which goes back to Catholicism, and they would do these secret orders of the rose, and it was like secret meetings and whatever. So anything sub rosa, ruse. Yes, a ruse is like a plan, like that you get, to hoodwink, to get one over on someone, to ruse, exactly. Okay, so so I just wanted to do a little bit of a shout out to the purples, that it seems to always come up and everything. But the next one, back to Egypt, just for a micro bit. only to reintroduce, like the Egyptian, the Rosetta Stone, the hieroglyphics and blah, blah, language, order of things. But Egypt is so fascinating because Egypt is, of course, a city on sand, built on a structure on sand. But what does it look like? What does it represent? Next slide. It looks exactly like a motherboard. And this is a template, hashtag templates, where something is based patterned on a previous form. This seems to share a form. One seems to represent the other. It really does. It seems like a template. It seems like a pattern. It seems like a casting, it's like a reprinting of something else, a copy of. And the next slide. I wanted to reinforce that what is a template? A template is, again, something that establishes or serves as a pattern. And so I definitely saw that as a pattern. That was really a pattern for me. Okay, so the next slide, we're going to dig into chips. And this is a motherboard. So motherboards can contain multiple microchips, multiple chips, but this is essentially what the environment looks like. Oh, and someone pointed to the basilica. They mentioned the basilica, and I think that's really interesting because the word silica is such an interesting big part. And the basilica were this great foundry, this Roman columns everywhere, and beautiful place for people to gather. Really elaborate, and then it all crumbled, of course. But anyway, so I just saw that over there. Okay, but the motherboard I think is so interesting because to me, it looks so similar when you go to the next slide. It looks like a city. It looks like a very, very one-to-one almost representation of a city. And I think it's no coincidence that modern cities appear strikingly like a computer motherboard, because if you think about the land and the circuitry and the way that the roads, the inroads and the peripherals and everything is routed and energy is flowing, and in the energetic properties, the people themselves are moving on vehicles through all the, they're even called buses, like buses, they're called buses to move things from one to the next within a motherboard. It's processing and allocating and moving around energy. And I think that's what our cities do. I honestly think that's what our cities do. So this is Las Vegas. And Las Vegas is also significant. If you go to the next slide. So Las Vegas,
is that Las Vegas or a circuit
Yes,
board?
that's Las Vegas.
I thought it was a circuit board.
No, that is Las Vegas from the sky. That's an aerial photograph of Las Vegas. The one above is a circuit board. So if you go up,
yeah, I thought this was a circuit board too. Sorry.
That's Las Vegas. That's Las Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah, that's an aerial. There was a series of aerial photography. It's blurred. It's blurred to make it feel hyper unreal, actually. But yeah, it's in the perspective is the lens is distorted, so it looks kind of hyper. Yeah, but that's Las Vegas, and you can see in the foreground, actually, you can see the Bellagio. And then
the MGM Grand.
Over there with the green. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that striking? So that's also a template. That is also a template.
It looks like a circuit board that looks like Las Vegas.
It's like
it does.
It's like they go hand in hand. And the next slide, it really reinforces Las Vegas wouldn't exist without microchips. In its current iteration, as a city built on sand, it's this tiny little world in the middle of nothingness, and it requires, it's modern day, its energetic pole requires. I should have looked this up, but I bet Las Vegas has more microchips per capita than any other region on the planet. That's just because of the type of industry. Maybe Silicon Valley, but actually not a lot actually gets manufactured in Silicon Valley. So it's just people in their offices really in Silicon Valley. All the manufacturing happens elsewhere, which we're going to talk about later too. So I think that's a good segue. Okay, so the next slide. Oh yeah, just everything in Vegas runs on computer chips. I can't stress that enough. Like literally everything. So when everything in a city exists on one tiny thing, and that one tiny thing is only gets manufactured in one place, and we're really going to dive into that, but it's built to fail. This is a system that is built to fail. I call it the weakest link because we have seen and we're experiencing now just a sudden and severe shortage of a very specific thing. And now we're learning about the supply chain of this thing, and it does not look good. Okay, so specifically cars, if you want to go to the next slide. And so this actually looks like microchips as well. This is cars. But I put this in there because, you know, again, the modern car, the cars in the 1970s, they didn't have chips. They did not need microchips. They were automobiles. They ran as automobiles. We were all good to go. It did what it needed to do as a car. It did not need any sort of chip. The modern car can easily have 3,000 chips. Easy to do everything you would think of. Even the blinkers have chips to tell them a code of what to do, to send energy to that specific mechanical thing. That you can think about them as just existing everywhere. Anyway, so one of the reasons that we can't get cars right now is because the chip shortage. And what about the chip shortage? Why is there a chip shortage? And it's because basically every single microchip on the planet, 90% of all microchips are made in the same factory in Taiwan, one single factory. There is no other industry, bar none. There's no other industry that has as much of a singular stranglehold on the market as the island of Taiwan does have on the manufacturing of semiconductor chips, of microchips, of anything related to the silicon wafer chip technology. It's only done one place, and anyone can design a chip. There's chip design companies all over. They exist in the United States, Silicon Valley. Every country on the globe has designers. But they can only be manufactured. They can only be fabricated in one place, and that's in Taiwan. And so the next slide actually, I think the next slide is a map. Yeah, the next slide shows. So again, 90% of the most advanced chips in the world, they're all made in Taiwan, but then the 90% of them are made at this one specific factory in Taiwan. And the next slide talks about this. It's called a semiconductor fabrication plant. And they only exist, it's called TSMC. It's Taiwan Semiconductor. And they have the facility. They have the facility in Taiwan, and it's actually called a foundry. And I thought that was really interesting because I was listening to some podcasts, and they kept calling them fabrication plants. These are the manufacturing plants, but they don't call them manufacturing plants. They call them fabrication plant. And fabrication means, you know, like making something up. You fabricated the truth, you know? And so I thought that was kind of interesting. But then also the word foundry, they kept calling it foundry. What does foundry mean? And I was like, why are they calling this? They wouldn't call it like a car foundry, you know, they would call it a car manufacturing plant, you know? Anyway, so a foundry model is a model that operates for the purpose of fabricating future designs. And so I just think it's kind of interesting because they use the word foundry, and foundry means model. Like if you go to the next slide, actually, like a foundry specifically is a workshop or factory for casting metal. So a foundry is where castings happen. We were talking about that earlier with the casting. These words keep coming up. I love words and wordplay, and I think that all of these specific words are coming around for a reason. Oh, and there's an interesting thing about Taiwan. Before it was called Taiwan, it was called the Republic of Formosa. Formosa, the place where all of this fabrication, and remember the word form. I forgot why I said to remember the word form. But the reason I wanted people to recall the word form is because of this little tidbit. Taiwan used to be called the Republic of Formosa. And that also sounds like Sub Rosa. Formosa, Sub Rosa. Little fun fact. Okay. Let's charge on. And then, I wanted to just go back to reminding the casting, specifically word casting. It's the same process as what we were talking about earlier with this little guy with these silicon masks. Okay, and then going back to going back to silicon, really introducing what we're talking about, what's being fabricated at these plants, what are in these chips. Okay, this is a silicon wafer. This is a silicon wafer. This is the fundamental building block of every chip is built on one of these discs, one of these silicon discs. And the discs can range in diameter, but they're not really ranging in thickness anymore because this process, as they say, I think there's some voodoo magic happening behind the scenes, honestly, but I'm going to describe it as they say. They are just finding ways to print and build thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. And so you really don't actually need bigger and bigger discs anymore. You can just cram all this stuff on the tiny little discs. And what's interesting too is they kind of paint these layers on layer by layer, and this fabrication plant, that's what they do, is they put layers on. And I was like, I wonder what the layers look like if you're going to do a cross section of the layers. I wonder what they form like. And of course, I had to look at that. And so the next slide is a cross section of, these are basically the three ways that things get formed. The first way is the first column. It's like Wilmer, and it's called the island formation. You can see they kind of look like little islands. The B is another formation, and you can see they look different. And the C is kind of like a mixture of the two. But in my mind, all I could think about when I was looking at this was playing this game when I was little with my brother called Excite Bike on Nintendo. And if you go to the next slide, this is what that looked like. And that's like the forms. These are the structures, and that game was so fun, but that's all I could think about. And I think that is somehow wonderfully connected. It certainly established a pattern or form. They could have chosen those little mounds to look like anything, but the fact that they look like semiconductor chips, which is what was required for these games to operate, kind of interesting. I like that. Okay, so the next slide.
So just on the subject of gaming, I'm good friends with some occultists that use gaming as sacred geometry, or the ability to expose it. A very interesting study to participate in is looking at the names of the early games for those that are into things like Sega. If you look at the word Sega, if you read it backwards, it means ages. And then if you look at things like Xbox, it basically exposes the religion of the worship of the cube, which, if you look at all of the main religions, they all worship the cube,
the Nintendo GameCube
geometry. I'm not really into gaming, so those that are more into gaming will probably be able to look at this subject and find lots of occulted hidden information about sacred geometry. In fact, the whole gaming industry is based on sacred geometry. If you spend time studying it, you can find out a lot of information on that. And like I say, if you look at all the major religions, they've all occulted the cube in all of their symbology. And we
all know what cube.
Oh yeah, and then Mecca
is from.
Like they're not even trying to hide it. They're literally moving in circular motion around a black box.
Saturnian cult.
Well, even the cross, the crucifix, that's a cube, isn't it?
That's right. A cross is a cube.
The Kabbalah.
Once you learn that. Again, these forms, these baseline pattern forms. You know, the reason the cross is a cube is because there's a pattern formed when you fold when you fold those things up. You know, that exposes, and it's an unfolded pattern. It's very neat. Whew.
Yeah, and it's a worldwide religion of where people belong to this cult, but they don't even realize it. So here's one for you. Anybody that has been to university has joined the initiation of the cult of the cube.
Oh, because of the...
Yep.
And the Saturnian cult's colors are black and red. But yeah,
what if you don't go to your graduation? Like I did not go to my college graduation. I graduated, but I didn't go.
But you still went through the indoctrination.
I still went through the indoctrination. Oh yeah, and that stuff stuck around for a while.
They get into the mind, don't they? It's all about controlling the mind.
Cradle to grave. Yeah. I'm really lucky that I was able to jump out. In a way, I'm actually, for what I do now, I'm actually glad that I was exposed to all of these things, because I'm able to pull. I'm glad that I was interested in a lot of stuff and had a curious mind, even though I was being exposed to the fakery. Sometimes you have to. It really just exposed me to the forms and the patterns and the characters and the, all the things that they want you to know about, they want you to know for a reason. And even all the games that we play, they want us to play. And I think video games teach us a lot about how this world operates and how we operate within this world and what our position is as the player one of things. And I think that all kind of ties into this microchip.
As we're talking about games, what do you think of the metaverse, Human Vibration? What do you think that's
I think we're already in a metaverse. I think that we have existed inside a self-referential realm. Meta just means something that refers to itself. Metaverse is just like a universe that is built. It's like a template, it's got to be meta, something original form has to exist. You can't be a singular meta. You have to be referring back to the same form. And so the metaverse is I think it's, I don't know. Is it different than One Life or what was that called? What was that? I don't think it'll really catch on. I don't think it'll really be I think they just need us to be cognizant of that word right now. I just think that concept needs to be in our mind, but they want to bastardize the actual application of what it is. Cause I think we're already in a metaverse. I think that we live day to day in a false reality that's like projecting a version of reality that's based on something that's not real. So that goes back to the concept of what built on sand actually means, is like something that is the foundation is not stable, is not real, is not whole, stable. So
that's the revelation. The revelation that we're actually living in a metaverse already.
I also think we're living in revelations, whatever that means. I'm not biblical. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual in my own way, but I do think that whatever we're living in right now is a form of an apocalypse. And I don't think apocalypse really means fiery destruction. I think apocalypse just means to uncover or reveal. And I think that's what
we use the term the greatest apocalypse ever for what's happening
I saw that.
now.
I saw that on the opening. Yeah, like perfect name, perfect, absolute perfect. Yeah. And there's a reason in 2020. I know that's when you guys started this effort, and that's when I started my effort in January of 2020. Something about, they called it 2020 for a reason. 2020 vision, 2020 clarity. We've always been told that 2020 equals clear vision. And I certainly got what I believe to be was a much clearer lens. Through the lens through which I was able to see was much clearer than what I had been using previously, it seemed. And I'm forever grateful for that. And you guys started in 2020 as well, right? This effort right here. Yeah. Amazing. Something about that. Something about the year. I mean, obviously we were on a global whatever you want to call it. But there was something, I feel like 2020 was the record stopping. The revolutions per minute went to zero. I feel like everything slowed down. We were given the opportunity to really slow down. A lot of people took stock of their lives. A lot of people made life-changing decisions in 2020, myself included. So I think that there was something, again, like a revelatory experience, an apocalyptic experience, an undoing that was facilitated by the year 2020. Okay. Back to it. Let's see. So back to the microchips. This is where I really want to take it home. They reminded me of like the iridescence. I kept seeing that in a lot of pictures. And I was like, why are microchips iridescent? That seems to be a hallmark of it. And iridescence is when multiple reflections of light on a thin film, the thin film is specific, on a thin film, when they interfere with each other and they cause this rainbow effect. And so we all know this from the CDs. I picked a few things that I felt were immediate templates. If we've had a CD, you can go to the next slide. It's like, we know what that looks like when we hold that, CD up, we see the rainbow, and sometimes the rainbow is like going all over depending on how the light's hitting it. So we're familiar with that from that. It's the same principle as a bubble. There's a rainbow effect on the thin film of a bubble, and that's on the next slide. And I think bubbles are really fascinating. I could do like a whole presentation on the physics and physical properties of bubbles, because they're still trying to figure bubbles out. The kids play with bubbles, but scientists are actually still trying to understand how bubbles really work and operate, and the power of bubbles, and how to make like the most powerful bubble. It's actually something that they're really studying. Okay, the next slide is kind of similar but the same. And speaking of sand, this is a shell, and a pearl. I found this interesting. So a pearl could also have been in those templates. It's a perfectly round pearlescent entity, but the pearlescent process actually happens because an irritant gets inside the shell, and it starts creating this chemical reaction and like keeps like covering the piece of sand. So like a pearl starts out as a tiny piece of sand that actually just irritates the pearl, and then the pearl just goes to business trying to like protect itself by covering and covering and covering and covering, so it's not so itchy or irritated by the old sand anymore, and it actually creates a beautiful iridescent pearl. So something about the sand and the rainbow, it all just kind of, I was like, man, it keeps getting replicated through nature. And if you go to the next slide, this idea of like this is called refraction. We all know the prism, and that's actually different. It's actually different than what's happening on the bubbles and on the CDs and on the silicon. On what's happening on the silicon is called diffraction, and it's different because it's the bending of light. It's not just it's the changing direction of light, because that's what a prism is doing. It's just kind of like it's like spinning light that way, then it's spinning light that way, and then because it does that, the light inherently changes and spreads. So that's how we get like a spread. The white spreads out and we see all the colors in between. But then diffraction is something entirely different, and it happens when it bends. And that's my fascination, because purple happens when you bend the visible light spectrum back to the purples. Anyway, so the next slide.
That's the definition of fallen angels. We say fallen angles.
Yeah.
So angels is angles. Pink Floyd, they exposed a lot in their album cover.
I think so. Yeah, that was the Dark Side of the Moon album cover, right?
Master Lee's attack dog says yes. Yeah, this is from Dark Side of the Moon. Someone already put that in the comment section, isn't it? Yeah. Next slide.
Right. So the next slide, back again, we're going back. We have to go back to this. There's so much more with the silicon industry, because all of my fascination, it really is based on things. I would not have things to be fascinated about if it weren't for these chips, if it weren't for these microchips that are in all of our computers. I wouldn't be able to do my research. I wouldn't be able to be fascinated by John Benet Ramsey, because ultimately I believe that the technology, if you go to the next slide, the technology that is running a lot of what I believe to be illusion within our reality couldn't have happened without these chips. These microchips and silicon chips and semiconductors and processors, they all allow for this incredible amount of unreality within the world today. And so this right here, this is an introduction to GAN technology, generative adversarial network technology. And it's basically, it's GAN technology. And GAN is essentially a template machine. It learns, you can feed it anything. You can feed it, let's say, human faces. You can feed it a whole input of human faces. Let's say 10,000 human faces of all races, creeds, female, male, old. You can feed it, or let's say 10 million, or you can feed it 10. Well, if you feed it 10, it's going to have a pretty low understanding of all the different variations that exist. But if you feed it 10 million, it's going to have a really broad understanding of what makes a face, and what makes an age, and what makes a perceived female to be a perceived female, what makes a race, all of it. And so what these machines do is they're basically template factories. You feed them inputs, and then they can spit out whatever you have fed it. You can cast forward a form based on these molds that you're introducing. So the next slide is
I just want to interject in case anyone didn't catch that. None of these people exist, do they? These are all GAN generated. These are all digitally generated people. None of them have ever existed. They're all fake.
Oh,
which you covered in one of your previous presentations on our show. I'm
gonna for this. Thank you for letting me clarify, because it makes so much more sense when you understand. The top row is source. The top row is what they're telling us are real faces. Let's just accept that they're real faces for the sake of this experiment, or for this argument. So the top row is real. Then the other row on the left side, on going down vertically, that's what they want as the destination. And everything in between is an amalgamation of the two using this technology. So they have both a source, and then they can feed it what they actually like, a destination, if they're wanting to blend things together and then tweak based on those blends. And so if you actually were to zoom into this experiment, going down, each of these person is like a coordinate meetup of the other of the row above it. So it's like a blending. So like one of them, you can blend little boy with this certain ethnic set on the. It's like this is all the representations within of these people on the top and these people on the side, mixed all the way in between any way you'd want to slice it.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So the next slide is kind of what I would imagine to be a live iteration of this, a real-time iteration. If you've never been to the website, thispersondoesnotexist.com, I highly recommend browsing that. It's a website that you just go to it, and every single face that you'll be exposed to is a digital face, is a digital representation of a face. Sometimes they look remarkably real. I'm actually noticing the technology is getting better and better, but you can train your eye to not only know, because you should know, like even if it looks really real, it is a fake face. There's not one real face on the site. Even if it does look really real, you have to remember that it's not. But over time, with telling your body system that this is a fake, false input, it will begin to learn without you really teaching it, without you really doing anything other than confirming false. It will begin to learn all of the subtleties about what makes this unreal. And over time, when you go to the website, every face will look unreal to you, even if because when I first went to this website, I didn't think that the faces looked fake. I thought the first couple of, I was like, this looks like a real face. Quickly though, I was able to see that they were unreal. And then now whenever I go to the website, like my brain is just now trained on these things, and it's conditioned in such a way, recalibrated in such a way that I get the uncanny valley response very quickly.
Spider senses.
Yeah, it's a spidey sense, and we're all born with it as human beings. We all get this sense when something is broaching reality but not quite there.
It's all in the eyes.
The eyes either have it or they don't.
The window to the soul.
Yeah.
Or lack of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to say voids. They're voids, not windows.
Yeah, window to a brick wall in some cases, I guess.
Yeah, back to the kind of Masonic overlay.
Bricks are made of sand as well.
Yeah, the silica. Silica is the fundamental ingredient in brick.
This person is totally generated. This person physically does not exist. I've been on this site since I looked. I came across your work, and I went on it, and you just press refresh, and it generates a new face every time, and that none of them have ever existed. Yeah.
This one looks pretty good. I gotta say, I do think that their technology is getting better and better and better. The machine just keeps learning, and a lot of it, I think that it's learning off of our social media. We're feeding the machine with everything that we do. Every time we snap our own, every time we share our likeness to the beast, it's learning more and more about us. So, and it's got every picture we've ever put up there. It knows what a human looks like. There are some once you become attuned to it though, you can see it. I think you're right. The eyes, it's in the eyes. The eyes have this like light, this spark, this light behind the eyes, or they don't. They look like dead, like focusless eyes. Okay, so then the next slide, this generative adversarial network is not just human faces, and that is what this persondoesnotexist.com is based off, is GAN, generative adversarial network technology. And generative adversarial network, like adversarial just means like you're feeding it things and telling it like they're fighting against each other. It's like, these things are false, these things are real, this is good, this is bad, and like you're feeding it all those rules, and it's learning all those rules, and those rules butt up against each other and like weed each other out. Like it learns from these rules that you set and these inputs that you give it. And if you give it inputs and say, yes, this is the input I want, it'll give you that. Okay, so here's some representations. Some of these are really rudimentary, but it's to show that this stuff is happening in all areas and being explored in all areas. These are like some amateur stuff, but like you can do GAN, you can change an apple to an orange. You can You can do a cat into a dog. Like some of these aren't even good. This isn't a great representation of what you can do, but like there are like people that are doing GAN art. There's GAN.
We've all got these on some apps on our phone when you want to do turn a painting, a photo into a painting, or into a cartoon. So it's similar technology.
Yep. It's very similar technology. Yeah. And it's at our fingertips these days. And the other interesting thing on the next slide is another avenue of generative adversarial network is language, is feeding like handwriting, essentially. You know, you could feed, if I take all of my journals, I don't journal, but if I did, I could take all of my journals and I could scan them and I could feed them into a learning network, showing what it could learn words, it would learn clusters of words, it would learn every single iteration of how I write as an individual. If it had enough subsets, if it had enough inputs, it could really learn to spit out handwriting exactly like mine. And handwriting seems to be really unique. You know, we actually think of it as something that's only really, you know, handwriting. Again, it goes into forensics and all that stuff, but like handwriting is intrinsically what we imagine is really unique. And so this is interesting that they are, you know, there's machines and there's software now that is learning how to become us just as good as we are us. And it's not always very good, as you saw from some of those pictures, but like they're trying, they're learning.
I've seen an article that says something like over 50% of the small columns in mainstream media print on the internet that you see is actually written by AI bots now.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So would those bots learn in a similar way by reading other things written by humans and learning their styles and their
correct,
and
especially
then
with the
combining
publication
to make a new one.
It's just constantly amalgamating. It's just Al Gore just constantly consuming all of the data
and changing it up
and then changing his
the internet. Al Gore, oh my gosh!
I know algorithm. That's what we call the algorithm. It's Al Gore.
Ooh, I love it.
He's always
that's an
dancing
interesting
behind
connection too.
A good way to detect it is that there's quite often either grammatical errors or spelling mistakes. Now, if it was done by humans, they would never allow that to go through.
Right,
on a lot
sloppiness.
of these news articles. Yeah, to me it looks
or
like
circular, like they keep using the same word, and like a human would change the word. Like the human would naturally be like, oh, I used that word a couple times. Yeah, but you know, when you think about an organization like, let's say, the Daily Mail or the New York Times, they could easily create a writer. They have all of their resources, like every single thing they've ever written, they have it in an archive of digital archive. They could feed all that to a GAN network, and they could spit out very stylistically pure New York Times writing on whatever subject needs to be, and they could input a few information, whatever's. It's pretty interesting, and all of that is character based. Again, back to the language, character-based languages, character operating systems. Okay, next slide is kind of introducing this concept again, going deeper into the characters themselves. Archetypes, and the imitation game is what I call it. Okay, so we understand this concept of character archetypes. There are certain styles or forms of character: the hero, the villain, the damsel in distress. We've seen, and there's actually a very specific overlay of these types of things, specifically in cinema and specifically in film, and in novels also. But a character archetype and a novel is really just representing a universal pattern. And so when, you know, it's like this character is reminiscent of a previous pattern that's been established. The hero's journey is so similar in so many movies because it's a pattern, it's a template, it's a path which has already been carved out, which will be completely followed by many to come. And so that's something that we are actually already familiar with in movies and cinema and shows and our characters there. And the next one, this kind of reminds me of the silicone discussion with Moon Bump, because it's Meghan Markle, and so many people said that she had a fake belly, which I love because I think she did. I don't think anything about this royal family or her is real. I think it's all an illusion. But I love this form of templates because this really shows a character set that has been placed and then an iteration of it in the future because of the familiarity. There is something about the lifting and layering of elements from previous familiar sources that make us accept the new thing because they feel familiar. We may not even remember why they feel familiar. We won't really know what our brain, but they seem familiar. And I thought that this was a really fun, like, representation of that within the royal family. Next one is Disney is famous. Disney is famous for setting these not just same characters, but they actually reused whole lines of animation. These characters move in the same way. They do the same movements in totally different movies. They have the same sequences of movements, yet totally different scenes behind them. And I wanted to, on the word archetype, the word arc means beginning or origin, and origin meaning source. Again, like the origin of the pattern we're talking about. And then typos, archetype, typos means pattern or model. So archetype really is telling you, it's like the setting of the pattern. Like this is the casting. And again, the cast of characters, we talked about casting. It's that mold. It's the starting. It's the fundamental. You need a cast to have the future representations based on the original. So the word casting, I think, especially when it comes to this type of thing, especially when they're cast as archetypal characters, it all kind of goes together. Next slide is a fun.
Sorry, can I just add something?
Of course.
My Wi-Fi booted me out for a few seconds, so I've missed maybe 20 seconds. When you spoke about the character archetypes on the first slide of this bit, it reminded me that in the occult, we tend to say that the root word of character is chakra, and that everybody has a different life in each chakra. So you're living 7 lives simultaneously with each character. And
Shakespeare had a very similar quote. Yeah, he said, "All the world is stage," and it said, "All the world is stage, and all the men and women are merely players. They have their exits and entrances, and one man in his time plays many roles." So it's kind of the same.
That's the chakras. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So the root word of character is chakra.
I love words. Our language may be able to set us free. Like there's so many fundamental truths baked into our language. It really sets our reality. Without our language, we have a totally different experience in this realm. Yeah, everything is different. And so I think it's worth. I love that. I love that we're drilling down. I think so. I think it's all specifically by design. And actually, on the next slide, I think I say specifically that. An extenuation of the quote, of course, again, something that establishes and serves as a pattern, but I say it is kind of perfect. Yes, all by design. And this was Mayor Bill de Blasio looking exactly like the Joker. And I kept seeing I kept seeing people looking like the Joker over and over. Nancy Pelosi had this one outfit where she looked like the Joker.
But it has to be the Joker from the 70s, like the original one.
It's the best. Yeah, that's right. That's the only one that she could look like. But the next slide, going into this idea of when we talk about archetypes, you really can't mention archetypes that is based on this Jungian philosophy. The Carl Jung or Jung, however you want to say it, but he believed that the word persona, archetypes are formed by like a persona that we put on. We all have our own characters, like you were saying too. You were saying that over a lifetime we can play multiple characters, and that is over our lifetime we will wear multiple masks and we will play different versions of ourselves specifically. And the next slide kind of like reiterates that. Like the persona is the face that we present to the world. So often that is different than who we really are. So often. And, we have a work life. We have a work us. We have a, with our friends, we're like this. We're with our spouse, we're like this. And we're with our coworkers like this. With your neighbor like this. And with, that can get very difficult to manage logistically. Imagine that. But we don't even think about that as human beings. That's just how we do it. Like society teaches us, reinforces us, and kind of celebrates this like mask wearing at all times. Yeah, so we're always just having to wear those masks.
Very
Yeah.
fitting.
In Japan, it's commonly known that everybody has three faces: one that you show your work, one that you show your family, and one that you keep to yourself.
Wow.
That's embedded into Japanese culture, so it's actually quite acceptable to have different personas for different situations.
That's deep. That's right to the heart of it. Like,
I mean,
that's
at least it's honest.
culturally- Yeah, they've recognized that that's not just something that they just recognize that that's a human tendency. You know, how incredible that like something is so ubiquitous that it's now got a name. Like there's Young had a whole thing because we do that. We do wear a mask. We literally move through the world with different,
Well,
different
in
experience.
the esoteric version of that, they call it buffering. So each mask acts as a buffer, so that one part of the personality doesn't meet the other, and it's almost a way to, for instance, if we were really to see ourselves for who we really are, it would be probably such a shock that we would die. It would be unbearable. So that we have to have these masks to create buffers, and this is all embedded into the persona, personality, and ego. It's actually like a form of protection, and unfortunately, it's used for the wrong reason. Well, in the wrong way, that it keeps us asleep. It prevents us from waking up to who we really are.
Couldn't agree more.
Wow.
With that, I think authenticity is key to an alignment between what you think, what you truly feel, and what you say and do. There's some magic that happens when you're able to do that. But society, the way we're structured, there's so many. You're really not allowed to say what you think and do what you think, and it's kind of strange how we're almost set up to fail in that sense. Because I do believe that the best way forward is with an alignment between all of those. And I think everybody's alignment is going to be different. I'm not saying we all have to think and feel the same thing. But I think everybody has a true north within themselves that they know is what they want to do and need to do and should be doing.
This is what I call I call it the inner conspiracy. So we're very good at looking at the external conspiracies, but we seldom look at the inner conspiracy. The outer is actually a representation of the inner. So if you've got 8 billion people with an inner conspiracy, guess what? You're going to live in a world of conspiracy.
Wow.
Made manifest. So for us to fix these outer conspiracies, we can only do it by fixing internal conspiracy, by finding alignment or embodiment.
Wow. I couldn't agree more. I want to like snap, like, you know, they used to do those beatnik table readings or whatever. But
that's why we have to save ourselves. No one's coming to save us. There's not an external force that can fix the outer conspiracy until humanity can fix it internally.
I agree there. And I think that so many of our narratives, like even looking at the last presidency within the United States, like the Trump narrative, the whole thing was based on this savior. You know, he was going to come in and clean up the swamp, drain the swamp, and lock him up and do all this stuff. You know, and even on peeling back the layer one more time with religion, all religions are based on this kind of Messiah, savior, died on a cross. Exactly. Salvation through a Messiah figure, essentially, and not through ourselves. No. And salvation,
and it's
is
all
not
just
from
blind
within.
faith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blind faith. It really is. We have to. And I do think that we're always taught to look up and out. You know, back in time and history, and up and out in space, and you know, we're trying to get all our answers up and out instead of really looking within, instead of exploring the deep within, which I think that has to be done in a very specific way, like a stillness. Nothing about our modern life really facilitates and allows for this type of exploration.
The main culprit or the origins of that is the concept that we live on a planet, not in a realm.
Yeah, I've gotten used to saying in a realm because it feels so much. I don't think we're on I definitely don't think we're on what they tell us we're on, or that it operates like they tell us. That's for sure.
Well, psychologically, if you live on a spinning ball, guess what? you're going to be unbalanced. You're going to be, excuse me, discombobulated,
Exactly.
confused. You're always trying to find your footing. Whereas when you live in something, then you've got balance. You're connected. There's synchronicity, and also the capability to alter and control reality.
Mm-hmm.
We're spinning out of control, according
I think.
to our sort of psychology, that through education, and that is the origins of how they're able to manipulate billions of people at source.
I couldn't agree more. Manipulation, mass manipulation. And that was actually trending recently, like mass psychosis or something, mass manipulation. That's what's happening. It's
Mass
all
formation psychosis.
mass. Oh, and even the word form. Remember,
Yeah,
we're back to
form.
the form.
Yep.
Dr. Robert Malone came up with that, I believe, or coined it on Joe Rogan.
That's interesting.
Here's one for you.
Yeah.
So you got formless, but what about informed?
Ooh. And in means like not anti. It can mean the opposite. It can mean like you're. It's like
We need to
you
be
think
more informed consent.
inside. Oh yeah, like they're trying to. Their information is like shaping us within. We need to be
Yeah,
informed.
they're externalizing our psychology. So that means they've got control, mind control,
Trying to form our consent.
Mm-hmm.
mind wiping, map
It's
the
Coviet
mind.
you speak for manufacturing consent, basically.
Manufacturing consent. Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Terraforming reality.
And fear is the best mind control device. How else? It's
the only mind control device, really.
Yeah.
It's the only real one.
Well, I guess there's tools. Money's a tool. You're right. But like, again, at the base of why people are kind of obsessed with money, greed, is because of fear of losing it. And so it's really ultimately back to that too, like a fear of insolvency, a fear of losing, fear of not being able to do that, fear of this. So it's a fear of not having status. Like fear really does motivate things that we don't even realize are fears.
There's a good exercise for exploring the nature of fear, and you can do it mentally, you can do it physically, or you can do it literally as it happens. But if you're walking, let's say you're walking through the woods and you tread on a branch or a stick, it makes a sound, doesn't it? And it always spikes your attention. Now, all animals will use this. They use this as a trigger or a mechanism. So for anybody that's got dogs, whenever they hear a twig or branch or stick snap, it spikes their attention. Now, let's say you're walking through the woods and you hear a twig snap. What would be your default impulse when you hear that? Would it be threat? Would it be danger? What would it stimulate in you? So this is an exercise. And most people will probably say that there's someone there, so it'd be fear.
Yeah, like a
Fear
danger.
response. Yeah. Well, that's correct, but it could also be, and I'm talking about if we lived naturally. Let's say we lived in the forest, we lived in the woods. It could actually mean something useful, like fuel. Sticks are useful. You might want to build with a stick. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a fear impulse. But unfortunately, we're more on the fear spectrum or the fear side of that. But it's just I'll just throw that in there because it's just a little exercise that you can do mentally. And what you want to do, you want to be able to get to the point where you can tread on the stick and you don't automatically go to fear. You can actually use it as a resource. So as a hunter-gatherer, the sound of a breaking stick could mean a dangerous animal that's going to kill you, or it could actually mean fuel. It could mean building materials. It could mean many different things. And it needs to be in balance because that sound is designed to spike your attention for something useful, for good and bad.
Based on fear. Yeah. Based on the fear. It knows it knows that's your trigger. And I love the word triggers too, because like that's exactly what they do. That's illuminative of what they actually do. They force us into an action that we sometimes don't even, we have no control after sometimes. Like our automatic response systems are, unless we are very cognizant and aware and have learned these that our fear causes us to do things automatically without thinking. Yeah, unless we're really like conscious of that, we will immediately hear that twig and go, predator or something. But yeah. Well, thinking of things to be scared of. Next slide.
Okay.
The face of. I've always been interested with the face of not Joe Biden, but Hunter Biden. He's got this looping smile. One side goes up and the other side goes down. It's very unnatural, but it looks so similar to the theatrical mask, the representation of theater itself are these two opposing facial expressions. One is with great joy and levity and laughter, and the other one is with great sorrow. And it's always depicted with the mouths being transposed in this fashion. And this is kind of like aligning the two sides, the two faces together to emotions. And it really looks like Hunter Biden's face. The next slide is someone we're familiar with, Kyle Rittenhouse. He, on trial, I noticed that he looked so specifically again like these old archetypal masks that we're told were a big part of these ancient, theater, Roman theater and programs. And anyway, okay, so getting into some Lushi templates, and Lush, I don't even think I've talked about Lush, but Lush is our energy. Like when we get in a tizzy, when we get whipped into some sort of energetic emotional state, I believe that is an energetic property within the human body system called Lush. I think that is what we feel stirred up in our system. We can feel it. We can feel the anxiety rising.
We talk about Lush harvesting on the show.
Okay. That's it. Yeah. Energetic.
And
it's our energy.
Our essence as well.
Yeah.
Essence is a great word for it too. So moving from Kyle Rittenhouse, he was kind of a Lucy character. I noticed that one of his famous pictures of him carrying the weapon, which you can go to the next slide, which he actually did shoot people. It looked so similar to the Columbine shooting, just the positioning, the stance. I know that this is how people walk. They put one foot in front of the other, but I just thought that the positioning of the feet, everything just looked so similar to me. And even the way that they're wearing their hats, something about it just really triggered a template in me. And there's a lot of like traumatic templates. If you go to the next slide, this was something that happened. It was called, basically people know it as Astro World, the Astro World.
Oh yeah,
Festival.
We did a whole special on this one.
Yeah. I noticed a lot of people were noticing that the entrance and exit gates of this hellscape of a show looked so similar to some hellscape oil-based art that had been produced in the 1400s. And it's like going into the gaping mouth of hell. And that's what it appeared, that's how the concert was represented, as like a hellish experience. And that seems like what they were representing there with how it looked. And I found that remarkable that one represented the next. So why did they have that? Why, there's the only reason
it was full of templates, that thing.
Full of templates. Absolutely. Luciferian template. It was ripe. It was absolutely ripe with templates. Okay. So
Saturnian templates all over the place. Yeah.
All over the place. The next one's also full of templates. I'm not sure how familiar you guys were with the Gabby Petito story. She was a girl that, she went missing, and then they found her body, and her boyfriend did it. And it was this really, really, it talk about Lucy. It captivated and captured the eye of first the American public. I think it ended up being like a worldwide news, but everyone was talking about Gabby Petito. And Gabby Petito, Gab means to talk, and petite means small. And so it's kind of like small talk, or in it kind of already telling you that this is like nonsense language stuff. But that's Gabby on the right. On the left is a still from I Pet Goat 2, which is a really, really, really influential animated short film by a outfit called Heliofant. And it's like an apocalyptic adventure, 2-minute apocalyptic adventure story.
We
so
need to show that on the Rise Above. I don't know if have you showed any clips of that before?
No, we haven't. I've never even heard of it.
Really?
I Pet Goat too.
Oh, we need to show it. Maybe if we've got time, but I don't think we will. There's I'm
going to try to go quick through the rest of these things. I'm going to fly through the next few. Okay. All right. So templates. Let's just fly through the next. Yeah, we'll just go through them. So there is Black Mirror and Mark Zuckerberg and the Metaverse, which I thought was really interesting because Black Mirror was so, we talked about, it's basically the same iteration. We were shown this in 2011, and then here we are in 2021 with the Metaverse, 2022 now, excuse me, but that anyway, Metaverse was kind of on the radar in 2021. The next one, Mark Zuckerberg again, where here he is. I believe this is Caligula or Nero. I can't remember. I made this template a long time ago. I think it's Nero, but it could be Caligula. So pardon me. The next one, Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew Jackson.
Sorry, Hermes is attacking the desk. Can you do the slides? Sorry, my cat.
Hermes.
Yeah.
We have he was an old president and on the $20 bill, and then of course international sex pest who did not kill himself because he never existed, Jeffrey Epstein on the right, and they look like templates. It seems to be their head is even the swooping hair, and their head's in the same direction, and it's too much. Okay, I had this one on a previous presentation. It's the first two men in space, Yuri Gagarin on one side and Neil Armstrong on the other. I almost said Lance Armstrong. He's another guy, but Neil Armstrong on the other. They appear to be the same character. They are so similar in their facial representation and their facial makeup to me, and they both did the same thing. What are the odds? The odds seem quite slim. Okay, the next one's interesting. This is where we really get into kind of drilling down. These guys all look the same essentially to me. I think that they're all following an archetypal character mold. There's a reason they look so similar. But if you really want to look at something specific, look at their circular glasses. They all share those specific glasses. Why are shapes important? Let's go to the next slide. There was a Daily Mail article about how villains are drawn to have pointy and sharp features because our brain perceives these features as threatening, but lovable characters have round features. And so I think that they wanted us to love those three characters we saw above. And so they all have round. A feature of them is the glasses, and those features are round. So the next slide actually iterates this pretty well. You can see Disney, it's really all about the shapes. We've got the circles on the lovable cuddly bear, and we've got the pointy, sharp stuff all over Maleficent, who is the evil lady. And then in the next one, we've got the original Star Wars, Darth Vader. His helmet is flanked with a triangle in the front, and he has the impression of being quite threatening. Now, in Spaceballs, which was a parody of Star Wars, the Darth Vader style character wears a circular helmet accent because it looks more lovable. And so they're telling you that these things are based on shapes, which is interesting. It goes back to geometry. We're about to get there. So the next one is these types of things, they're over time. On the left is a Balinese mask. It's a traditional, and they still do these ceremonies, but if you were to go to watch a Balinese dance, they would wear these, they do all these plays, but they're done through dance, and they wear these intricate masks. And so this is a Balinese mask. On the right is a Tasmanian devil. And I think that is a representation of this entity. There's a reason that this Balinese masks exist, and there's a reason that Tasmanian devil was a cartoon character that was upon our consciousness. We've got the devils. Now go to the next slide. We've got the messiahs that all seem to be templates of themselves. We got Zeus, a god, a Greek god, and then we've got Jesus. So very similar, even the name template there. And then Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. So every world religion really has a messiah figure, including Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Shia Islam, Buddhism, Baha'i, Rastafari. There is a messiah figure in there. Okay, next slide is, God created man in his own image. And what does that mean? Like, that's kind of a template, right? Like, something is created in the image of something else. Like, I think that's maybe like the origin of templates, perhaps. And I think templates really are fascinating because they seem to be everywhere. But I do think that they reveal something much deeper about us. Okay, so if God created man in his own image, well, okay, how does that happen? How do you create all these different things in one image? Okay, well, you got to start with certain building blocks, just like the periodic table would be a building block. Okay, here's the building blocks to the human face. Next slide is there really are not many shapes that the human face can be. There's only this diagram shows 8, I believe. I've seen mostly diagrams with 7. I think oblong and the round, so both on both sides. I think sometimes those get truncated on some, but it's like basically there's 7 or 8 basic face shapes that you can have as an individual. This is across all races. This is across all sexes. There's no other face shape out there unless it's an anomaly of the skeletal system. But this is the base. There's 7 or 8, and then next slide shows that all of our features essentially you can zoom right through to the next one actually too. All of our features provide this illusion of individualization, But I think that we are actually more like a Mr. Potato Head with a base face, and then affixed to that base face are our eyes and our nose and our mouth. And that is a Mr. Potato Head situation. So we're not actually all that different. And if you go to the next slide.
Can I just interject?
Of course.
Something that I've observed over the years through, oh no, Hermes is on the desk again. Through psychedelics is like, if you look at yourself in the mirror at the height of a trip, you end up looking like Mr. Potato Head. This is something I've observed myself, and it's like the features don't, they're not sort of distinguishable.
Yeah.
Looks like, oh my, I know, look at someone, it looks like someone's put your, just plonks your nose and your eyes on it. People's faces start to look like a slab of meat after a while.
Here's one for you. Nobody, not one person has ever seen their own face. Think about it.
Yeah, I've only ever seen it in a mirror.
Well, you see it in reverse, right? Oh, I see. Yeah. And even a camera lens doesn't represent your face properly.
Reflection or of some kind.
It's a mirror.
Every reflection is a lie. Every mirror is a lie. Ooh, guys, what are mirrors made out of? Sand.
Silica.
Yeah, silica. Back to it. Disconnecting all the dots, but they really are. Glass is made of silica. Sand is made of glass that has a thin film, similar to how silicon wafers are made. There's a thin film on there that they build up in those ways that we saw that look like islands or whatever. But there's a thin film. But yeah, that's how a mirror. There's like a thin film of some sort of reflective material, usually a chemical process that's put on like commercial mirrors these days. But yeah, mirrors and glass. Back to the sand. Love it.
I always use this as a confirmation of reality or lack of reality, because some people are so certain of a reality. Personally, I think we're very far from any knowing of a reality, and reality is far more fluid and far more unreal.
Malleable.
Yeah, it's more unreal than real. Yeah, and confirmation of that is that nobody's ever seen their own face, and yet they believe that this is that and that is this and this is real. And I think it's far from. I think reality is very unreal.
I agree with you there.
And it's very difficult to actually to get a grip of reality. All we can do is kind of construct some kind of sandcastle of reality.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're living in kind of like a sandcastle reality. We're living in a projected reality where they're using like, mold, like false material. Everything looks a certain way, but inside it's not that. Like everything's kind of like a shell, it looks ornamental and shiny on the outside, but inside it's kind of quite hollow, and there's really nothing that exists behind it. I think history is kind of like that. History is very ornamental and shiny and has all these allegories and stories, but it doesn't have to exist at all. I don't think it actually does exist. I don't think deep history does exist in the way that we're taught and told, but still there's.
I don't think history beyond our own existence, our own life exists.
In the real, that's very deep.
It's a very difficult concept to get your head around, but it's worth spending time contemplating that actually nothing else really exists other than what you experience. Everything else is an illusion. So even history is an illusion, and it could actually be a construct inserted into the single reality that we experience right now.
I love that.
Think about it. We've got no proof. We've got no evidence. They could all be just inserted.
Yeah. Every thought, every understanding.
Blind faith. Again, religion.
Like a lie that everyone sort of agrees on.
Yeah, I mean, where is the starting point? Where can you actually get a grip of a reality that is beyond what you directly experience? That's why I call myself a direct realist. So the only thing that is real to me is what I experience. Anything other than that has to be a belief or a story, history.
Back to history. Yeah. Hi, story.
Okay.
Gosh.
Yeah. Gosh.
Unreality.
That's really
Unreality for sure. Yeah. Everything's like a hyper based on a form. Yeah. Like, did anything really exist, or is it all based on this fake? Like, is there a real origin, or is the origin that everything is based
Well,
on, was that fabricated? You know, I love it.
for the
I love
most
thinking about
part,
some of that.
we base our origins on Genesis. Yeah. So we were created in the image of God. God created Adam. I'm pretty much into pre-Adamic history, but anyway, our history supposedly started with Adam. God made woman, or Eve, from Adam's rib. Okay. Now, why didn't God just create woman? Why did God take Eve from Adam's rib?
Adam was the
To me,
template.
to me, that means that God is some kind of like scientist or
a genetic engineer.
genetic engineer.
I've heard the ancient astronaut people say that, well, what about if the Adamites were actually just a group of male explorers / conquerors, and they came here and saw that the land was good? I thought, oh, we need a female. So the overlords are all right. Well, we'll just use your rib to create a female. What is it? That would be like genetic engineering, cloning, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Using a rib, it could be anything. It could be any small hunk of flesh to get the DNA, and then you would start a race by sort of cloning a female out of a male.
I would love
That-
any Christian to come on this show, this platform, and explain the story of Adam and Eve, especially if they're against genetic modification or genetic engineering. Because to me, looking at the story of that is the archetypal template and the origins of genetic engineering. So if you're a Christian, you're against science doing genetic modification, genetic engineering, then why did the creator do the story of Adam and Eve? I would welcome any Christian who's listening who would want to come on to Rise Above and explain this. Not in a debate, not in an argument, just to explain this, because I think for most of us, our knowledge of who we are and where we come from comes from the book of Genesis in one way or another.
Genesis.
And that's the first book of the Bible, right?
Yes.
In the very first words of the Bible are, "In the beginning there was the Word," right? So like the opening line to the Bible. In the beginning
Yeah.
there was the Word.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of things in Genesis. It's quite confusing because with regards to the creation of the sun and the moon and light, that it was darkness and a void. What was the first light, or what were the lights in the sky? It's automatically assumed that it's the sun and the moon, but there was light, and then the sun and the moon came after. So what was the first light?
Reminds me of China building their own artificial sun right now. That's what the news stories are saying. But that's kind of like, what is the sun?
Yeah, I think they said that it's
Can it
something
be
like
created?
50 times hotter than the regular, the actual sun.
Do we need that?
Yeah,
are we
what's
do we
it
need
for?
that? China?
And we already got a son.
Well, it's the
Yeah.
second sun, isn't it? But it also alludes to the fact that the sun that we've already got isn't real. It could be
Yes,
some
I
form
love
of
that
sun
exploration.
luminescence.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think it does. I think I definitely question what the balls in the sky are. I definitely question what the moon is. Doesn't seem to be a rock up there. It seems to be kind of like a bioluminescent disc of some sort, like that we project or cast onto. The sun also doesn't, and I don't think they're all that far away. blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I love
Well,
the exploration.
in simplistic terms, the way that it's generally understood in the occult is that the sun is the origin. It projects photons, which are fallen angels or angles that then
Mhm.
hit 33 degrees, return to the moon. So the source is the sun, and the end is the moon. So the sun is where photons come from, and the moon is what eats the photons in a 33-degree angle.
Is
The
the
full,
moon
Whoa.
like gobbling? Is that why the moon waxes and wanes? Because it's like gobbling up,
it's
and
eating,
then
yeah,
is
eating the
its
photon.
belly's getting full?
Food for the moon.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, that's what cheese. Is that why they call the moon cheese?
So humans are
Self-sustaining cheese
electromagnetic.
moon.
Humans are. I mean, I'm not saying this is fact. I'm just saying this is in the occult world. This is the kind of how it's described. So the fallen angels are photons of light. So that's the fall of humanity. So we fall onto the earth, do whatever we do here, and then we arc. And this is like archangels. We arc back to the moon.
Oh, and
So
characters
arc,
have a character arc in all the stories and the novels when we talk about archetypes. Archetypes.
yeah,
And the
yeah.
character
So
arc
it's
is the character's journey.
archangels. So you've got fallen angels and archangels.
Mhm.
But
Well, I
yeah,
like
I
that
mean,
you brought up the Adam and Eve. That actually, if you look at the slide, like the creating a female, I think we get really hung up on gender. I think that it's just an expression of the genes at the end of the day. Like gender can be, when we start out, we're kind of formless, and then certain things get turned on and things turn. I don't think we're born one, or like we're
well, the word
in utero. I
gen,
think like like
gender and genesis,
there it
genome.
is back again.
Gene ISIS.
Mm.
Oh yeah, and then Isis is like that the winged Egyptian goddess. Oh my goodness. But I mean, I do think in the world like you can see female and male, how it expresses physically and manifests itself. But I think that that's like a way to complicate actually the process by which these things. Yeah, someone can look very masculine and someone can look very feminine, but I don't. Those are not unique to being a man and being a woman as well either. And like men can be very feminine, expressive, but not be trans men, but like have mannerisms that are female and be almost like built with like hip ratios like female. And some women we have seen like their bodies actually look much more masculine than what you would consider an ideal feminine form, which we have ratios to tell us what we, and those ratios keep changing, but we certainly have like a set female form. And then outside of that, it can be in the more masculine territory. Anyway, but there's a whole trans debate too these days, but I think that there is some muddying in the waters of the fact that the expression of male to female is actually a pretty, and then androgynous there in the middle, like a nebulous sex, like when you like look at a person like Pat, that Saturday Night
Well,
Live thing was like male or female.
if you look at all the religious figures, they're always not
Kind of both.
overly, yeah,
Expressing
and
both.
even the Baphomet.
Mhm. Do you think that that's just telling us that inside of us exists everything? We have just expressed one way of being. I don't know. I mean, things.
Well, why do men have nipples?
I know. Why do men have nipples? That's funny. Yeah. Oh, and that brings up the belly button. Like, did Adam have a belly button or did Eve have a belly button? Like, that's kind of the funny. Like, who had the first belly button? Is kind of a funny thing. Oh, but like having a female from the male form. It's like, well, how could you get a girl from a guy? It's like, well, the base has potential for both. And then that just gets expressed in a different way. It gets expressed in one way or expressed in another way.
Man is the species, isn't it? And then you've got a womb
Right.
man. So man, womb man.
Yeah. Yep. True. Oh, and
that would almost sort of go back to the theory that Adam and then a womb man was made out of Adam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like a womb Adam.
And
A womb
means
Womb
matrix.
Adam.
Womb means mother, but more specifically matrix. I got that wrong. The word matrix, if you do etymology of matrix, you get mater, but it's not mother. It's specifically womb, like the womb of the female is what a matrix Matrix is.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Well, this is where
Yeah.
this new trend of I don't know if many are familiar with this, but there's a new trend, especially in the occult circles, of when a man finds the correct partner, ideally female, that they drink the urine of the woman, which is actually the golden elixir, and that was what everybody was searching for. But it has to be the correct partner, and I mean, it sounds a bit gross, but even dogs do this.
Well,
Male
mate,
dogs will drink the urine of a bitch, especially when she's in season.
I know people that drink their own piss. That do
No, but
health
they've
reasons.
taken it a step further. So you've got to find. So basically, your mission in life as a man is to find the perfect woman, so you can drink her urine, and that will give you
Wow.
the. Now this goes back, and if it's scientifically proven, if you look at a baby in the womb, what are they living on?
Okay, yeah.
At its most base form.
Waste, kind of like the human
So
actually.
people are grossed out. Sorry. People are grossed out by this, but
Give somebody
everybody's
do
done
it.
it. You drunk your mother's urine. You're formed from drinking your mother's urine. So
Hmm.
people get grossed out by it. Well, hang on a minute. You drunk your mother's urine.
Yeah.
Our waste is actually very valuable. We just flush it away without thinking about it, but the cities don't. The cities actually, when they treat the water, what they're doing is they're separating all of our valuable waste, like what we're told is waste. It's not waste. It's actually really valuable, like nitrogen and all, like our urine.
Don't they sell it to the big pharma? Big
Yes,
pharma
they sell it. They sell it to
to make
farms
drugs.
and
That's right.
pharmaceutical
Magic's
industry.
had to dig into this, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Our-
like
so-
all like paracetamol and things like aspirin. They actually use human waste to
Mhm.
extract the nitrogen to make and then send it
Yes,
back
the
to us.
nitrogen, exactly right. That's what they're and our urine is very nitrogen rich. Not the exploration that I imagined for this evening, but I love it. I actually
my friend
love it. Yeah.
Sam Toroidal Dynamics that I stayed with out in Mexico, he called it looping. And
Oh, yeah.
he learned it from, I believe, from Santos Bonacci, and he was an absolute advocate of drinking your own pee. He said once he looped constantly for like 20 days, and he said it's basically a very good way to actually have a feedback loop into your system. And I heard about this years ago that all the Hollywood people were doing it for like the latest health craze.
Let me just add something to this. Now, if let's assume that the ancestors or the ancients actually existed, they had a totally different concept of this realm. So, as an example, when it rained, what do you think that they thought it was? Well, they thought it was God pissing on them. Now, without rain, guess what? Everything dies. You need rain to sustain life. So, in their kind of primitive concept of this realm, it was actually God urinating. And there's a term, a biblical term. It's called the manna from heaven. But nobody knows
Manna.
exactly what it is. Yeah, what was it? Could it be rain?
Gosh.
Could it be God's urine?
All replenishing, all rejuvenating God's urine.
Yeah, and fertilizing the watering, the crops and the
A divine golden shower.
Have I just confirmed why I never get invited to parties?
This kind of thing you say at the dinner table.
Hey guys, have I got a story for you? Is that lemonade?
It's anti-Coviet lemonade. Right, where were we? We're 82 slides into 103 slides.
I swear we are almost
I'm
there.
not rushing you along. I'm just giving you a little update.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Rise Above is the party that you would never get invited to, or something like that? The sort of things we talk about.
I'm honored.
It's the party for all of the people that don't get invited to other people's parties. This is our party.
When I was in these shops today, inviting the shop staff to tune into Rise Above, I did kind of warn them. I said, it may not be quite exactly what you're expecting, but keep an open mind, and everything will be okay.
Yeah,
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'll make it
absolutely
gentle.
essential.
We'll wrap this all up real gentle, like everyone's gonna be just fine. Then they can go back to sleep if they want to. We're actually gonna get to the Sandman thing here in a minute. That's so funny. God, I'm so glad you had the crumbling in there because that just made me think of sand and this whole thing. If you had, anyway, okay. So, I do love when you think about, it's like, well, I look so different, and they, we all look so unique, and every one of us has our own little uniqueness. And, I like to use the analogy: if you were to peer into a box of white lab mice, you would look down in there and they would all look the same. Like every single one of them would just look like a white lab mice. You wouldn't be able to tell any of them apart. Well, if you spend a month with that box and you got to know the mice, and you knew that the one with the gimpy leg, well, that's Sue because she limps around, and then you saw that, well, that's Larry because he's kind of got a thing on his ear, and then, well, that's Garcon because he's always eating or whatever. You would see these really unique forms from these originally like seemingly formless shape. You would begin to see all these custom textures that you would have completely missed without this level of familiarity. And so I think that that's what we do with faces. If you have never seen a face outside of, let's say, your race, let's say you live in Scotland and you've never seen anything other than red hair, the Irish, or Scotland, Ireland, and you've never seen anything other than that really specific subset of face and hair color and eye color. And
you live in the Outer Hebrides, and we're a tiny little island. There's 50 people.
Yes, that's all you've ever
everyone's
seen.
From there, yeah.
Everyone would look really unique to you, but if someone came and visited you, they think you all look alike. Same thing. If you went to, let's say, Southeast Asia, you get off the plane and you go, every guy looks the same. Every woman looks the same. Every kiddo looks the same. You really could not process it. That doesn't mean you're racist. That just means your brain has not become acute. It has not gotten trained yet on the familiarity to this new subset of patterns. It's an entirely new pattern set to learn. And so again, if you were able, just like with the mice, if you were there, let's say a couple of days and weeks and months, and maybe if you lived there, you would really, 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 the whole sensation that you got at first with being like, everyone looks the same, that would go away very quickly, because our brains are meant to do exactly this. Our brains are meant to not just to first recognize a pattern, and everything then looks like the pattern. And so the pattern is visible, but then our brains are kind of wired to make the pattern invisible, which is very interesting, because once you become super familiar, you kind of lose fact that there's a pattern. You're like, these people don't look alike. But again, if you had a guest come to your city, they'd be like, everybody looks alike here. Be like, no, that's Bill and that's Bob and that's Sue, and they all look so different. And they're all so different. But it's like inside outside group sort of stuff. So the familiarity creates the illusion of uniqueness. Okay, to the next one. The next slide kind of goes.
I was just thinking about AI then, and about facial recognition, and about how Al Gore now has to learn all the difference with our faces. I walked into Asda yesterday.
Yep.
And I obviously didn't have a face nappy on, and I noticed on the big screen that a green square was drawn around my face as I walked in, and the other people behind me didn't, and it recognized that I had a face.
Yep.
And I was just like,
it was looking for a face, because if you're wearing a mask, you can't see that face.
I think that's the reason behind the masks.
There's
I
something
think they're beta testing. Well, I saw that they're beta testing a new type of a new type of AI recognition that can get you on the gait of your walk. It's already obviously running in China, so they don't even need to see your face.
About this, yeah.
They can track like 20 different biometrics, the dimensions of your body, unique mannerisms,
your swagger.
It's called your gait, the way you walk. Gaite, I believe.
Bill Gates.
Maybe they're mapping everybody for the metaverse, so you can actually kind of act the same.
Well, if anyone's seen Westworld, that's exactly what they were doing in that big theme park where they had the robots and you could go in there and pretend to shoot them and stuff. But what they were actually doing is the robots were run by this algorithm that was recording the human interaction in all of these things, where people could be a cowboy or going, sleep with prostitutes or shoot someone in a 10-page drawer or whatever. It was actually recording them and farming the information.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, I just spoiled Westworld.
Harvesting the info.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth watching.
It definitely is. The first season is amazing. At the end of it, I was like, absolutely. I was like, oh my god, it's the Sumerian tablets. It's Enki and Elil. It's this. It's that. It was just there were so many. It was just template upon template.
It
Yeah.
really is.
I like the part where the what were they called? Like, were they robots or
I can't remember what they were
Hosts.
called. Hosts. That's
Hosts.
it.
hosts?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hosts.
the host started to have emotions, and they started to have dreams, didn't they? And
Reveries, the movements that
memories,
were tied to previous experiences and emotions, which they weren't supposed to have. That was kind of the undoing of everything. They weren't supposed to remember. They were supposed to be a totally clean slate every day, just following their daily narrative, but not remembering anything that previously happened to
But
them.
they did remember, and they had emotions on their memories, and they,
Yeah.
with trying to get to the center of the maze, and there was what was the same? Was it? There's a deeper meaning to this game. And I was just like, yes, there is a deeper meaning to this game.
And
if anybody wants
the map.
to get more into this, they need to check out Philip K. Dick.
Yeah.
Check out what? Sorry,
Philip K.
Philip
Dick.
K. Dick.
yeah,
Yeah.
What was his main? What was he known for? What was his
Blade
book
Runner.
called?
He wrote Blade Runner, didn't he?
Well, he was behind in one way or another, or influenced most of the movies of that ilk or type. But he was big into. I mean, he kind of said more than he should have said. He did a long interview in France. You can find it on YouTube, and he basically says that we're living in a holographic universe, a metaverse.
It was the
sort of.
eye in Blade Runner, right? Where they scanned the iris to tell if you were a replicant or not. Is that right?
Yes.
So the eyes had it. Like again, we're talking about like what makes.
Yeah.
us
Well, they ask
different.
you some questions, some emotive questions, or some like
Yeah.
They say the eyes don't lie.
Right.
Yeah, it was about emotions.
Something to it.
So they gave them stories and analogies to process, and if they didn't, well, they should have an emotional reaction. If they don't, that means they're a replicant.
Some people think that Decay, the main character, Harrison Ford, was a replicant, and it was an unconfirmed thing.
Yeah.
And I watched it. Like, do you think? Do you have a view on that?
Well, I think like the Matrix, they left a lot of things left open.
Yeah,
I have to watch it again with that in mind. Yeah.
It's one of these films like the Matrix that you can watch many times and you can get the gist of many different.
He wrote
things.
Total Recall too, Philip K. Dick. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Total Recall again. That was way ahead of its time. Implanted memories that turn out to like not be memories. And he actually was. Oh my god, that was deep. And
Sam's put the link for the interview.
Oh, look at that, Sam Carno. Big up Sam Carno each and every time. Straight away, bang with the interview like that.
Is that the one in France? If he can confirm that, because that's the one that you want to watch. I was actually going to do it in the Guardian's thing expose on that interview at some point. I'll get around to it.
It's like that interview with David Bowie. There's some great interviews with David Bowie. The Sheep Farm posted it where he's talking about black noise, like a noise weapon that could. He said, "Well, powerful enough it could destroy a whole city." And the guy goes, "What?" He goes, "Well, you asked me about it. Why did you ask me about black noise?" And he's like, "Is this real?" He says, "Yeah, it's a real weapon."
Just casually.
He goes, "If we had a small device like this, it will kill one person, but you could make it big if you put enough money into it."
But is that real?
Like, wow.
Well, yeah.
We see that
about it. Yeah, he was saying it was
noise
real. Yeah.
affects us.
No, but was that interview real?
I don't know. I've never seen it before until Sheep Farm posted it.
I think we have to question everything that we see now, even historically. I think there's a lot of stuff being inserted and shown as like historical. Same with a lot of these leading characters in the narrative. They just appear. They don't appear to have history.
I love that. Yeah, their backstories are pretty much non-existent, and they just show up on the scene with the fully formed. And then like their backstories usually include notes like they moved around a lot, they were a loner. They just to explain away why nobody knows who they are, why they didn't have any friends, why people are like, hey, I didn't know this guy. I went to that college and I didn't know him. And they say that he didn't. Oh, Tom Hanks.
Isn't Obama the greatest example of that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He moved around.
Look at Mark
Indonesia.
Zuckerberg. I mean, who is Mark Zuckerberg?
Sugar Mountain.
Sugar Hill, Sugar Mountain, yeah.
or Cornerstone as well. Cornerstone, Epstein, he was his dad was a poor Jewish shoe shine or something ridiculous. The story goes, no qualifications. All of a sudden, gets given the biggest mansion in Manhattan. Off what was it? The guy with Victoria's Secret.
Lex Wexner. Les Wexner.
Les Wexner.
Les
Wax on,
Wexner.
wax. I always think wax on, wax off. Les wax on, les wax off. Yeah.
Someone's made a reference to Kate Bush. Experiment 4, is that?
Kate Bush experiment? I can't.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody can
Kate Bush.
more.
Someone's just put Kate Bush experiment 4 in. That was Vertex. Maybe
Because Kate Bush was in one of the esoteric groups that I was in, so I'd be curious to know what they're referring to.
Really? Look at you name dropping.
I did a presentation on it. Do you remember? Cloud bursting.
Oh yeah, you did.
Many
That's
shows
right.
ago. Yeah.
Yes, you did. Who's just sent
she's
that?
very esoteric.
Becky, yes.
One sec. Sorry.
Sorry, keep going. Human vibration. Keep going.
Cloud busting, is that a concept of like bust? I'm just curious. Is that like when you think of a cloud or you look at a cloud and you try to break it up? Is that what cloud busting refers to? Or was that more of like a title of your it was more about more things than that?
No, Kate Bush. She done a song about it.
Okay. I wasn't familiar.
Yeah, it's a theory that you could affect the weather, but there's a lot more to it than that.
I think we can. Okay. Back to the one we're looking at right now. Okay, so we've got a set amount of face shapes. On top of that, we get some features. Further from the Miss Potato Head, we get more tweaked by something called facial morphology, and that tweaks our appearance and mannerisms like strings animating a puppet, and that's just based on basic geometry. And so layered on top of the 7 basic face shapes, and then your basic nose, eyes, mouth, teeth, all the ears, and those very specific positions that we've accepted those to exist on a face. Then from there you get tweaked based on another subset of certain amount of geometric allowances. The forehead can only protrude so much, the jaw can only do certain things that jaws do. There's still a certain set of what the human face can actually be. So again, we're really tied to patterns that have already been laid out for us is how humans are allowed to be expressed. And then if you go to the next slide, so this is one of the most famous faces in the world. This is with a facial morphology overlay, so you can really see the elements of the face. I mean, I really think templates is a result of like social engineering over time. We get fed these really specific, important key faces, these idol faces, and then we project that back. It takes generations, but what is heralded as attractive and superior will weed out over time. And we may do that subconsciously or unconsciously, but we will partner with individuals that will result in a favorable biological offspring that fits within these norms more and more and more and more and more over time. So we're kind of like breeding our own clone. Like it's really our own clone factory. It's not like clones happening off in some Laurel Canyon hideaway MK Ultra thing, or these celebrity clones. I think over time, like we actually really are printing these carbon copies based on these archetypal faces. The next slide, so we've got this facial overlay with morphology. This one really fascinated me because I saw this specific morphology face on Squid Game. So if you guys watch Netflix Squid Game, super violent. I really only watched the first couple of episodes because it's just too violent for me. I don't like that type of content. But I had just learned about facial morphology. And then on screen, I see this guy wearing a mask that is basically the facial morphology mask. And I thought that was really interesting. That was one of those matrix syncs where I was like, I was supposed to learn that thing at this specific time. Because had I not known, I would have been like, oh, that's a cool mask. But I wouldn't have been like, that's the facial morphology mask. So I wanted to include that because I think that our knowledge kind of influences this realm too. There's a principle called the Bader-Meinhof frequency illusion. And it's a way to explain the phenomena where if you learn of something for the first time, pretty immediately you're going to be reintroduced to that thing. Like if you learn of a concept or a song or a phrase or a person or something, like soon you're going to be presented with that thing in the real world. And you'll be like, hey, I just learned about that, or I was just talking about that, or that's so random that you would say that.
Is that like the red car syndrome?
Where if you think about a red car, you will begin to see them.
You buy a red car and straight away you start seeing red cars everywhere.
Yeah. And they previously existed, but you weren't aware to them. So awareness actually turns this recognition engine on in our brain, because it's not like truly there aren't more red cars in the ether at that time. But I do believe that we become hyper aware of those. We become aware of what we previously were not aware of. It didn't add into the existence. We just became aware of it. I think that's kind of how things.
This enables like reality tunnels, I guess.
Ooh, we're about to talk about a specific sand-based reality tunnel.
Can I just show this a sec that just got sent in because we
I
talked
love
about
that.
Mr. Potato Head. This is from Becky S, who's a contributor. This is some sort of like time tunnel morph Mr. Potato Head. I don't know who she's used to make it.
Now that is meta. That is
me.
referential of this experience that we're having now. That is a meta art project.
Meta Potato Head. That's a nice
It's
bit
meta.
of
Yeah, instead of Mr. Potato Head, it's a meta potato head.
Meta Potato Head.
I'll buy one of those. Absolutely. Give me one of them meta potato heads.
I'll mint it into an NFT and then I'll auction
Yes, we need an NFT series called Meta Potato Heads on it. Yeah,
I'm
because
trying to
Mr.
stay
Potato
away from
Head
that
should be
NFT
canceled.
stuff.
Yeah,
I see. They're advertising it all the time, trying to get me to buy it. I thought, no, I'm not buying any of that virtual shit.
Cryptocurrency is so fascinating to me. I mean, I think at the end of the day, all forms of currency are a way to control man and manipulate. Like we're being manipulated by this carrot and a stick. It's a very rudimentary. At underpinning is like a carrot and a stick. Money is proven to motivate us to do things. And I cast a weary eye on cryptocurrency. But that doesn't rule out its ability to actually, if you're playing the game, I mean, some people can put in certain fiat tokens and then it'll grow on the screen that is showing them what they have. And then some people are resourceful enough to them. If it does grow, they could actually take that out and have more fiat tokens than they started with. Does that prove that it's does that prove anything? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. Right now, I have a, I see it more like it's just another one of the we had shells at one point, and then we gave our teeth at another point, and then we got coins, and then we got paper, and is this just the next? And then credit cards, of course, plastic. Is this just the next iteration of that? I don't know. I'm not sure, but seems like that sometimes. So anyway,
well, I think they're going to go directly for the loosh. After the
it's very looshy. It is very looshy. It's a good potent loosh machine. I put a little bit into crypto, like just to play, just a little bit, just to see, and just my tiny little bit. I was like, oh, it's up, oh, it's down, oh, it's up. It's not even enough to make any difference. It's not going to change my life whatsoever. It's if I get a few $100s here, but it was like, I could feel it. I could feel it from me just having this tiny little inconsequential play. But other people, are putting their whole life savings into it, believing it's going to be the next big thing and thinking that they can like 10x or 100x or 1000x
what's that term? What's that term for like a crypto? It's like a crypto emotional breakdown when you lose money. New people get it. There's a term for it.
I don't know what that is. I know sometimes like hodl. I'm a hodler. I hodl crypto.
There's a term for it. So when people get into it, they put money on it, and then it inevitably goes down.
Oh yeah,
and
what is that?
They literally have a breakdown, and
like
it was when Elon Musk crashed the is it the Doge or something?
Doge. When he went on Saturday Night Live and it crashed.
Yeah,
actually, I
tweeted. He had all
I
these
tweeted.
teenagers in America literally committing suicide.
It's crazy. Before the show, I had a feeling it was going to crash. And before the show, I said, if you own Doge, I don't even own Doge, but I was like, if you own Doge, take profits. That's a tweet. That's it. And then I'm not being like a crypto expert, but I could just see the writing was on the wall. He was going to go on. He was going to say something strange, and Doge specifically was going to bottom out. And it did. That's exactly what it did. And it just seemed, it's like, gosh, this is so predictable. This can't be I don't know. It's too predictable. And then I've seen charts where cryptocurrency actually phases with the moon. You know, they're always like crypto to the moon, Doge to the moon, XRP to the moon, or whatever. Like that's a big, but like when the moon is full and when the moon is a new moon, like when the moon is waxing, when the moon is waning, and types of moons, there's actually been shown that they weather along with the crypto markets and crash when the moon is emptying and swell when the moon is rising and full and eat, consuming. It's so funny when we talked about the moon actually being a hungry moon. Something about that. There could be a connection. And they're always saying to the moon.
Manipulating the markets in order to harvest the energy for the moon cycles.
There you go.
I was just wondering how the moon would actually affect the selling of cryptocurrency. Whether it's,
there you go. They need to have a guaranteed looshing event to get that energy to guarantee. It's kind of like old days.
What's that saying?
The sacrificial. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, what's saying in the Guardians?
There's a saying, something like millionaires don't take any notice of planetary
millionaires
cycles.
don't care about astrology, but billionaires do. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I've heard that increasingly
really
over the years.
I wonder if there's really billionaires like they tell us, or if like they're all characters. Everybody at a certain, all the individuals, the richest people on the planet. I really wonder if there's if those people are authentic, real individuals, or if they're just like characters representing, and again, archetypal characters at the top that have been chosen and designed, and just kind of a figurehead representing.
You're saying like NPCs?
I thought about that. Yeah.
I don't think NPCs. I think that's a different conversation. But I do believe like the Elon Musks of the world, the Jeff Bezoses,
that actually earn $1 billion for themselves. I looked into this a little bit, and there's a guy I can't remember his name, and he was worth 2 or 3 billion, and he lived in the south of England, and he had it wasn't the Carphone warehouse, but it was a really big chain, a national chain of mobile phone shops, and he had some other things, and I looked into it, and it seemed like. He seemed like a genuinely super really successful businessman that hadn't had a very, like you say, shady past, been clearly maybe put there, like people like Richard Branson. And if you look into
I think he's a character. Like and they kind of act, they have these unrealistic lives, and they live these, and we're inundated with the stories of their lives all the time. We know the inner workings of Jeff Bezos' sex life because he had a dick pic scandal or whatever, and we don't. Why are we learning about this?
Well, I think a lot of it is to do with maintaining this kind of slave drive or slave mentality to develop into something greater than what you are. It's like a false illusion that's given. There's always this story about how somebody, I don't know, like the head of a multi-billion-pound organization started off as a shelf stacker.
Oh yeah, those garage. They always invent it in their garage. They always drop out of school and invent something in their garage or their basement. Yeah.
Rags to riches. Now, if you look at all of the top players now and in the narrative, most of them don't have university degrees. Most of them didn't have any particular type of education, and yet they made it to the top. Now, I've always seen that as just an illusion to inspire you to keep stacking shelves, to work harder, to do more hours at work, because one day you might become a billionaire or the CEO of Tesco or whatever. When in actual fact, it's probably never going to happen. You're just going to work yourself to an early grave, and your service is done.
I do believe many quote unquote professions, like workplace, the modern office, I think it's kind of like an adult babysitter. I think it's just a place for adults to go to do tasks that we have called jobs. And this is not to diminish. I'm just looking at it from like an external, that we could be doing everything different. We could take all of our language away and just be like transmuting with each other intellectually. But, I think that even like every single system, I think the majority of human the jobs that we do, these 9 to 5s where we go to work and we have these middle managers that give us so much anxiety. And then we basically have, we work 50 weeks out of the year in the United States, at least, to have 2 weeks off. And then we retire when our bodies are already broken, at 70 plus years old. And we never really can retire because we still have debts out our eyeballs. And the American dream, I really honestly feel, the success that is outlined in the American dream, you have to be asleep to want to achieve it. And that's what they call it, the American dream.
I think the origins of all of this is to create a system and to create movement within the system and motivation within the system.
Always have us doing something. Worker bees.
Yeah,
Exactly.
What they're trying to do, they're trying to keep you away from the first principle, away from the source, away from direct realism. I always remember when I lived in London, I sat on a tube train and there was an advert that I was looking at, and it said, "Do you realize that some people drive 5 miles so that they can run 5 miles on a treadmill? They drive 5 miles to go to the gym so they can run 5 miles on a treadmill."
I used to do that.
Like that.
And
I thought to myself,
ridiculous.
That's what I do. Why don't I just run 5 miles?
Yeah.
Gyms are kind of energy collection sites, I believe. They get us all together and have us like thrashing around. Sometimes we talked about that we're consumers at the end of the day. Like we're consuming the products that they give us. We're consuming the food of the earth. We're consuming all the resources, consuming more and more and more. I do think that the trick, the hack of this place is to figure out how to exist with less, to be content.
Can I just
with less?
get my chime in here? This whole climate change narrative. They say there's too many people on the planet. Well, if there's too many people on the planet, we need to change the way we live then, because there's plenty of room on the planet for more physical people. But it's the way we're living, like you say, all the consumerism, all the, like you were talking about earlier with the microchips. Once the technology's done, like you just simply can't use it anymore. Like the first iPad, for instance, wouldn't work now. There's no way it would be able to handle an operating system that's actually up and running properly. And, that technology is useless now. But imagine all the resources that were mined for that and how many were sold globally.
And it's just junk.
Yeah, and it's just junk. Yeah, it's just waste. So it's the way we live that's the problem.
But we see it as waste. There's a resale market.
People are scared to change. People are scared to change the way they live because they,
Look, I think one of the biggest things that we're going to experience in the very near future is this whole narrative about getting rid of the combustion engine. Because that is one of the big agendas now, especially with this ultra low emission zones and all the new regulations that are being rolled out in 2022 with regards to big diesel engines and stuff like that, and limiting the amount of traffic. And basically, they want to try and transfer us over to the electric car. When in actual fact, when you actually look into having electric cars, it's not feasible.
Right.
It's completely not doable because of the battery situation.
Lithium.
Charging, obtaining the batteries, obtaining electricity for the batteries, and the disposal of the batteries. It's completely untenable, and yet they're leading us.
Well, they tell us that, but you know what's really interesting about lithium? Lithium is salt. Lithium can be mined from seawater. There's actually people exploring that now. Like lithium is another extraordinarily energetically, it's abundant. It's abundant everywhere. It's one of those things, like I think that they are they have us believe in extreme scarcities that don't exist. They have us believe in the resource scarcity of everything. Like they have us believing fossil fuels are running out. They're not going anywhere. And I don't even think I do not believe fossil fuels are made from dinosaurs. I don't believe that fossil fuels are what they don't relate to a deep history. I kind of think fossil fuels are a burn off, like oil, but that black goo, that tar, that good, black gold underneath. I think that is a burn off of our energy. Anybody who smokes tobacco or marijuana or anything knows that whenever you burn an energetic substance, there is a tar-like residue that will exist. Didn't exist before. Wasn't anywhere. I didn't see any tar in this bag of oregano that someone sold me. But when I light it up, I'm sure going to get a real sticky very impossible to remove substance that actually has its own energy. It's a burn off. And so I kind of think that oil is our energy burn off, and then they're selling it back to us, because that's like exactly what they would do. They would tell us
Well,
it's
it all
something else. They
goes,
would have
it
God.
all
our
goes
thing.
back to
Same with our feces, same with our urine. Back to the man, I'm really coming back to this conversation I never thought I'd have, but back to how valuable our urine and our feces are our quote unquote waste. And we talked about the first generation iPad. Those aren't useless. They make us think that they're useless. Oh, because they're
Yeah,
obsolescent.
to sell
But
you a new one.
yes, and then we'll discard our useless thing. But again, they're taking that useless thing, they're reselling it back to. They're taking all them. They're
what's
stripping again the minerals of all of it. Yeah,
what's the
it's
medical
twisted.
term for urine? Because they actually make it a pharmaceutical grade that you can actually buy. When in actual fact, we all carry it, we all got it. So they've tricked us into this thing that we have naturally.
Uridine, I think, is what it's
Um,
called. Or no?
but they use it in hospitals. They use it for all
Yeah.
kinds of reasons. And it's jellyfish, isn't it? If you get stung by a jellyfish, you actually want somebody to come over and pee on you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
My dad said when he was in the Marines, he was always taught if someone has a mortal wound and there's no first aid, first thing, pee in it.
So
Like if
interesting.
someone was stabbed or shot.
Its antibiotic properties it probably kickstarts your immune response, which is basically how we begin to 3D print our skin. Our healing processes. It's a natural immune. That's why if you have
What's
an
the natural
immune-
what's the natural response to drinking urine? It's repulsion, isn't it? Now, where does that
yeah,
come from? Is that
cultural.
been, yeah, is that
Cultural.
through education? Is it natural, or is it nurtured into us? Um, I spend a lot of time with dogs, and whether you like it or not, you kind of get used to picking up poo and dogs peeing and stuff like that. When you actually observe dogs, like I said before, the male dogs, they spend half their life looking for female urine to drink. Now you could say, well, that's why they're dogs, but do they know something that we've forgotten or lost?
Yeah, we've been conditioned to not understand about ourselves. I do believe
Sweet,
every
sweet
process.
nectar.
Oh, that golden juice. Oh my god.
Yeah, but if you look at historically through religions and stuff like that, there's always this golden elixir that they're
Oh yeah,
seeking for, searching for.
interesting.
I could get Sam from Toroidal Dynamics to come and give it like a 2-hour lecture about how good looping is. I am going to get him on the show.
I'm gonna tell my girlfriend a jellyfish has stung my tongue. That's funny. You guys are the funniest people. I was reading that in the comments. That made me laugh.
Yeah, our comment section is amazing. Okay, where were we? That's a lovely little rabbit hole.
We will. Okay, moving to the next. Okay, so this is kind of like the wrapping up of everything. We started with sand. I think sand is significant. It goes to the silicon aspect. It goes to the computer aspect that we were talking about. It goes to the structural aspect of how societies are even built, like the actual structural underpinnings, the infrastructure, the bridges, the roads, the Colosseum, the pantheons, all these things, these places where human beings travel and gather. It's all built on sand. Okay. What else is built on sand? Time. Time is interesting because the original measurement of time, the original timekeeper, before watches existed, before clocks existed, before any sort of measurement of time actually existed, there were hourglasses, essentially. And the first hourglasses, I believe, were called sea glass or ship glasses. But they were made for maritime, and they were really quite massive, and they would register, if you turned it 8 times, that would be considered a full watch for someone who was keeping watch. And so they would know to patrol and then turn it, and then patrol and turn it. And they would have to do 8 different revelations, and that would constitute a full watching time. So it was like meant for marine travel, for ship travel. And you would line up also the constellations with your horizon. I don't know how they did that back then. Theoretically, that's what they tell us it did, but you could look at the constellations between the horizon line based on your revolutions with your sea glass, and you would be able to traverse the dark, unforgiving ocean. That's what they say. So very instrumental in our ability ability to experience this realm theoretically was sand. Sand was hyper important for our understanding and concept of travel, because you kind of, in order to travel in an unknown land, you actually need to know how much duration has passed, especially if you're at sea, like with no moorings whatsoever. Time is one of those tethers that theoretically they say we need. I'm not really sure we need it, but part of the story goes, seafaring would not have been possible without these structures. Okay, so the next slide is another exploration of sand. Again, the Sandman. And so Sandman, it's a mythical character, kind of within children's books and lore and all sorts of cultural fables and tales, folklore, I guess is what but he would, again, we talked about it at the top, he would sprinkle sand into the eyes of children at night to bring them dreams, sleep and dreams. And then in the morning, we have all kind of experienced it. We've all got that grit in our eye, the sleep in one's
Sleepy
eye.
dust.
Exactly. That was supposed to be proof that you had been visited by the Sandman.
Well, according to Master Lee, the Sandman steals your eyes and feeds them to the moon. He must have got told dark occult fairy tales when he was a kid.
That's the sinister version.
It's a very sinister version. Well,
that's at the dinner table when I'm at parties.
Mr. Sandman was extra cruel to me.
No, that's for kids' parties.
When I was little, my mom would have to come into my bedroom and like open my eye. My top lashes would always get stuck in my bottom lashes for whatever reason, the anatomy of my eyelashes and eyes. But every morning she would completely crust it over. My eyelashes would be stuck, fused down and she'd have to like pull them out. And so the Sandman was really doing his work. He was doing his tedious work on me overnight, I guess. The next slide is kind of an introduction. People today, this is like, not too long ago, people are exploring dreams and sleep as we do lose time. So how do dreams and time, how does Sandman and time, how does time represent dreams? Well, when you're dreaming, when you're asleep, when your body is in this asleep suspended state, we exit the time cognition. We exit our ability to recognize how much time has actually passed. Like you can fall asleep. I mean, we've all had the sensation where you fall asleep like in a quick nap and you're like, oh, how long have I been asleep for? Oh my gosh, I have no idea. Like you literally have no idea. You can judge by a few things. You can see if it's dark outside based on when you went to sleep or whatever. Like you can kind of regulate it that way. But I mean, there are certain times where you can fall asleep and then wake up and only like 30 minutes have passed and you think you've been asleep forever. Or you can sometimes fall asleep and wake up and you've been asleep for 8 hours, but you feel like it was just a matter of moments. And you're like, oh my gosh, so there is some sort of internal time travel that does happen with sleep. I thought that was really interesting. The next slide.
Can I just quickly tie up two things that we've just been speaking about?
Yeah.
I don't want people to think I've got a urine fetish, but it involves urine again.
Oh, we all think that.
Dinner table talk from Inner Guardians.
There's an occult practice that is becoming quite mainstream, or relatively mainstream. It's
Stream,
a 4-hour.
stream. Oh no, sorry.
Mainstream. Sorry,
Continue.
carry on.
Oh, he's got his signals
Oh,
gone
no, his
red.
signal's gone.
Literally, we were talking about this before the show.
Okay, let me just boot
Oh
him
no,
out
what
and get him
happened?
back. Oh,
Was it my joke?
No, whenever he starts to say anything good, he loses signal. Now,
Look, he's got.
Okay, he's instantly back with full signal. How weird is that? Yeah, so you were saying the mainstream, and we made a silly joke about it.
Yeah, so it's called a four. There's different terms, but let's say 4-hour protocol for sleep. So what you do is you drink lukewarm water directly before you go to sleep on an empty stomach. Now, when you do that, it means that you will wake up after 4 hours to go to the toilet. When you go to the toilet, you can either just go back to sleep or you can drink the urine, then go back to sleep. Now, if you drink the urine and go back to sleep, you'll then go into a particular dream state, which will actually, it can give you a glimpse into another life that you're living in a different dimension. But you have to do 4 hours sleep, wake up, not for too long, like literally minutes, enough time to go to the toilet, then go back to sleep. And then you'll enter into a particular dream state.
But you have to drink the urine.
No, you don't have to, but if you do, that would be
it helps.
It's a bonus, yeah.
Gosh.
I do love
it reminds me of that
sensation.
episode of South Park where they start getting stray cats and sniffing the cats. Well, they get the cats to spray in their face, and they start having these insane hallucinogenic trips from it, like
Did
going to a
you
whole different.
Ooh.
did anybody from Rise Above watch that Joe Rogan video I put in the group when it's got that guest? And Joe Rogan's explaining a story about his friend who took, I can't remember what it was, some sort of hallucinogen, and he was literally out of his face for, I don't know, a couple of hours. When he came back, no, it's Lance. You might know more about this. There's some kind of hallucinogen that you can take, and it lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh, that would be DMT.
Salvia.
Or salvia, yeah.
Anyway, he apparently you go quickly and then you come straight back. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
his
salvia.
friend went
DMT.
for 10 minutes or so. When he came back, he was like completely traumatized. And when he come round, he explained that he lived for 4 months in a different life.
Yeah.
So in 10 minutes, he experienced another life for 4 months.
Yeah, well, when they did the experiments with DMT with Dr. Rick Strassman, when he wrote the book The Spirit Molecule, they gave it to a whole range of people, from ex-junkies to college professors. They gave it to one guy who'd been a shaman for 30 years, and they gave him a couple of doses, and he said, "Oh, that's nothing." And then they gave him what was called like a flood dose, and it was intravenously. And he said basically, not only did that one dose teach him more than 30 years of intensive studying of shamanism, he said he was already completely telepathic, all these different, extra sensory perception skills. He said he lived for 1,000 years in this one trip. He literally went but completely back to source. And after the trip, for the rest of his life, he now describes himself as 1,055 years old. There's whole interviews with this guy online. It's very, very interesting. We'll have to do. You've got your mute on. We'll have to do an episode on it.
Let's get him on the show.
I'll try and see if
That
yeah, but he'll be like 1,065 years old now. Yeah,
Well,
but
I think
here's the
most people have done it even with dreams. I mean, I know I've done it with the snooze button. My snooze button's set for 5 minutes. I remember one time I woke up, went back to sleep, and my dream was around about 3 hours. Then when the alarm went off again, I woke up. So it was only 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So I was able to dream for 3 hours within 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had a very
That's
similar
time
experience.
travel. There's something really magical. There's really something really special about that. And that's a subconscious mind too. There's so much we don't understand about the subconscious mind. You mentioned the snooze. I'm reading this book. It's called The Power of the Subconscious Mind, and it's really rocking my world. Sometimes even the most basic things, sometimes I love relearning all the things that we hold true. And I don't really know much about how our subconscious mind works, but I do know that if I'm a very early riser, I don't like staying up late, but I can get up early so easily. All I have to do is tell myself I need to get up at X time. And now it's modern life. I do set my, alarm, but I always wake up before it. I always have. It's a hallmark of what I thought was just me. I thought that I was just really good at that. I really had an acuity to telling my subconscious mind or telling myself before I went to bed, I need to wake up at X time. I'm kind of anxious sometimes. So thought it was more of that. I was like, oh, I'm just too anxious. It's too important. I have to wake up at this. But even when it's not important, I can still say, yeah, I really want to be up by X time. And if I set that before I go to bed, I'll wake up at literally that. I don't have to use my alarm. And that is not unique to me. That is something that our subconscious mind does for us. It's kind of unexplainable, but if you are firm with setting your intention of waking up at a certain point in the morning, you really do not need your alarm. But I think a lot of these technologies, their whole function is to take away our ability to cognate in that way, a thing that we used to do that we can no longer do. Same thing with like memorizing phone numbers. I don't know how important this is, but I used to know every phone number that mattered. I'm born in a certain time. I was born in, I grew up when we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have numbers programmed into things. We had to learn a phone number and dial, manually and hear that response in the tonal, the acuity of each number. We would have to be registered that every single time we did it.
It's like in the muscle memory of your fingers on the keypad.
You could hear it. It was so many different inputs. Yeah. And muscle memory, absolutely. Beep, boop, bop, boop, beep, boop,
I can still remember the number to my first home.
Can you remember the sound of dialing that number? Dun, dun, dun,
No,
dun, dun,
no,
dun,
I
dun.
can't know.
Yeah, that's one of them I can remember of mine. Yeah. But it's just interesting because there are all these, like, it lays all these like template, it creates all these like pattern inroads for you to remember.
I mean, how many
I can't
how
remember
many
a phone
people
number
these
now.
days have got a phone book with
Nobody.
numbers written down? No.
We don't need it. Like an address book,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
an actual address book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein's got a good one.
I love that. What a little rabbit hole. That I love exploring how much we believe, pencil on paper as a proof of anything. We believe characters on a page. When I was one of my main fascinations, if you've ever listened to anything that I do, you know that I am obsessed with JonBenet Ramsey. The case was, kind of like it's the Maddie in the UK. We had our John, but JonBenet was Maddie, and so it's like this. It's a Lucy story where a girl goes missing seemingly. The family's under an umbra of suspicion. A big part of this story, of the JonBenet story, was a ransom note. And when I was investigating the GAN technology and the GAN connections, the ransom note to me looked like a byproduct of a learned handwriting, of like a handwriting font, like a font that was like a character font. We understand like Times New Roman, or, we understand these set fonts can exist that are based on certain characters and patterns, and, they're designed. But a font can be created based on what looks to be handwriting. Something
An
could be a font,
algorithm.
an algorithm, exactly. And it can look like handwriting, but it's actually a font. And that's what that when I look at the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs, I see handwriting, but that doesn't mean it's a human hand. It just looks that way. And that makes us go, look, someone wrote in a book. And that's it. There's so many different things that make us think it's real, because we tend to believe that handwriting is so unique and special, and we need handwriting experts to and if someone wrote it in a book, then it's it's just like the Sumerian tablets. If we write it down, it must be the truth. It must be important and real. And this is what happens when the thing that appears to be writing isn't even like a human. What if it's like a piece of art and not an actual, like an artifact? Oh, even the word artifact, it's like artifact, fabrication. These Sumerian tablets, it could have just been a piece of artwork that we now believe is the canon to human language.
Because they were first translated by Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, and no one else has translated it, so nobody knows.
And plenty of stuff has been said about him posthumously, after he's been gone.
Yeah.
That he was basically, cabal or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you translate a brand new language that no one's ever seen before, and it's like the oldest language ever, and there's no root language to compare it to, and you become the world authority on it, well, there you go. It's like,
I'm so glad you brought this up. There was I think it was a Google funded project where they taught two machines to communicate with each other, and they based on a set language that was existing. Well, these machines quickly developed their own language, which nobody could understand. They were like, shut it down right now. They're doing what they weren't supposed to do. Like they immediately said, this is too
they
strange.
were scared.
Yeah, they got scared because they had no idea what was being communicated with the new language. Okay, so back to the presentation. Let's wrap this bad boy up. Okay, so in my sand adventures, and I was, one thing that I think is really interesting is sand is the fundamental. We talked about it earlier, but sand is glass, sand is mirrors. I found this Marvel universe, this deep way back into the Marvel universe, and found this 1960s, 63 character actually, and he was called Sandman. And he lived in the land of dreams, and he ruled over that land by placing literally, this sounds so weird, but he literally would place a blanket over the land, and that would control them. Like every night they would go to sleep. But he randomly could also be turned into glass after being heated to 3,400 degrees Fahrenheit. He would turn into glass, turn into like a series of mirrors. So just a really random character. He didn't stick around for all that long. I'm not all that surprised as to why. Next on the thing is the whole idea of an hourglass. I think is really fascinating because it brings me back to my favorite topic, which is looping reality, the concept of Aurora Boros, this infinity symbol. Yes, time flows through an hourglass over and over and over. Every time you turn it, you revolution the idea of a revolution, but you actually have to do a revolution on an hourglass to have it be functional. If it lays on its side, it reaches a stillness. It stops moving. Time stands still, I guess, so it's kind of interesting. We forget that there is a function outside of the practical use of these things, which communicates something very deep to us. And I think that it represents an infinity. And I do think at the cross point of the infinity symbol is a stillness, is a null point where things are not moving. They're not passing or receiving. They're not coming or going. They're not doing anything. And when we turn something on its side, we can actually stand in that stillness of the X point and just be still and not continue on with the illusion. And there is a quote from Westworld that I put in my little notes that I wanted to read. Dr. Robert Ford was talking about, if you are familiar with Westworld, he's kind of the architect, the creator of this realm, of this Westworld realm. And he quoted a poem. And I thought it was really, and it happened to mention sand. And it said, "To see the world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower is to hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour." And I love that because we really do hold everything in our hand. If you have an hourglass in your hand, you're seeing the whole world represented in a grain of sand. You're also holding infinity in the palm of your hand. Literally every hourglass is shaped to create a semi-infinity symbol. And you really are holding what could be eternity, constantly rotating. The ship measures its entire progress on this rotation of one device. Like eternity is measured in this single hour, the single transmission of sand back and forth can represent eternity if we let it. And that goes into the next slide, which is the Ouroboros. And then this is how I really just finished it out. The concept of mirror, the next slide really shows, this is something that really sticks with me from childhood. I remember looking in mirrors when I would go to my mom with like a department store, and we'd go somewhere and I'd be sitting in the department store, in the dressing room, just bored out of my mind and watching her try on clothes. And I would be fascinated when we'd be in those, like, when there'd be a mirror on this side and a mirror on this side, and I could create like an infinite version of myself doing, but what I would do is I was always try to trick the mirror and find that one rogue infinite me that was doing something different. I never found that rogue me, but I remember as a kid, I was fascinated by mirrors. And I liked to go, I hate shopping, but I liked to go shopping with my mom because it allowed me to play with the mirrors. And I remember I would always turn my back to the mirror and turn around and see if I could trick the mirror really fast. If I could just do it when I was least expecting myself to do it. Somehow I knew the mirror was reading my mind. If I could just trick myself, I could trick the mirror. Human vibration was bubbling very early. There was method to the madness from
we had a bathroom at my parents it's still there. It's still the same house that had two large mirrors facing each other, and we always used to call it the time tunnel. You'd stand there and look but it was a wonky time tunnel because one of the mirrors
it goes like this.
Yeah,
it's taking a minute it's taking a microsecond to go. And there's a theory that if you did a whole series of mirrors, could you send yourself back in time? Could you be back in time? Could you see back in time? Could you see into the future somehow? But it's fascinating. It's a theorem. I'm not sure how practically it could apply. Someone mentioned that mirrors are made of sand. Yes. Again,
have you heard of scrying?
What's it called?
Scrying. Where you look
a scrying mirror. Yeah, I'm saying it in a different way, but where it's curved in a specific way, and you can kind of see a raised reality. Is that right? Or
it's basically you're looking into it's
like a looking
normally
glass.
In black. Yeah, well, you're looking to avoid, and it enables you to project into different dimensions, different ways of looking at things, different perceptions. Also, it enables you to see into the future, prediction.
That's like looking into a crystal ball, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of thing. And crystals is silica, same thing. Yep, quartz crystal.
But this is an ancient practice. Silica. Well, I say ancient. It was quite prolific in the last few centuries.
Alice in Wonderland through the Looking Glass. That's a huge portion of, I feel like, back in our consciousness as well. There's something illusory,
And the
illusion.
time and the rabbit.
Oh yeah, again, playing with our understanding of time. He's always got what does he famously say? Always late to, anyway, he's got the pocket watch. Ever present, and he's always trying to get everybody to remember that they're late for something. A very important date is what he says.
9 p.m. on Friday nights. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I've got that on the t-shirt. That rabbit, and he's got the little watch.
Oh, that's perfect.
And it's got the Eye of Ra on it, and it says you know what time it is. It's Friday night, 9 p.m.
That's perfect. I love that.
Well, I think going back to the scrying, I think pretty much everybody does it in one way or another by using television.
Yes. Yep. And even the way the diodes on the TVs project towards us, the way for all the technology of TVs, it's changed over many, many, many iterations. But ultimately, it's just tiny little diodes of light communicating wavelengths, and we're accepting that as this form that it's created using all these. I mean, if you were to really zoom in on a TV, it all turns into diodes, like little LED red, blue, green pixel individual. There's nothing to see, but as you pull out, then you're able to make sense of this noise, this wavelength noise, visual noise, and we accept that as content media. Blah blah blah. The human system is really interesting. This kind of goes to my next slide. One of my favorite explorations, and I would say this is kind of getting back into real. This presentation hasn't been as HV as it usually is, but I think this is something.
It's been great.
I would say it's less on conspiracy and just more on discovery. But this one right here with this, so on the right, of course, we have the wiring of the human body. That's our central nervous system right there. On the left, we've got the wiring of a computer. And I think that human beings are the most sophisticated computer on the planet. I think we are computers. I think that people get offended when you say that a human is a computer, because we've been taught that computers are just hunks of junk. That's what we've been taught. We've been taught that, a computer's that thing that sits over there and computes. Well, what do? We compute all day long. We are it's highly advanced computational machines. Everything we do is a computation. And we're taking in inputs and making direct just like your hand moves without you even being aware of it. We're computing every single faculty, every single thought, idea, movement, motion, sound, word. Literally everything that comes out of us is a computation, and when you're thinking, you're computing. So in every moment, is there really a moment of sleeping, which is still you're still computing information while you sleep? We're all day long, we are computing information. We are computers. And if you were really to compare the human body to a computer, our heart is the central processing unit. That's where everything flows in and flows out of. That's a definition of a CPU, a central processing unit. The central unit that processes. Our heart is a central unit that processes the blood. Everything recycles. You can't miss it. You can't bypass the heart. If you're in the blood system, you can't bypass the heart. Okay, the brain is the random access memory, essentially RAM. That's where our ability to focus on any given thing is operated through our brain system. Our nervous system is kind of like a motherboard. Our muscles are like the bus. Again, talking about how cities are like these, motherboards, essentially representations. Our bodies are like a motherboard. Like our muscles and our musculature and our tendons. Everything is sending. It's wiring. Again, it's like tubes. Our tendons are tubes for our central nervous system wires to go inside of our body. Is really extraordinarily machine, like an extraordinary machine. Our mouth is like our speaker, essentially. The female vagina is a printer. You can literally print a human from the vagina. Or the womb, because it can come out C-section, so it doesn't need to be that. But the hands are kind of like our mouse or keyboard system. Eyes are essentially like our webcam. Ears are our microphone. Face is our monitor. Our skin specifically is our largest organ, and that is our casing system. Our skin case. We even call it like a computer skin. The outside of a computer is called the skin. Skinning. Anyway, so yeah, I think that we are actually highly advanced computers, bioorganic machinery. It doesn't diminish us in any way. I don't think it doesn't make us less than. I think we just need to recognize what we are. And we are electric-based systems. Like our central nervous system is right there, but we need electrolytes to survive. They're called electrolytes. It's electric. We are batteries. We are actually the human body system is a replenishing, recharging battery system that decays over time. All batteries die. There's not any battery on the planet that we've ever been able to find, or I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but we haven't used it in our society yet. But there's no battery systems. We're told battery systems just decay and decay and decay and decay and decay, and one day they have to be discarded. That's what that's kind of what a human does. Over time, it decays, and one day we are
in the
discarded.
occult world, they call it the law of seven, which is actually octaves. So I've kind of touched upon this before. It's a very deep subject. I won't go into it now, obviously, but it basically it means that there's no perpetual motion.
Law of seven. Law of seven.
It's the law of seven, but it's the law of octaves, because
Mm-hmm.
in an octave, if you look at do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, and
Mm-hmm.
so on, it starts with a do and ends with a do. So it's the two do's unite, and that gives you the eight, the
The
infinity.
infinity symbol.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
all life is based on octaves, and
Mm.
that's to do with the movement of energy. So, for instance, if I move my arm, that means I have to expend a certain amount of energy to move my arm, and it doesn't. It's not for free. I
Right.
have to spend energy for movement to
And we
exist.
don't realize it, but we are. Like, and our
Yeah.
system is allocating all those resources. Our
And
operating system is
also the particular path that, or one of the paths, my main path, the first principle is that man is a machine. And that gets me into a lot of problems with people, because the first reaction that people have is, I'm not a machine, I'm a human, but even that is a mechanical reaction. It's a mechanical reaction. It's like a
I think
machine.
your octaves is an incredible, that with colors too. With the color chart,
Yeah.
the eighth color is the connector, is the purple, the line of purples, and then you start back over with
again.
the Roy G. Biv. Yeah. But you have to get to the Roy, the red on one side, the blue on the other. They couldn't be farther apart. They couldn't be more disconnected. But then you have an octave change, which becomes the purple, the magenta, with the magenta in the center. And then that can connect magically these two polar opposite sides. They're back starting at point one, which is just like your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. You're back again there's an analogy of, there is, an idea that the trap door at the bottom will spit you back out at the top. That's kind of like the magic of the octaves. I think there's definitely something to that. Oh, and the human body system, law of the seven, our DNA is such that it halves. It halves with each coupling, just like any sort of biological sequence. You progenate and it halves. They progenate and then it's divided again. And they progenate and it's divided again. And soon there is less and less and less and less and less of that original seed. And that number is 7. That number is 7. When you get to the 7th offspring, that is the last trace of the starting point that you're measuring from.
Don't they say the 7th son of the 7th son?
Yeah, there's a whole film called The 7th Son. It's actually really good, and it's the 7th son of the 7th son, and they have these special abilities that they can basically slay demons and stuff.
Of course, some action thriller.
What if this is a 7-generation system, or like an 8-generation loop system? And like with each generation of technology, they say it's an improvement. Maybe with each generation of humanity, we are an improvement upon the original base. And if we can get off the ride, theoretically, if we can figure it out and get off the ride, maybe we don't repeat. But maybe this whole thing is just like this repeating loop of DNA, and we just start over.
I originally fell out with my sort of indoctrinated education, because I got kicked out of school because I had an argument with the teacher about
Good for you.
the second law of thermodynamics. entropy and evolution and perpetual motion. He couldn't answer the questions that I was, or the contradictions that I was raising, because he was teaching me evolution and that things evolve, as in things progress. And then he was also teaching me the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy, which means things degrade. So how can the two, they're contradictory. You can't have it both ways. So either we evolve or we de-evolve. You can't teach the second law of thermodynamics of entropy, degradation, and teach progress in evolution. So either from the Big Bang, which is what they taught me, we're degrading or we're evolving. If we're evolving, that means that there's perpetual motion and there's no entropy.
That's deep, but you're right. Yeah, they contradict themselves in a way that can't be explained if you buy into the faulty logic.
Exactly, yeah. But
And I love the
I was
exploration.
I was probably 11 years old when I
You're
had this
11 years old when you had that.
So it started early for you too. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of freaked out the teacher, and I got sent home. I had to try and explain it to my mother. Poor lady.
Someone said hot goes to cold until the temperature equalizes. I'm trying to wrap my head around that, but I do understand what they mean. Like this, the temperature differentials are quite wacky until there's like an equilibrium of some sort. Just I'm obsessed with reading y'all's. You guys have the best commenters.
Really,
I'm like
it's
I'm trying
really
to follow
fast as
along
well.
and do this and keep up, but I'm
I know. I'm trying to monitor
and
it, and it's really
informative.
quick. Sometimes there's more than one being posted at once, and they're just flying
I'm
up.
having a blast though. It's fun to watch.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes to this thing about I almost said the word then, with regards to quack scenes, things becoming their own opposite. So as an example, I had a teacher, and his theory was, so for instance, if you burnt yourself, that you shouldn't put cold water on it. You should actually put more heat on it.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a it's weird compared to contemporary science or the known science.
And yeah, you can get a burn. You can be burned from the cold too, and it's such an interesting and sensations. And someone mentioned we started off with Wim Hof. We talked about that at the very top, and someone just texted too. Wim Hof breathing mechanisms can turn the sensation of cold into a sensation of heat, even extreme heat. Like you can almost feel like your toes are burning or something. Yeah, just
Yeah,
But
mine over matter.
there is definitely some kind of law that everything becomes its own opposite. There is definitely something about that.
Polarization is how this realm is powered. I think the opposite, they need us to be on opposite sides of everything. That explains all of our political polarization, societal polarization. They need us like totally separated. Nobody's going to stay at the center point, because a polarization is very similar to the infinity symbol in that it's always looping. If something is polarized, it is constantly in motion because it is spinning with the energy of its rotational polarizing force, like magnets. You can keep something.
Well, if you look at the liberal, the so-called liberal people, they've become fascist.
Yeah. And
the same with revolutions. When you have a revolution, they become more tyrannical than what they revolted against. It's a law.
I love that they call them revolutions too, because it's like we're keep doing this over and over, revolving,
going round and round,
going round and round.
We've been going for almost 3.5 hours.
Okay, let me finish up. I'm so sorry. I got cut. Let me just blow through these last ones. Blowing it right there. Okay, so this is a silica quarry. Back to okay. This is a silica quarry, which I thought was so interesting because it reminded me of a couple of things. First, if you scroll to the next slide, it looks like this piece of art that is a modern representation of one of my favorite works of art that I've actually introduced into. It's the Manifest Destiny. So if you go to the next slide, it's like a version of this painting that I've introduced in previous. This reminds me of like Dolores from Westworld. But if you go, I'll continue with this like templates on the silica quarry. So again, this is what a silica quarry looks like. It reminded me of the two things, the artwork, but also reminded me of the next slide, which is these cities in these temples that are built into the side of the mountain. Like it literally, if you zoom into the way that the silica quarry crumbles upon itself, when you're mining this entity, it looks like these structures, these structural things that have been carved out. I kind of think that that's telling us something about these cities that we find, all the, when we think about deep history and we come across these things that have been built into the side of mountains and carved in stone in such a way. I think we kind of need to look at stone as a surface for art now, and history being an aesthetic artwork, more of something we need to study in that way instead of this thing that really, really happened. We need to kind of look at everything as a fabricated piece of reality, unreal.
Masonry.
Okay, yeah, of masonry, literally the making of things, the foundational elements, the laying of the brickwork, and what's
The
bricks.
fabricators.
Fabricators, yeah, everything's fabricated. The last slide, this is the sand dune. This is really interesting. I think sand moves in a really interesting way. It looks like water, the waves, you can kind of see it. Actually, sand does move like water. Physically, sand has movement properties that are very similar to water when in the given the right circumstances. Yes, but also sand in its basic form, they have shown that sand can communicate with itself. Sand dunes, which are these structures that you see here, they actually communicate with other dunes as they move downstream from their neighbors, and they are all in accordance with each other, just like trees communicate. We're familiar with that. They've got this complicated, complex root system that's sending all sorts of information, real information, energy and information and resources and nutrition. Sand as well, the little grains of sand, these tiny little grains of sand, when they're in these formations, form, again, back to this whole thing that we've been talking about. Even Taiwan was originally called Form, and that's what, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I think that there is something very, very, very significant about what sand is and does and represents. And I think that ultimately all of this sophisticated technology is built on sand and will crumble as such. And we are just it's going to happen. It's all sand. And just like Rome crumbled to dust, seemingly, all of what we understand is this maybe metaverse, I guess, might return to sand. But again, I don't think it's a fiery collapse. Like
the metaverse is also built of sand as well.
I think that we will transition out in a way that we have no ability to even know what it's going to be like. I'm not here to say what that is or will be, but I do think that what we're in right now is not real, and we are now seeing that, and the crumbling infrastructure, literally Biden's bridges are falling down. The infrastructure is crumbling. I think that is a bigger metaphor for what's actually happening right now, and things are crumbling, and everything really is going to return to its natural form, sand somehow. I don't know.
And time is an
built
illusion.
on sand. Yeah, like sand through an hourglass.
Well, the definition of real time is the fourth dimension. In the third dimension, time is not real.
Yeah.
The true definition of the fourth dimension is to experience time.
Yes, and you need that outside regulator body. Yeah, outside.
The definition of the fifth dimension is eternity. So time and eternity aren't the same. You can experience them simultaneously, but we're in the third dimension and we get glimpses of time. We also get glimpses of eternity. The true definition of being or existing in the fourth dimension, I mean, there's many terms for the fourth dimension, but we'll just use the commonly known one, is where you actually experience time. Then to get to the fifth dimension is eternity.
You had to start going whole rabbit, didn't you?
Yeah.
You had to start going whole rabbit.
Someone mentioned that kinetic sand is sand is sand mixed with silicon. So kinetic sand, there is a term for sand actually mixed with extreme silicon. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? I love that. The more information, the better. I love it. Sand.
But I think an interesting aspect of sand is friction.
This is the part I took out of my thing because it was too long. But the whole fracking,
Sorry, Lance.
industry.
Okay.
So oil exploration right now is all based on like fracking, hydraulic fracturing, where you basically send a pressurized system down into the earth, and it uses sand. It sends sand down into to create friction, to create more places where the oil can be to push in, so the oil then can come out. And so yeah, sand is being used in everything, like literally every aspect of our society.
Built on sand.
Friction, fissure, sand, yeah. And the pearl, again, the sand, tiny little bead of sand goes in the pearl, goes in the oyster. And over time, because of that tiny little irritant, that single grain of sand, is this whole world, this whole perfect sphere universe based on a tiny little irritant. When you imagine like loosh harvesting, all these little irritants, they're building universes off of our energy somehow. They're building universe off of our discomfort. Pearls off of.
Well, this is the
Gosh,
definition of the denying force. The denying force acts as friction for the growth of our essence or loosh.
Well,
What a presentation.
thanks, guys. This was fun.
I'm left speechless after that.
2.5 hours in.
Yes.
Or 3.5 hours in.
3.5 hours in. Yeah, we really need to have a break.
Did I fall asleep? No, I'm kidding.
No, we that time suspended itself there, and now all of a sudden we're 3.5 hours into the show. Wow.
Well, that's a good example of being able to bend time, because it doesn't seem like 3 hours.
No,
we did
not
it,
at all.
guys.
We did it. Right, now we are going to have a break, which is going to be just under 20 minutes, where I'm going to play the latest edition of the trilogy, the Chronicles of Godvalamashed, as we call it in Godvaj. It's called, what is it called? Raw Waves. Human Vibration. Whether you want to stick around after to have a general chat and answer questions is up to you. We've already taken a lot of your time.
I would love to stick around.
Okay, that'd be great.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Well, we'll be back very soon. And this is the latest Godvaj. Enjoy.
You said 20 minutes? Is that what you said?
The map of
20
Sir
minutes.
John Mandeville. Zoom in to a place where you have a wall. The map of Sir John Mandeville. Zoom in to a place where you have a wall. The Jews of the 10 lost tribes are shut up in those hills. They are called Gog and Magog, and they can get out on no side. King Alexander drove them there, for he intended to shut them up with the work of his men. So where is this wall when you put on the continents? When you look for the gates of Alexander, Alexander is supposedly Alexander the Great. He sure doesn't look Macedonian to me. In other versions it is Du al-Qarnayn, building the wall with the help of the jinn. Who is this enemy they are terrified of? The Jews of the 10 lost tribes. So they are locked up with their snake god, the demiurge, Q, Quetzalcoatl. Where would this wall be? Are we talking the Chinese wall? Locking people up, building a wall? I wonder whose side Trump is on. The 10 tribes were locked up behind a wall. Well, there is something strange about this wall. These 2 tribes were not locked up. And what about Gog and Magog? Are these 2 Judah and Benjamin, or Gog and Magog? Yuri Gagarin, Radio Gaga, Mr. Gaga, Google. And we all know this one. Let's go back to London. One of my viewers said, "Hey, I thought you found Yahweh in New York, in the St. Nicholas Church." Well, he's right. But let's take a look at the map. So it all starts in London with the first industrial revolution. Then we have New York, and we have the American digital revolution. So now we have the third revolution in Wuhan, the 5G revolution. Huawei sounds like Yahweh. And the distance between New York and Wuhan is on my map exactly the same, and it also sounds the same. So it is my guess that several stones are being used to install the grid. Somewhere in Wuhan there has to be a similar pattern. Another tip from a viewer: take a look at the word Betilus. Betilus are sacred stones that were supposedly endowed with life or gave access to a deity. And when you take a look at a Roman coin, it sure looks like a Benben stone to me. Here we have the meaning of the word: Bet-El, house of God. This reminds me, of course, of Bethlehem, the connection with the Christ, the Beetle, the Beatles, or Beetlejuice. You have the monarch, the archon, sitting on the black Benben stone. And another viewer said, hey, what about Macron, the M-archon, le maudit prince, the Ba and the Ka, the M-Urkel. So I thought, well, what about Marconi, Guglielmo Marconi, another Gugu? And that brings us to radio waves. Remember, organic life is doubling or mirroring. Remember this pattern? 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 2 is 4. Always doubling itself. That gave us this symbol, the Greek letter Phi or Fa. As I was looking at the word radio wave, I came to the conclusion that the V and the W are actually in the word wave. So the word is describing the pattern, and wave is the Roman version of the Greek Phi or Fa. We also have the parasitic signal, the 3-6-9 combination, the Ra signal. So if the Fa and the wave are actually the same signal, let's examine the word virus. The Fa of Ra. But because wave and Fa are the same, it is the wave of Ra. Now let's take the word radio wave. Dios stands for God, the Ra God wave. That means that radio wave and virus are the same word. So the radio wave is a virus. The virus is a radio wave. Thank God we have a mask to protect ourselves. I showed in a previous video that I think that the Greek letters are following the cell division. This language is probably organic. 24 characters, 2 and 2 is 4. All brainwaves have a Greek letter. Imagine what would happen if we had 24 of them. And we probably have. The Roman language is probably the parasitic overtake of the Greek. 26 characters, 6 the number of the parasite. Let's take a look now at the electromagnetic spectrum. In electro you hear the word L and Ra. In French lumière, it's lumen and Ra, the light of Ra. take a look at the parasitic waves. They all hold the word Ra. Draw the attention to one hand, and in the meantime do a trick with the other one. And make as lot of noise as you can. We know where these tricks are coming from. And that made me think of the word phoenix, the phi and the x. In Flemish the word niks is nothing. So you have the phi and nix. Phi and nix. You even have the fa nix. It's all about destroying the organic signal, the fa.
So researchers discovered young people are developing horn-like spikes on the back of their skulls due to long periods of time spent looking down at their mobile devices.
That's right. They're not horns. They're bone spurs growing off the back of the skull from bending our heads forward, from using mobile devices, cell phones, and tablets.
Why does the body form these spurs just from that kind of posture?
Well, from bending our head forward rather than keeping it straight, and looking down at texting and at mobile devices, which is a new phenomenon in the last decade or two.
Recently someone said I have a demonic channel because I'm attacking the Lord Jesus Christ. The only way to be saved is by Jesus. Well, there was another chosen one who was going to save us. I'm still waiting.
I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccine.
So let's take a look of what is really behind Jesus Christ. But first, let's start with this. In the parasitical system, the male and the female are counter-rotating. So it is my guess they are half male and half female. Now take the organic system, female and male. Both systems harmoniously make the same pattern. Now let's say I want to make a hand sign for this system. What would it look like? What do you think of this sign? 2 fingers for the male and the female. 2 fingers for the phallus and the circle for the female womb, or the circle of the organic center. When phallus and female come together, they fa. Now let's take a look at some old paintings. 2 fingers but open hand and fingers crossed. Open hand, fingers crossed, and the other hand the Freemasonic M. Open hand, fingers crossed, and blood wound in the center, like the dagger in the heart. Some more voodoo. The word Christ, the Roman version, that's a lot of karaba if you ask me. The Greek version, the Christ, the He and the Ro, the Archon. The resurrection, the phoenix coming back. King Jesus with the crown, the rod and the globe. The Julius Caesar connection. Jesus blessing the center of the Holy Grail, the crater, the body of Christ. Jesus standing under the dome is coming back with an army of angels. And when he comes back, he will wipe out all the unbelievers. Now let's presume that Jesus is an ascended master. Do you really think he would solve all your problems? No, he would teach you and explain you how to solve your own problems. So in my view, Christ is the parasite playing savior, creating false hope and traumatizing your subconscious. A dead man on a cross. And you people are all sinners. You don't deserve to live. You are useless eaters. Well, if Christ is the parasite, what would be our real God? Take a look again at the movement of Earth. This pattern is the life-giving energy. I called it in a previous video the APAP energy. Take the pattern Fa and double it like children. Gives you Fafa or Papa. The inversion of APAP also brings you to the word Pope. I think that the papacy was an ancient snake cult, but it was taken over by the parasitic Jesus cult. So in the Greek version it would bring you to the word Father. In the wave version it would bring you to water, wind, the forces of nature. So if you are looking for a name for God, take a look at the indigenous people and not at religion. And take a look at history, where Christianity is wiping out all indigenous cultures. Well, you wonder why. Let's make an organic wave. Do the hand sign and create the APAP pattern. This would be the sign of blessing, and not this one. This is the Heil Hitler, HH. H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. Even then, they were trying to close you up in an eternal loop. The Metaverse.
You can basically do anything with synthetic RNA, DNA. It's like a computer program. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence.
If you want to bless synthetic life, give it the cross. If you want to bless organic life, give it the wave. But if you give organic life the cross, it becomes a curse. You have the dead Christ. You have the resurrected Christ. You have the dead Jon Snow. You have the resurrected Jon Snow. You have the dead Snow White. You have the resurrected Snow White. So if Snow White is Jesus Christ, well, we have to invert the whole story. Then the witch is the wave, the apple, the organic pattern. Then Snow White disrupted our energy field. Now she's lying under the dome, waiting to be resurrected. Disrupting the system. The apple. Was Jesus the one? The Neo? Hacking the system? But did something go wrong? Is he trapped in the system? And what about the 7 dwarfs? The opening of the 7 seals marks the second coming of the Christ.
I'll be back.
I don't think so.
Whoa.
There you go.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, what would you say after that? Godvaj, as ever, absolutely.
Big up Wim.
Yeah, big up Wim. Hope he's watching actually, because
there's some sync there.
There's some sync there. I swear, there's a lot of similarities with what human vibration has just been talking about, with what Wim was talking about there. Certainly with templates, template after template. Let's invite everybody back.
We've got Word Nerd as well.
Hello, Word Nerd. Let me get rid of this graphic. It's not the best one. Leave it alone. That's better. Greetings.
Good evening. I got quite kicked there before the end of Human Vibration. She's gone, is she?
Oh no, she's still here. She'll be back with us in a minute. Yeah, welcome back into 2022, Word Nerd.
Hi everyone.
Good to see you, my man.
Yeah, good to be back. Big love to all of you. Yes. Hello. Hi.
All right. We'll carry on with the slides, because we're going to come on to the subject of Canada, and the trucks in a minute.
Yeah.
And then I'll let you go into some of the stuff that you've been finding out for us over the last couple of weeks.
I was just saying in the comments, as a cosmic Christian, if I've understood Wim correctly, I disagree based on the idea of what Jesus being the parasite.
I think the idea
with the line.
I think what he was saying was maybe the idea of how Jesus has been portrayed in sort of like a cultish way. He was saying that if Jesus was an ascended master, then he would have taught people to, improve themselves, rather than using sort of like
it's all external, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's all really
that's what I took
talking,
from it.
Talking about as well, which is what we do. For me, the devil is, or whatever you would call it, there is the false Christ for me, who poses as Jesus, and that's like almost like the Antichrist that's corrupted this whole line and why the Catholic Church is the way it is. And then there's the real one, but that's for me personally.
Okay, right. So we've got some memes. We've gone deep there for a good couple of hours.
Yeah.
We need to go to some memes. So Sagehead has been like really busy in his grotto or wherever he makes these. So we were talking, or Master Lee was talking about the power of no. So we came up with this one. It's obviously like Dr. No from James Bond. Can anyone, if you can guess some of the extra characters here? We've obviously got me as 00 or 0033 with my spliff and microphone rather than a PP7 or whatever his gun was. In the Guardians as Master Lee. Just like Odd Job. Brilliant. The Empress appears there in
Mrs. Rise Above.
Mrs. Rise Above, the first ever meme there. We've got Own Beats there, sporting like a vinyl, which looks like a handbag.
We've and also I portrayed as Avril Lavigne there.
Yeah,
Avril Lavigne. My hair down.
It's an Inner Guardians production, starring Andy PG, music by Own Beats. Yeah, love it. We've got some more. Now, this one has also come to us by Sagehead. This is follow. Oh yeah, we'll welcome Human Vibration back. Sorry, it's meme time.
I came right at the right time, it appears.
Oh,
boy.
absolutely, absolutely. This is the Chinese anal swab clinical trials at the World Economic Forum.
Yes.
But enough of that. We've also got some more stellar work here from.
Sage head again.
This is really good. Like, do you still have to wear your mask? Try out our new winter sunscreen. It's SPF 33 plus from Pfizer, 5G ready, a graphene nano spray coating.
It's 333 milliliter bottle.
And it's probably sprayed out from the guns here of the T3311 health and safety bot.
Trials show it's 92% effective at reducing at least one symptom of hypochondria.
There's so much detail. I mean, you can look at these all day. It comes with an authentic Ugandan accent,
especially designed to combat the effects of climate change.
Serco 25, love it. Really good work here by Sagehead. Yeah, so it says, remember, for your safety, the union regards all events as potentially dangerous, and we don't recommend leaving your house unless you need another booster. Killer. So obviously, you know, you've been on the show 4 times now, Human Vibration, and you have now been memed into the memosphere in all eternity. Here from Sagehead again, the Queen of PSYOP detection brings you the new Human Vibration magnifying glass, guaranteed to show you the real picture.
Sand, magnifying glass is on the neck.
Oh yeah, you've been
time.
memed.
And this was made before
a meta meme. This was made before the presentation.
Before the presentation. No one had seen the presentation when this meme was made.
Did I create my entire presentation because I might have seen this meme? I don't know.
You can't have seen this meme. You hadn't seen the meme until you were
done
the presentation. No way.
So let's have a look at this one. Organic graphene oxide free design. Promotional price £66.33.
I do love that this included the pyramids too. Like those were randomly in my. It's crazy.
And a desert full of sand, looking through the looking glass.
And multiple references to Mark Zuckerberg.
And the king of Silicon Valley. So you've got the Silicon Valley of the kings. Brilliant work once again.
Will you look at
Amazing.
that? Brilliant.
So we had a great one this week. Apparently, there's a new Omicron variant which is 33% more infectious.
Of course, it is. Well,
more likely to beat Britney Spears. So I said something like, "What was that? Like son of Omicron?" Or someone sent me a message saying, "Do a meme, son of Omicron." But yeah, Stagehead came out with this one. Congratulations, it's a boy, son of Omicron, 33%. We've also got we were talking about Elon Musk last week. Someone's like Robo Musk. Part man, part machine, all theatrics.
Oh yeah, because that's what we coined, didn't we? Robo Musk.
Yeah, who coined that?
Someone in the chat. I can't remember who actually coined that.
Yeah, really good. That's how we do. So on to the subject of Canada, I suppose. So we've got someone else. Who was it? Who asked for this one with Putin and like the head of the truckers convoy?
I think Master Lee asked for this, maybe.
Yeah, that's mine. That's my manifestation.
Is this your one? Brilliant.
Look, you got Trudeau missing. Look, he's jetpacking off in the background.
Putin gets the blame for everything, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's definitely Putin. I've even heard that like everything that we believe about the Soviet Union, that's all Russian bots that have fed, and Chinese bots that have fed us the misinformation, so that more people die of the people's pandemic. Yeah, right. Okay, right. We're on the subject of Canada, and we've got Spoken Word Nerd here, right? So, Word Nerd, you have been doing some digging into the situation in Canada, right?
Aye.
Because there's been some concerns about the potential for it going a bit wrong, maybe causing global famine, or at least famine in Canada, breaking the supply chains and stuff like that. So, what have you found out? Have you found anything to counter that?
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, when I spoke to them, a group of people who are close to some of the members of the leadership of these convoys, I did address that with them because I got like 5-6 hours in on the phone to them on TikTok, having a chat, and people were dropping in and out and talking to me because I put the word out that I wanted to know the truth of what was going on. And after 4 or 5 days, I hit this team. Who were close to the leadership, and I did address them with that, but they were fully equipped with Schwabian language. They were mentioning Schwab long before I did, which was encouraging. And then they mentioned about certain politicians who have come out including Schwab praising Justin Trudeau and various bootlicking going on between sides, which they're very. And I brought up the food supply chain issue because I think that's actually one of the major critical issues we're all worried about here. I explained that to them. They said that they see the worry, but at the moment the checkpoints they're in control of, food and ambulances are being allowed through.
Right. Okay. So
and they're aware of any potential fuckery on the food chain supply.
Okay. What about supermarkets and stuff like that? Is there they? Because I mean, we've all seen pictures like, you know, empty shelves and stuff like that. We had some people in the comment section, I think on Wednesday, that were in Canada saying, you know, some shelves aren't being restocked. So we're here. Yeah, it's a hard one because, like I said on Wednesday, you want to get behind it, and it's certainly getting people to come together and start saying no. Oh, sorry, Robo Musk was sheep farms.
Yeah, that was Dom.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, to give this some context before, I mean, if it's okay, I'll have to go live and play some videos, or if I can take control of the stream, I can click into them here, because that's what I've got. I've got them all in one folder. But on the ground at the moment, you've had 2.5 million people march in Ontario. That's just one city in Canada, and they're a population of about 38 million people. So compare that to our Iraq demonstration. Officially, they said it was 1.2. We all know it was at least 2 million, probably 2.2, maybe even more. But that was the biggest demonstration in British history, and that was against, obviously, the Iraq War, and in 2001, and that was, 2.5 in a country of, what are we, 60, 70 million? So Canada's got a population of 38 million. Yeah, and had 2.5 million in the capital. On the other side, that was on one day. And those numbers were confirmed by the Ontario provincial police. They have, yeah. So that was that's a staggering number. And then on the other side, I've got unconfirmed, I'll say, because this is all coming off the wire at the moment. This is going to be a longer report than just today, and there's a big event tomorrow. But what was I saying?
You were saying that at the moment,
right. There was I've got an insider. Claimed, we'll say at this point, alleged, from a telephone company right on the other side of Canada. Whilst this 2.5 million strong demonstration is going on, they had it was 900,000 and 1.7, so 1 million and 700,000 new users trying to sign on in that city at the same time. And that was on the other side of Canada. So huge events, and that's not
all over the country
at once. Yeah, over the last 5 days, and local communities out as well. This seems very verifiable. So. All the usual markers and hit pieces that the media usually use to vilify protests that we've seen, and I've certainly been documenting for 12 years now, are all being deployed. But they were worried about that as well. I'll get to that, and they're happy to address that as well. And I was reassured by that.
Okay, so it seems like there is definitely a grassroots movement on the ground.
Oh, I can show you that with some pictures. Hopefully. So look, we've had a beautiful, polished presentation from Human Vibration through some weird synchronicity. I was asleep both times. One time I'd been up for 2 days and I just passed out. I missed that entire Rise Above. The second time I fell asleep at my desk, and because the icon was on, you guys must have not noticed, and I dropped out of that one. So I am also 2 days awake at this point, so you'll have to bear with me a bit.
That's okay.
But I am awake for this one. I was going to be here for this one, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was amazing. Human Vibration, once again, I assume. I need to go and watch the other ones. That was awesome.
You need to go back and watch
that was
the
awesome.
first 3 as well.
Yeah.
Right, well, before I forget,
yes,
go on.
Go on.
I was just going to say we had Sheep Farm on the screen a minute ago. I actually received a gift from the guys at Sheep Farm, Dom especially, this vitamin C pack. And you can check them out on Health Bunker. I think it's healthbunker.co.uk.
Right.
Yeah, this vitamin C definitely works. I took some today. It works.
Nice. Well, there's been a cold going around. You know, the cold's back.
Yeah. Well, it builds up your immunity. So yeah, big up Dom for thank you for sending me the vitamin C.
Even just the basics like vitamin C, you can up the dose, and D and zinc, D3 and zinc. Excuse me, that's all I've been taking. Sorted me right out. Bit of sunlight.
What do you guys think about vitamin D with being like a hormone and activated by the sun and something that what do you guys think about that? Like,
haven't they just announced in Israel in the latest study that it's the main best thing you could take to prevent getting the people's pandemic?
Yeah. Are they admitting that now, are they?
Yeah, it's the biggest new study.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, vitamin D. Yeah, you
Been
take your
screaming
vitamin
that for
D
a while, eh?
supplements. Well, that's
Yeah.
part of Z-Pack is vitamin D, zinc, and the forbidden HCQ, isn't it?
Get out of your fucking house, sit in the sun.
Speaking of glass,
you're not recommending it.
Oh, certainly
commercial
not.
glass,
I'm
commercial
fully
glass doesn't
recommending that you
allow
get out of your
vitamin D.
houses and sit in the sunshine for at least
Sorry,
10
say that
minutes.
again. Human vibration.
Commercial glass, in my glass deep dive, commercial glass, the way it's manufactured, it has like a layer of ash in it, and it doesn't allow for vitamin D to penetrate. So even if you're in a car or in an office building or in a new home, like commercial glass, you can't get vitamin D. Like that's why you have to go outside. Why
so
did
you
they
can't get a
make glass?
suntan through a window.
And so our shelters that we believe are keeping, like they're actually restricting us from getting something that we need. It's so interesting. Why would commercial glass do that? Why put that one extra thing that renders it so we can't get our good vibes through the, I don't know. Seems kind
Lockdowns.
of suspect.
Lock-
That's kind of
lock-
suspect. Yeah.
That's the reason for lockdowns.
Bill Gates is
you
probably
don't care,
designing
son?
some new glass that doesn't even allow any light through it.
Well, and thanks, spoken word nerd, for those kind words. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. So, guys, on Canada, am I supposed to just go off? Because I've got a whole folder I've got Canadian memes fresh off the Canadian Telegram groups, which you guys can assess. I told them we've got a meme team here of 7 people, and they were very impressed. So I've had memes being sent to me, and
Can you share your screen?
I farmed these myself. How?
By clicking the little icon at the bottom that says share screen.
Okay. Really?
But you'd have to get the stream. You'd have to minimize the stream afterwards because you'd be sharing what's on your screen. You should have planned this before.
All right, it literally says share screen on it. It does.
Yeah.
Allow.
Luckily, there you go.
All right. All right, cool.
Let's see what we've got here. Right, now you've got to show your memes.
Right. Okay. So no, look.
Screen.
I'll be honest. This is not going to be a polished report like we've had from Human Vibration. Oh, by the way, before we move on to vibration, I wrote down some notes. They're completely random. Pearlescent entity is how you referred to a shell earlier. That was beautiful. True mirrors, guys. Has anyone seen this guy that's doing the true mirrors thing? Where what we see in the mirror is like a bullshit reflection. It's not the true reflection that other people see of you. And he's showing people what they actually look like in a true mirror. And
Inner
it's
Guardians
freaky
brought
as
that
fuck.
up. Inner
Is that what you were
Guardian,
talking about earlier in the Guardians?
He said we never see our own face. It's impossible.
Right.
It's impossible to really see your own face.
Right.
And the mirror image is. Yeah.
Sorry. This guy claims that it is possible because he's made a mirror that is the reverse of the reverse. So you see he claims through this mirror, you can see what other people see when they look at you. So you're actually seeing yourself, and it's so
But
much
it's still a reflection.
It is, but people are connecting with themselves on a different level because it's not as cold. You actually connect with yourself differently when you're actually looking at yourself. You look quite starkly different, and it was remarkable.
Weird.
Anyway, if you can find them, there's a whole series of people going on and looking in the mirror and seeing themselves like in the true mirror. I found it on TikTok, and I was lost in it for a good hour. It's worth a watch anyway. Sidetrack.
There's a free hack that you can do. It may not work for everybody, but I've done it before. Where you stand in front of a mirror, then you have to look at the reflection, and then you have to project your consciousness into the reflection, and then look at yourself back from the mirror. It's a bit hard to explain, but it's better with a diagram. So what you have to do is look at your reflection, then project your consciousness into the mirror, and then you start looking back at yourself.
That. I've never tried that in my entire life.
That reminds me of some dream states.
Yeah, it gives you a conscious shock, and you'll feel. Have you ever had it where, for instance, before you?
I'm about to do some mirror stuff. Oh no!
Isn't this how you summon the Candyman?
Sandman, yeah. Oh no!
Stir in the mirrors.
There's a certain sensation you get before you're going to faint, or you feel dizzy, where you feel like you come out your body through like some kind of shaking or vibration. Well, this has the same effect. Now, some people will get it first time. Some people will take quite a few attempts. But the first sign that it's working is that you feel like a vibration.
Like a pulsing behind the eyes?
Well, it can be from any part. It could be the whole body vibrating. But basically, you've got to practice projecting yourself out into the reflection and seeing yourself back. And that's a free hack. The Matrix.
Throw that one in for free.
I'm gonna try it.
Well, actually, it's not free because it's not completely free because you have to make the effort to do it.
Yeah,
you have to spend your time.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Have you prepared your memes yet, Word Nerd?
I basically have a folder at this point, guys, and I apologise. We're going to connect again tomorrow. We've already decided part 2 is going to be tomorrow because everyone's converging in Ottawa tonight, but there's a big rally of rallies tomorrow across Canada. But yes, if you're ready for it, I've got it's a different flow of pace though. There's 2 videos.
Okay.
Like a summary death report and an introduction. Promise I'll play.
Yeah, play your video.
You sure? We're going to go balls deep into Canada then for like the next little bit. Short bit.
What is this the video you sent to me earlier?
No.
Okay, play it. Yeah.
I can't remember what I sent you earlier. What did I send?
It was your report. It was 3 minutes 30 seconds long.
Yeah, there's that as well, if appropriate, and then there's this.
Okay, play this one first.
3 minutes 30.
So can you see that? If I just double click it, we're going to watch on my screen together.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Showing the audio as well?
Sure. Let's see. Can you hear that?
No, we can. It's sort of like showing like maybe 1 or 2 frames per minute. Yeah, I don't think you've got the connection speed. It's showing like very, very slow. We'll skip that, mate, because that's like I think I don't think it's sharing your screen is very like high.
Okay, you can't see this properly.
No, it's really slow, mate. It's really slow.
Okay,
but what you're seeing is
are
these all like videos that people have taken themselves while they're in convoys and stuff.
Oh God, no! Yeah, this kind of needs to be seen. I'll if I forward it to you in an email and carry on, see if something else plays.
Yeah, let's do that.
What was this? What about this? That sounds quiet on my end, but can you hear that?
No.
Fucking bollocks! Right, onwards, onwards to victory. So
let's share that.
Let's open Canada 1. What we got here? So here, let's see if this one. Can you actually see the video at all?
We can see a video, but it's basically playing so poorly that it's not like it's not coming across with the stream.
Can you see the photos? Can you see these images?
Yeah. We can see the images.
Okay.
So this is not taken from the mainstream media. This is from people actually on the ground. This is their own footage, right?
Absolutely, yeah. This is across Canada. So apologies, I won't know what some of these cities are. So that's just, that's a very small number there. Truckers.
Yep. And where have you collected these from? You've collected these from TikTok groups.
I've tried to find as much as I can, like localized telegrams for different convoys within Canada. And then some people are sending me stuff. I hope you can see this. So the farmers are out supporting the truckers. And
okay. So they're writing in fields and stuff.
They've written Justin. Yeah, you can probably read it for yourself. I hope.
Justin Trudeau sucks ass.
I'm really happy to zoom in on that. Yeah, that is a real picture, not a meme. There and what I said in my summary, which won't play now, was that basically what's happened is they've had much stricter mandates than ours, and this has kind of been tearing them apart a little bit. I've had a lot of emotional Canadians that have called me personally and said that the mandates have allowed people who are pro-COVID basically to get custody of children. The courts are starting to rule in their favour. The court systems are totally corrupt. The government has hemorrhaged billions, much like ours has when they did the PPE contracts, on dodgy contracts, and is fully sold out to the New World Order, whatever you want to call it, the Great Reset. They were all talking about that and as a primary concern, as well as talking about the fact that there are many Indigenous communities out in Canada, several different tribes, Amish and all sorts of Canadian tribes, and they've all joined the convoy as well. So when the police erected barricades on day 1 or 2, to try and stop this thing from happening, stop the food being sent because everyone was bringing out food, the farmers got involved and ploughed through the police barricades peacefully at night when the police are buggered off, because they're not there at night, they're only there during the day. So at night their trucks can be messed with. This is what I'm getting from the ground. And I did call, kind of normies who had double vaxxed and were just filming to see what was going on the border. There's a major checkpoint which they're live streaming on Facebook at the moment from the Coots, Alberta, Sweetgrass, Montana border, where Canada borders the US. Which has been shut down, but then there's a lane open. So it's not just as dramatic as they're saying it is, and there's negotiations of lanes being open. But all the food is being let through. There's not any supply chain issues that I know of that isn't going to be a result of that, considering we have all these shipping containers sitting out there, not being unloaded for whatever reason it is that they have for that. So, yeah, moving on. It's hard for me to summarize now. That's another video, which I can't show you. I will put all this into a report, guys, so we can show you the video.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
these are the kind of memes coming off These are some of the memes coming off the Canadian telegrams.
And these aren't like
genuinely
groups
farmed.
or.
Oh God, no! These are Canadians. These are Canadian. One person I spoke to was a 20-year military vet. I can't name him, but yeah, some of them very, very real and plugged in. So this is some of their memes, some of their work. I hope you can see this. Let's zoom on this here. So we have Klaus Schwab here. We are very proud of what it is that we penetrate the global cabinets of countries with our WEF young global leaders, and you've got little shoulder there. So this is good. Yeah, they know what's going on. They in fact they're gonna tell me I've not included enough, because obviously I've been a big fuss about this report and I have no sleep, but I will get a concise report done, because there's so much there.
There's plenty of memes.
Empty shelf Trudeau. So they're saying, if it's empty, blame him, because actually the supply chain issue isn't coming from any. They're not holding up anything at the borders that wasn't happening already. We know this has been happening for months. We've seen the empty shelves on the supermarkets for the past couple of years. These truckers have been there for 5 days. So that does have to be taken into account. I've got this picture here. Hope you can see this as clearly as I can.
Yeah, stop Castro's little bastard.
Yep. And yeah. So there's these fine people. So they call him Captain Socks. They've got their own lingo as well, which I'm having to learn. So they call him Captain Socks, because of his fake liberal armor, lefty socks wearing, fiascos, and they call him Captain Castro and other things. Boris is Bedhead Boris. These are going up as well. So we've got missing. Have you seen just Trudeau warning Master of the Skies?
So this is mainstream. This is mainstream chatter online for Canadians now.
This is just what I've scooped up. Like, I spent 4 days trying to get to the heart of it. I found some people who were close to the leadership, and then I just followed some Telegram groups, and I've just been grabbing what I can. So this has all been off the cuff. This is just as it's happening, and it's a shame the video is not playing, because, like, guys, I now have the ability to go live on TikTok. It happened very suddenly because I had a video that got a lot of views, which is another thing, like a 5-minute issue to talk about. But we've got things like this, Canadians out. I mean, honestly, the Indigenous are out in support. The Amish, who never get involved with anything political, they're out and they're helping out. They're all exchanging food. They're all exchanging numbers. There's like electricity in the air. They're playing hockey in the streets. I had footage of that, which I don't have tonight. So this is all going to go in a proper report for you guys. I mean, I'm with them now for a while, because this is going to last longer than just tonight, from the looks of it out in Canada. But where's Trudeau?
So yeah, you've definitely sort of embedded yourself a little bit there with what's going on with grassroots people in Canada. So it's interesting.
We've got this one here.
Oh, that's all the way to blackface Trudeau. Okay, yeah, I reckon what you need to do is compile all this into a report and get it recorded, and then we'll put it up on the other channel, mate.
So we've got stuff like this going on. Yeah, okay, we'll get it up, and I'm going to be uploading a report to TikTok, and I'll go live on TikTok. So all of you, I love you all very much, and I know that some of you grumble, but if we can now connect live on TikTok, you can literally be like, and we can talk. So that's awesome. I can go live anytime, even if it's 5 people in the room, and we can chat. Because I've got my 1,000 followers. So
that when you get 1,000 followers. Okay.
Yeah, do follow me on TikTok at Spoken Word Nerd. I actually has been. It's not the necessarily the best resource, but there's been quite a few things that have come off TikTok. So surprisingly,
it's a dirty job on TikTok, but someone's got to do it.
The gist
I certainly haven't got time to have TikTok on my phone.
The gist here is that the Canadians have been hit so bloody hard. There are people literally being taken away from their families. They're a few steps further from where we are, like they do with a lot of these Commonwealth countries like Australia. They're quite a few steps further down the line than we are. They have been absolutely hammered by these COVID restrictions. They are absolutely at their limit with anger. And then when they went out and protested in their millions, it's a very similar situation to what happened in France, because when 1 million people protested in France years before the yellow vests, the police attacked the demonstration. Now, that hasn't happened here, but the point is that the media is attacking them, and they're completely vilifying millions of people. millions of people, and it's honestly shameless. It's the CBC that are doing it. So you track who's doing it. It's the CBC. It's like the BBC going after us and everyone else. It's the usual nonsense.
Still calling people like white supremacists and fringe nutters and stuff.
They find one picture of a flag out of 3 million people. Like, fuck off. So there's that, and it's a shame I can't play you the videos, because that was a concise report in terms of like an anthem. I promised to play the Canadian national anthem. So Brent, I'm sorry that video doesn't appear to be working with me sharing via stream. This is the first time I've attempted doing a report like this to all of you, so that's a learning curve. If anyone wants to tune in tomorrow on my TikTok, Spoken Word Nerd, there is everything. There's a big convergence tomorrow. So Saturday is when it's really happening, which is why we cancelled part 2 for tonight. So I'm going to be trying to go live with people on the ground, either on their lives or mine, so we can help compile a report as well. And I'm just basically on the ground in Canada for the next little while, because it really does appear a very real movement, no matter what way. We've got to look out for, I said in my warning video, which Facebook is suppressing, but it is out on my TikTok. There's a lot of exclusives on my TikTok right now, because it's hard to speak these days. But there are videos out where I'm giving a summary, better than I am doing now, probably. But it's a very real situation with millions of Canadians. I haven't been this excited since I covered France, and that was a few years before the yellow vest and before things really kicked off.
Okay.
What's the censorship
this
like
has
on
been
TikTok?
Totally peaceful. Sorry, Lee.
What's the censorship like on TikTok?
On TikTok, it's hard to track because there is a lot of truth that filters through. It's a fairly new app. Social media wise, but oh yeah, and they do, but it seems to be a weird flip over as to how that happens. I'm not quite sure whether it's. I think it's new, so it remains to be seen. But at the moment, it's actually been quite useful. But all social media is useful. As you know, as a syncretist, Lee, you'll understand. Like you've got to take your information
until it's not useful anymore.
Yeah, so I really want to do it. What I'll say is, because I can't say much else because I'm so tired, is that honestly, hand on my heart, I've been tracking social movements for 12 years now in terms of protest, and there's never been anything like this. In 5 days, they have all appeared across Canada. You do have to watch out for things like being hijacked. And of course, now it's going nationwide. Italy has started a convoy. Northern Ireland, England is talking about starting one. The Netherlands has already shut down a road. So I get that this is a concern. But I think
isn't the UK one this weekend?
Yeah, it starts tomorrow.
Yeah. And they're kicking off across Europe. I had some photos of that. I will get a proper report done. But the fact of the matter is this is very real. And if Canada's going to be the benchmark, which it is now, after 6 days, it's all going around on, you know, all that's being passed around. It's been peaceful. The Prime Minister in panic has immediately tried to get 40 police districts, separate ones, to step in. They said no. He then asked the military to step in. They're not innocent in this whole COVID issue, but they said no. Right, and we're not moving them. The Prime Minister had to resort to calling private tow truck companies to try and remove these trucks. And I've got at least one confirmed report of a mayor who, you know, was calling every tow truck company in town, and every single one told them that all their workers had COVID. They all got COVID. Fuck off. So that was amazing, and I'm working to get proper verification of that, because some crazy things happening. There's a couple of people in Parliament, you've got to watch them obviously, that are speaking out about it, blah, but really their government is absolutely rotten. It's completely embezzled itself to billions of pounds. They're talking about private schools, and like, do you know about this? They all go to the same private schools, and something, yeah, that sounds familiar. And it's like, how do people not see that they all bloody know each other, and they all, you know, very similar parallels to what we have here, surprisingly. And there's some crossovers with law here because of Canada being Canada. So I think it's remarkable, and honestly, to see something where there's so many Indigenous people joining with it, and to see them saying that they're putting that at the heart of it. There are shit tons of Indigenous Canadians who have, when I say not access to clean drinking water, it's flipping sludge. Like you wouldn't give it to your dog to drink. So the fact that they're saying they want, and there's plenty of communities and where's the left? Where the fuck are you? Right? Whenever it's needed, because this stuff goes on and it gets talked about, but nothing's done. There's no real action on it, and actually they're saying that has to be rectified. It's not just the end of the COVID mandates, which they're demanding an end to all of, and that Captain Socks has got to go, and it's not being replaced with a new world order. These seem, as far as I can work out, to be the line. And if I'm wrong on that, guys, correct me. This is a story as it's developing, but That's my understanding after talking to people close to the leadership, and I was really inspired by it. I haven't been this excited since France, and except I'm more excited because for the French, God bless them, have had a hell of a fight on their hands. This has been peaceful and lasted just days. France has not been peaceful, but obviously they are and have been being attacked, shot at in the face, etc. So but that hasn't happened in Canada.
Gosh.
Canada is a mildly armed nation. It's not the same as the United States, but there are more guns per capita in Canada than there are in the entire United States. And I believe Canada is as large or larger than the United States. It's just we know the maps are wrong, right? So it's a really interesting point as well, because in Canada, all of the people are focused in these two cities, which are right close to the border. You're almost 40 minutes drive from New York once you get down to that side of the Canadian border, when Ottawa and Toronto and stuff, and they have all the population. They've got like 14 million in one, 7 million in the other or something, but it's like 22 million of the population are all down there out of a country of 38 million. I'm talking about overpopulation being bullshit. If you spread them out, we worked out the statistics. Well, Brent, bless him, who might be still in the chat, worked out the statistics. Everyone in Canada, every single person could have 1/3 of a kilometre of land. A little Schwabian slice of land for yourself. 1/3 of a kilometre for yourself. Everyone in Canada could have that each, and you'd all be spread out across Canada. So there's no overpopulation. There's plenty of room. We're just all crammed in the cities, obviously.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
At least need to get rid of loads of us, yeah.
Different diatribe. And I hope I've done this some justice. We haven't got the pictures on it, guys. I had a video with the Canadian National Anthem. I am going to put that on TikTok. And I'll move on from it and say that this isn't the report. This is an ongoing story. And I'll stick with you, Canada. We'll answer questions live. If you've got hard-hitting questions for me, ask me. And if I've asked them, I'll tell you. I think the key to all of us right now is the next move, if they have their way, would be to create a supply chain crisis, because that's what they want. But actually, it depends who's in control of the borders, in a sense. If they've taken control of the border and they're letting food and supplies through, maybe that's a pre-move. We just don't know. But we do have to be vigilant. I said in my prelude, which is on TikTok, that we do have to be mindful right now of false flags. This is like a false flag alert, really. Just be mindful of that possibility,
Sure.
and look at it skeptically. But also don't forget the possibility that people have had enough of this fucking shit, and that's what they're hiding. All these giant protests across, we have 2 million people in Rome, 1 million people in Australia on one day, 2.5 million people in Canada. People have had enough. We can't escape the possibility either that we're possibly winning this, and we've gotten backed into a corner. The danger for me is, I think we all agree, is the power vacuum that could be left here. Imagine even if the truckers win, they get rid of the government, the power vacuum of someone coming up promising to fix all these things.
Yeah, the UN.
Is the most, who would promise that, we will fix this and we've been Indigenous rights, we'll finally fix it. That is the bigger danger. But the protesters I spoke to seemed well aware of that, and they're well engaged with this Schwabian stuff, which I hope you've seen from the memes. I have better memes, but these guys are pretty clued up.
They're clued up.
Yeah, it's a real thing, man. It's exciting. Like I say, I haven't been excited since France. And if you go to my Twitter feed, that was years ago, and that was the last time I travelled to a country at an early stage of a movement, as it were.
All right, well, make sure you keep an eye on everything. So yeah, keep us informed, mate.
Something to consider. Yeah, something to consider. Think of all of those in uniform, police, military, so on and so forth. They've done absolutely nothing throughout this crisis and attack on humanity. It's taken truck drivers, and I think there's a good reason why that has happened. I think by nature, truck drivers tend to be free thinkers, and they have a lot of time, obviously, when they're driving. And they choose that way of life because they're into freedom. They like movement. So for the restrictions to be put in place, they would see straight through this, because they're people that are on the move. They're travelers. They travel. So restrictions to them would be an abomination to their rights, human rights, and their working rights.
Sure.
And like I say, the mindset of a trucker, I personally think that they're far more lucid and not your stereotypical, maybe UK trucker is slightly different, but I know on the continent and internationally, truckers are a lot more. It's like a quite a high qualification, and
Sure.
It takes a particular mindset of problem solving and so on and so forth, just to go about doing the task, especially in bigger land masses. In the UK, it's quite small, so a truck driver will travel a few miles. in places like America and Canada, they'll travel huge distances. And like I say, they're on the road and they're free thinkers and they don't like restrictions, because
Absolutely.
if you was into restrictions, then you would get a job in an office. The reason
Yeah.
why you hit the road is because you don't want people on your back all the time. So this is completely contrary to their nature, and I think it's a damning situation that they've had to do the job of who we employ to do the job, which is the police and the military, have done absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they haven't. And on yeah, I understand what you're saying in that sense. What they haven't done in doing nothing at the moment is cleared them by force. Just
But what I mean is, prior to this, it took the truckers
yeah, absolutely
to initiate
yeah,
some
absolutely what
kind
you're
of
saying, Lee.
realistic physical pushback.
Absolutely, and with what you were saying, the truckers at this time they're going after the van community, which you brought up in the UK. Truckers that's the ultimate van community. You've got walkie-talkies that you communicate with each other, which they don't really like the ham radio community in America even, because that's pretty free and you can get on all these frequencies, talk to each other. If you've got a truck, you can live in it. You can live off grid. You don't need them. You can drive from place to place. You don't need them. That does not fit into their new system. So I think they see that coming. And they're actually standing up, and if they are a true blockade in the way, and they're actually allowing food and things, and we don't have a shortage, bear in mind a shortage might have come anyway. That's my worry, because that was the agenda. So if that's the agenda or not, when do we stand up and fight it? What could actually shift them? Well, this Canadian government is resorting to calling private companies, and at the moment, even if it's because they can't, not out of some moral obligation or duty, remains yet to be seen. But the police and the military are not shifting them at this point.
Well, the thing is, we're in a war. Excuse me, we're in a war against an industry that has already fallen, already collapsed. The pharmaceutical industry is in a desperation mode, and they have been for a long time, because they actually, well, I think they always knew, but I think the larger population have realised that the products that they produce actually don't work. So what they've had to do is they've had to quickly remodel their whole business model, and you don't need a degree in business studies to figure this out. So what they've done is, rather than produce a product that you want, that you need and you want to buy, they have to sell it to the government. So they're in the business, or they're in the industry where they sell products to the government. So there is no control with regards to selling a useful product to people that would buy it. It's not a normal business model. So what they've done is they've corrupted the business model, and what they're focusing on is being able to sell their product, which is a useless product, based on a test. So what the future for their business model is that they can fix the testing, so you're sick based on the test, not by the symptoms. Think about it, right? This is the first stage of this.
Yeah. Yep, if they have their way.
Yep.
So they'll tell you when you're ill, and not the other way around.
And this is where it's thought up. Gates Notes Insider. This is where these ideas come from. But the reason I've just put this on the screen is because I follow this page from the Gates Notes and his inside look at it, and I always look at the comments, and like the comments now are just an absolute shit show. Please, can you tell us where you got the last information for the next terrible pandemic, etc., etc. Calling Bill Gates a philanthropist is like calling Jeffrey Dahmer a chef. I thought that was a particularly good one, So I don't think that what we're talking about is, sounds that crazy to regular people anymore. We can all look at these comment sections of from the NHS or the CDC or something like this, and I think the average person now can see pretty easily that it is a broken system. It's a broken product, a broken business model to try and convince us that we need what they're giving us.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got booted out.
No, that's all right. It always happens.
What part of the rant did I get to?
Of the rent?
Rant. Oh, I went into a bit of a rant.
Oh, a rant. I thought you said rent. You were basically just saying that it was a unique situation because they sell things to the government, which the government then basically sells to us through tests.
Yeah, right. So is it right if I continue with this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's very important, because we need to know what we're dealing with, and it's actually not that difficult. Like I said, you don't need a degree in business studies to figure this out. So basically, they reached a point where they've realized that their products do not work, and corporations, they sell dead products. It's not real business. A real business is when you sell a service that is needed and required and works. Okay. In a business, if I sold something that doesn't work, I would go out of business. They're dealing with products that do not work scientifically or in any other way. So what they've had to do is remodel the business so that the business will actually be based on the testing. So the product will be the test. So in the future, you'll be sick not by symptoms but by a test result, and then they can treat you for a sickness that you don't actually have. It's
Yeah,
rigged.
they'll tell you when you're ill.
Yeah. And the only way that these corporations can sell dead products is to sell them to governments. They can't sell them directly to the people because people won't buy them. Because you'll only buy a product. Think about it, right? Why would you buy a product for a sickness that you have no symptoms to? You wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't. No.
You just wouldn't do it. So what they've done is, and think about it, they've orchestrated a situation where you're sick by the result of the test, not by the actual sickness. And they're piggybacking on the back of things that we were already sick by. Now, I'm not saying that there was never any gain of function or anything like that produced, or that there is something that is going around, but it's been taken way out of context and reality. So we're now left with a situation where people are being tested. And remember, this is all driven by the tests. And we know that the tests are faulty and that they can be rigged. I guarantee you that we'll see a massive switch from these companies that will put more investment in the testing than they do the product that is meant to cure the sickness.
They already are. The amount of money that's been pumped into new forms of nucleic testing, and it's like, testing for what? It's like,
so if they own both sides, they own the testing and the cure. Think about it. It has to be rigged.
Yeah.
Show me another business model that can do that. They can't own both sides. They've juxtaposed a position where they own both sides, and therefore they can rig it. I should imagine most companies that sell things that don't have ethics, if they could rig both sides, they would, to increase their sales. I mean, I'm speaking purely on a economic and business level. Nothing to
Wasn't
do
Bill
with.
Gates found to be a monopoly? Sorry to quickly interject, Lee. He was found to be a monopoly by the United States government. They just decided not to do anything about it. But they did decide that Microsoft was a monopoly.
No,
he was
wasn't he
acting as a
fined?
monopoly. Well, they didn't do anything substantial. He was rocking back and forth in all those testimonies like he was about to jump out of his body.
Well, the simple,
Yeah, it looked like his MK Ultra was breaking down there.
the simple process,
It's
the simple process
malfunctioning.
that they do.
He was, yeah. He was having a reboot.
The simple
Schwab and
process that
reset.
they use for corporations, and remember, corporations sell dead products, is that
Corporations.
yeah. So simplistic terms, right? They will allow them to sell £10 worth of products, and then fine them £5. So it's still worth their while doing it. I mean, obviously increase that by a few billion, but in simplistic terms, they allow them to sell £10 worth of products and fine them £5. So it's still, for them, it's still worth doing. They
Yeah.
don't care. It's a broken
Yeah.
model.
Say it again, Lee,
Crazy.
louder for the people at the back. They don't care. You need
Well,
to
why
care.
would they? Because it's all about money.
Why would they care?
On one level, I mean, this is not going esoteric or anything. This is just purely on a business level, and it's very simple. And it's becoming more and more apparent, because even now, guess what? People have to go for testing with no symptoms. Since when did you get tested when you have no symptoms whatsoever? In 2019, if I called my GP and said, I want to come see you, And he says, why? I says, well, because I want you to see if I'm okay. And they say, first thing they say is, what are the symptoms? Well, I don't have any. Well, they'd say, stop wasting my time.
You probably get banned from your doctors if you kept asking to be tested 3 times a week if you had no symptoms. They'd say, please go and find another surgery.
In Canada right now, if you're not vaccinated, you can't actually go in the care home and see your grandmother. That's what I'm hearing.
That's still the case.
That's why they're out. That's why the Canadians are out. One of the reasons. They've got some crazy mandates out there. It's a few steps ahead. Just chipping in. It's bad out there.
Well, I think
it has been bad. It's getting good now.
I don't think it's a coincidence that they're using Commonwealth countries to do their experimenting on. And I think this is what we're witnessing, an experiment, obviously from the pharmaceutical side, but also from the social and economic. It's an experiment. It's a social experiment. Actually, it's an experiment on all fronts.
They've always tested Australia with the police tactics and stuff that they want to use and the way they militarize the police increasingly, and then that was rolled out in Europe. But it started in Australia. It's always been a bit of a testing ground.
But I think
it's fucking miles away, so no one cares.
What we need to do, we need to take the position and
hear about it.
Truly understand that we're dealing with an organization, an industry, a corporation that is already failing. This is why they're doing what they're doing, because it's a failed industry.
100.
And this is their last attempt.
Then,
of course, they're powerful, but they're not quite as powerful as how they get us to perceive them.
I've heard, Lee, that the men will fight back. It's that moment in the fight when they're about to, or they realise they might be about to lose, and they start absolutely throwing shit out of the pram energetically, and that's when they go down. Is there any truth to that story?
Yeah, it's like they're in their death row. It's like the gasping last breath of an industry. And I would say this started probably around about 20 years ago. They've trialed things before, like with I don't want to say the names, but with previous problems, sicknesses. They've been testing various different things to fine tune it, and I think they didn't actually get it quite right. Hence, which is why I don't think the biotechnology that they used actually did exactly what they thought it would. And this is why the projections were wrong.
You're talking about Adrian?
No, I'm talking about the initial kickstart of it. I think potentially it was meant to be what they said it was with the projections.
Oh, the current people's pandemic.
Yeah, but what they haven't factored in, and this is how stupid they are, they haven't factored in the human response.
What, not even Neil Ferguson's best computer models didn't factor in the human response?
The nature's response is a better term.
Okay.
Nature will respond to any attack that they do to the human organism. Nature will respond, and they haven't factored in what that response is. The response could be the variants, and the response could be the natural or nature's way of countering whatever they're doing to us. Personally, I think they're completely failing to the point that it's almost laughable if it wasn't so serious. It's almost embarrassing for them. And this is why it's starting to look very pathetic.
It is starting to look pretty pathetic. I mean, we said the wheels fell off ages ago. No. We kept saying for months, the wheels falling off? I can say that the wheels have definitely fallen off.
I can't believe there's still people that actually are, following through with this and just wearing face nappies.
There are still people online shilling hard for it.
Yeah.
Just going, no, the science is still there. Everyone's still got to go to the Britney Spears concert. It's the only way to save us.
I think the kindest thing to do at this point, this is upsetting me, because I'm in the middle of absolutely fucking nowhere. There is no one dying of COVID around here, and everyone is wearing masks at the supermarket.
Stop swearing.
Oh, apologies. Sorry. Sleep. It happens when I...
COVID.
What did I? Yeah. Oh, right. Not actually swearing. What did I say?
Yeah. Yes. No. They're actually swearing, saying the C word and the V word.
Oh. Yeah.
Say Britney or COVID, please.
Yeah, Britney. It's Britney, bitch.
Divok.
It's Britney, bitch.
So, I mean,
you're gonna leave me hanging. Where's the button, Lance?
Oh, we haven't. We've normally got Omar Beach doing it.
Beach, mate.
No, he's not here.
So Omar.
There is the other side of what's going on with the current health crisis, which is what we've coined as coinciditis. Now,
I mean, it's going up, guys.
It's certainly not going away. Like,
but they're dishing out. They're casting their media spells about heart attacks left, right, and centre. What was the other one you posted?
Well, we obviously, like,
Anything
there was
now can cause a heart attack.
three footballers last week, and there was 3 more during the week this week. I don't know how many is going to be this weekend, but it's increasing. But not just that. There's like miscarriages, Bell's palsy, congenital malformations, female infertility. These are all like hundreds and hundreds of percent.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been blamed on a lot of different things. Pardon me. Energy bill prices can cause heart attacks and strokes, says this TV GP expert. Health forecast. Well, I can't believe this is real. The weather is harming your health, from heart attacks to stroke and gout from bad weather.
So that's climate change, yeah?
Yeah, climate change. Here's some good ones. Moving the clocks an hour forward could cause millions of people to have a heart attack.
Wow.
Oh,
this is quite spectacular.
Yeah.
Really?
Also,
Really?
even if you drink the NHS guidelines of alcohol, this could actually still increase your chance of having a heart attack. Death during sex doesn't just happen to middle-aged men. Anyone can die having sex. Now, so I looked at this study. It was a 33-year study. There were 32,000 sudden deaths with a 0. So you've got a 322 in there and a 33 straight away. I was just like, are they taking the piss? Why would you have a 33-year study?
And the skull and bones number.
Yeah, the skull and bones number straight away and a 33-year study. It's like, come on, you're not even trying anymore. Experts warn that shoveling snow can be a deadly way to discover underlying cardiovascular conditions. So again, this is climate change. And Britney Spears' hesitancy could be linked to childhood trauma, research finds. So basically, if you don't want to inject yourself with a pharmacogenic eugenicide serum, you must have been abused as a child.
Yeah, or suffered some kind of trauma.
Satanic baptism.
Yeah, the satanic baptism. But the reason I've brought this up is because we're not even so sure that it might be the procedure that's causing all of this now, because, we watched the Godfadge video earlier on. We've been talking a lot more about electromagnetic frequencies, and we can't say the letter and the number.
Yeah, it could be the pentoges.
What was it? The wireless pentagram.
Yeah,
I like that
the
one as
wireless
well.
pentagram.
Human vibration. You're a deception specialist. Everyone's
Indeed.
looking at an injection, a needle, a syringe,
Mm-hmm.
or a virus. But maybe the greatest deception of all isn't why people are all having heart attacks and infertility. And
I do think we need to cast a really suspicious eye at the entire pharmaceutical industry. And so many times we put the emphasis on harm, like pharmaceutical, but I think it actually has more to do with like the pseudo side. I think that the entire pharmaceutical industry exists so we cannot and do not understand how our bodies work. And I have a feeling that vaccines aren't what they tell us they are. And I have a feeling that a lot of the things that they tell us or make us think or suspect that are very dangerous, I think that they're actually innocuous. And then we actually weaponize these innocuous substances in our mind and manifest that in our bodies in ways that we are not capable of understanding. Yeah. But I do think the subconscious mind.
Epigenetics.
Yeah.
As an example.
So,
yeah. No, sorry,
whatever it is, I don't know. I think that even if it's not toxic, we need to understand that even if it's not toxic, regardless of whether it is toxic or not, put that aside. Understand that even if it wasn't toxic, if you believed it was, it could manifest itself in your body and really highly. It could create a really energetic response, an immune response that'll knock you down.
So you could actually create your own disease.
Yes, and I like to understand like a lack of ease, meaning dis-ease within the mind, fear, anxiety, all the stuff that we are experiencing, stress. Yeah, all that manifests as disease. So dis-ease manifests as disease in the body. What we think is what becomes.
Yeah, interesting. We talk a lot about co-creating, and that's one subject which we need to talk about now, because Oh shit! No, I've got to show you something
There's
first.
a few more.
There's something first. So before
Moving
I come
on
on to
the Jimmy
template,
Savile portion.
yeah,
of
but
the
this is the
evening.
Jimmy Savile portion of the evening. Before we come on to a template, I'm going to show you in a sec. Boris Johnson called out Keir Starmer about Jimmy Savile in the comments because he said, "Oh, you were the police commissioner who didn't investigate Jimmy Savile," right? So I just thought that was hilarious. But then someone sent me this. So there's pictures of Boris Johnson.
Wow.
Yeah, have we got a template there?
That's interesting. Yeah. Someone else that looks like Boris Johnson is Matt Lucas. He's like played him as far as like a comedic representation, but I think Matt Lucas is kind of like a Mr. Potato Head. He's got like a blank canvas. Me and Rambo, my co-host on
If
Real Life
anyone
Radio,
needed to
we've
play
talked about
Mr.
them a lot.
Potato Head in the movie, in the
He
Human
is.
Vibration movie, we'll have to get him as the lead character for Mr. Potato Head.
He really is. But this one kind of blows my mind. The Jimmy Savile one, yeah.
Yeah, and here's I think Sagehead made this, but he didn't even bother putting his mark on it. It's Keir Starmer sweeping Jimmy Savile's case under the carpet. Love that one. Look at this that someone found. This apparently is real from back in maybe the 70s, I guess. Win a night out with Jimmy Savile, buy a Hoover vacuum cleaner or washing machine at your Northeastern Co-op, and you could get the chance to go to dinner for two in a London restaurant with Jimmy Savile, including overnight accommodation and £50 spending money.
Wow.
You bastards, Co-op.
That's a dangerous
bloody
invitation.
I couldn't help it. Okay. Right. Yeah. Next talking point. Before we come on to the responding realm.
Hold the phone 1 second. Boris Johnson did that in Parliament. I missed this whilst I was balls deep in Canada.
Yeah, it happened 2 days ago. Keir Starmer was saying Boris Johnson should resign, and he says basically, "You can't talk. You let Jimmy Savile get away with it." That's basically what he said. Yeah. And then it came out on the news. Oh no, this isn't technically true. They tried to fact check it, and I was like, "Well, it is technically true that he was the police commissioner." On that, they tried to investigate.
He's ultimately responsible.
They tried to investigate.
Can we get Boris on the
times.
show?
Oh,
Can we get Boris on the show?
Imagine if we
do a presentation.
Just get him to do a speech. It'd be great. So, yeah, I mean, what is there to say about the Joe Rogan and Neil Young debacle? It's like, what are you laughing about, word nerd?
Neil Young, what a fucking pussy. What is wrong with him?
Well, it's not just him. Now, like Joni Mitchell.
Sorry if that's caused any offence.
Quite a few people are leaving Spotify because they don't like that that Joe Rogan spoke to Dr. Robert Malone and stuff.
Spreading
like that.
dangerous misinformation.
Did they hear one contradicting opinion in a year and frazzle out? They're gonna have to get used to that because we can't allow this to keep being normal. This is not normal.
But did everyone know that half of Neil Young's catalogue is owned by like a company that's owned by Blackstone, which is Pfizer? Yeah. So Pfizer sort of the bosses of Pfizer that also own Pfizer also own a portion of Neil Young's catalogue. No surprises there. Yes, we've got some Neil Young memes sort of obligatory there already. I used to be someone. Oh look, he's got a little needle hanging out the bottom of his arm.
World Economic Forum badge.
Which one is he like? What are his songs?
I don't know. I can't really think of his songs.
One was actually called "Rockin' in the Free World." I think.
Yeah, that was one of the ones he's really been taking the piss out of for.
The big giveaway is his name. He's got a paedophile name.
Neil Down Young. Oh no, yes, Neil Young. That is
It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence.
He's got a paedophile name. So
you always got to look at the words.
It's like that
Always
guy
look at
who's
the
the
words of the
he's
country.
the new
Language always
doctor
gives you a word.
He's the new
Always
doctor
gives
that's exposing the Soviet Union, and he's a top cardiologist, and he's telling the truth, and he's called Asim Malhotra. Now Asim, that sounds like I seen. Mal means bad. Horta, that sounds a lot like aorta. That his name is I See Bad Hearts, and he's a cardiologist.
Yeah, see, there's loads of names, isn't there, in the media that are...
I thought I was reaching there, but Marsley was like, no, you're not. He assured me I wasn't crazy. Right. So here's a good one from Joe Rogan meme. My name is a killing word. The horse tranquilizer extends life. The horse tranquilizer expands consciousness. The horse tranquilizer is vital for removing NPCs. Oh dear, people are memeing this right out of the park. So yeah, these two slides are sort of basically these were my templates of a crumbling reality. So in 2015, Dr. Satoshi Omura was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine for his work that led to the development of Ivan's medicine. Can you say ivermectin now? I guess you can. A drug that helped millions of people. YouTube deleted a video of him speaking about the benefits of it because he doesn't understand the science of ivermectin. Yeah, so that's the kind of sort of reality bending that we've got going on at the moment. And also, have you heard that they're now sawing the bottom of school doors off in Scotland? Sawing the bottom of doors off.
More of a draft through.
Yeah. They came up with that really good idea, and there's people on the radio saying like,
they're going to freeze.
What about fire doors?
Well, yeah.
Look, this is a perfect example of their lack of intelligence. It never occurred to any of them that they should just like open the doors a little bit. It'd be a lot cheaper.
Well, someone said, why don't you just install it like a grill in a door? Then you don't even have to take the door off. Someone's saying, you've got to unhang a door, saw the bottom off. It's like,
I mean, we should take I don't know, some kind of joy that we're dealing with such clowns.
What was it you saying in the private chat earlier? It's like now it's very obvious that they really, really want us to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, that's another way you could look at it, is that if they're tasked with the job of the Great Awakening, or to give people a little bit of a nudge to wake up and realize that this isn't as real as what we think it is, or they want us to believe it is, then they're kind of doing a good job. They're doing a sterling job. If you haven't realized by now, you probably never will.
It's another good example of what we're talking about. This like sob story with Adele, this British pop star, 33. She said everyone has to attend the ritual to go to a concert. Then a concert got cancelled because everyone's sick. So yeah, that's just another pathetic story from the media. Here's another 33. This guy from Coronation Street is apparently all his work has dried up because he's an anti-vaxxer. He's 33 years old as well. This is my 33 news of the week. But apparently he has to clarify he's not homeless. They just made this up because he's 33 years old. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, they really went up for him because apparently he's told the truth about stuff online. He said, "Oh no, now he's homeless. No one will touch him. No one will go near him." So, right, what did I want to speak about? Here it is. Right. So, Inner Guardians talked about the other week about the responding realm and co-creating, and it's something we've talked about a lot. And actually, Inner Guardian Human Vibration touched on it in her presentation about, are we creating what's around us? Are we are we consuming it? And it's not the first time that we've sort of said something on the show that might have been a joke, or might have been like a meme or said in jest, and then it actually did happen. That's happened more than a couple of times since we've started doing this live stream. And next is a really good example of it, right? It must have been 2 months ago, in the middle of the stream, Sageheads, we were talking about this coinciditis of these football players keeling over. And he sent me this of the robotic Terminator robo-referee with the defibrillator.
And then
he said this will be the new FIFA referee for 2022. This is exactly what he said, right? And this week,
the T3300,
the T3300, the new referee for 2022 to deal with all the heart attacks, right? Well, lo and behold, this week it's been announced that Chelsea is going to trial robot referees. FIFA steps up to plan to cut the VAR waiting time. There'll be no waiting time if you've got a robot AI-controlled referee. So, I made the post. Are we predicting the future, or are we co-creating it? And anyone that's been watching this show, especially at least from episode 33, let alone from the start, you know exactly what we're talking about, because this isn't the first time that something like this has happened. So yeah, in Guardians,
Especially as
human
we're
vibration. I'm going to put it out there.
especially as we're
100%.
moving in towards the age of Aquarius, which is mentalism. Mind precedes matter. So
Yes.
with this particular era or age, it may be a lot easier to manifest through thought forms, thought projection.
I like to think sometimes as the universe as a blind judge, it really doesn't care what we bring to it, has no moral judgment whatsoever. Just recognize whatever energy we bring in. It's like that's exactly what it's going to give back to us because it recognizes that that's the energy that we traffic in. So the universe just gives us back more of what we put into it. And I do think that we kind of render as we go. The energy expression that we move through the world with is going to color every single experience that we find ourselves in. The energy we bring in is going to affect our world. I don't know how like high up you can go on the creating, but I do think the syncs, once you come online to like the language of the universe, I think the universe lets you, it lets you know that you're in on it, by the syncs, by the synchronicities.
Yeah, I
But
definitely agree.
this is where choice and free will kicks in. People talk about choice and free will. Well, what you have to realize is that choice and free will is, guess what? Choice and free will.
Yeah.
You can't have it and not have it. It's either a phenomena or it's not.
It's all or nothing.
Let's assume that it is. Then guess what? We have the ability to alter reality. Now, the only difference will be whether it's individual or a collective. I've told this analogy many times about if you walk into your kitchen, put your keys on the table, and you're the only person that sees it. You walk out. When you go back in, there is a probability that you may not be able to find your keys. Whereas if you walk into a room of 10 people and they see you put the keys on the table, then there's less probability for the keys
reality
to have.
It's solidified.
Yeah, because it's a multiplayer game. It's a collective. This is why majority rule.
Life is a ball game, but you got to play it fair.
I mean, there's many different ways that you can look at this, but it all comes back to the same thing. Things get, and this goes probably back to sand. We talk about cement, so we can cement things. Sand becomes firmer to the degree that it becomes a rock. Maybe.
Many rocks are made out of sand. Many rocks are specifically sedimentary rocks. Like a lot of the classifications of what makes a rock is it's built on sand amalgamations, heated to different degrees, pressurized in different ways, and that creates different types and formations of rock. But something about it, sand as an underlying structure for everything is, woo. But yeah,
I mean, I've been having some really weird experiences. As most people know, I've been building a camper van, like a self-build, and I've been doing it by myself. And I've got so many tools laid out and components and this, that, and the other. And it literally feels like there's other people in there moving stuff around. Because I'll literally put something down, go back to it, and it's not there. I cannot find it. It might take me half an hour. It's literally like things are moved around. If there was more people there that saw me put X, Y, Z wherever, then there's more probability that it will still be there.
There's a thought experiment about how if there's not consciousness on it, it doesn't exist. And so if you have lost something, literally your consciousness is no longer tethered to that thing because you don't remember where it is. Like you've literally lost it. Like you're in your mind, it hasn't gone missing. You have lost it, your place in time. So maybe there is something about this interim place when you do forget where you put a thing, you literally forget, and then it no longer exists in that place because you're not holding that in your mind. Oh, so it goes back to like if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around. Well, if nobody's around, does it really fall? Like, does it even exist?
Is there even a forest there?
Is there a forest at all? Yeah. Or does that forest have to exist only once there's like measured consciousness, whatever form that takes, plants, animals, whatever. I guess a tree is self-referential. That's kind of meta. But like, if there's no human consciousness around, is there
Some
even
would see the only place that forest ever could exist is inside the human brain, or inside the brain of or the forest as we perceive a forest. The only place that will ever exist is inside your brain. It doesn't exist outside.
What's wild is the placenta of a human womb, whatever, it looks like a tree. It's like the tree of life. It has the tree of life symbology printed right there on the placenta, the afterbirth, I guess, of a, and it's not just humans. It's a lot of mammals. It's like any mammalian, anything that has like that kind of thing. Just weird trees. And if you electrocute wood, it creates this specific
when lightning hits a tree, when it's burnt into the wood, it looks exactly like the roots as well.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're actually talking about is plasma and ether, and these are the two things that they don't really like us talking about. It's almost been deleted from education.
One of the comments real quick says, when you lose something, you should visualize a silver cord on something that you've lost and like it returning to you, and that'll happen. How cool is that? I've never heard that before. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yes, there is.
I love that. I'm going to try that. I'm a little forgetful.
Me too. I'm always losing things.
So I'm going to get some silver cords.
I need to visualize that silver cord for sure.
Mm-hmm. I definitely will.
I suppose that's one thing they could sell the metaverse, so you can never lose anything, because if you lose something in the metaverse, you can just press search. Speaking of the metaverse, right, I saw this, and I think the significance of this might go over quite a lot of people's heads, right? Because this has been going on for a while. Chickens you can give chickens special glasses to alter their perception, stop them from sort of pecking each other and stuff like that. Well, these cows now are basically in a cow metaverse, which helps them to stay happier, so they produce more milk.
This is getting ridiculous now.
This is literally throwing it right in our face. That
VR cows,
yeah. So when we're in the metaverse, what will we be producing more of for our farmers, for our
loosh?
Yeah, loosh.
We'll have a metaverse within the metaverse,
and I think that.
Well, the thing is, you've heard me mention this before about the stock market of the cosmos. The currency in the trade on the cosmos stock market is energy, essence, and loosh.
The most valuable resource in the realm, no doubt.
No doubt. Well, I'm going to jump out at that one. That one's like a perfect place for me to. Sorry, guys.
That needs a gosh.
I got to dip. But that one, yeah.
Okay, thank you for joining for so long. You've been with us for like 4.5 hours. That's got to be a record.
Thanks for allowing me to talk for all that time. I really appreciate it.
It's great to have you on.
We loved your presentation.
And I love the discussion afterward. I think this is the first time I've really been able to stick around for this much of the after show. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who stuck around. And
if people want to get hold of your work, it's basically on Twitter at Human Vibration.
Yep. Human Vibration. And also, if you like to listen to me talk and like to the things that I explore, I have a Patreon at Real Eyes Radio on Patreon, Real Eyes Radio. So awesome. Anyway, thanks, guys. Any other time you want a presentation, just give me a time limit next time. Maybe be like, okay, 50 slides this time. Okay. Like, because it just keeps building and building. And all of a sudden I did edit. I will say that. Oh my gosh. Which is kind of embarrassing because I did edit it down.
If not, there'd have been a part 2. Anyway, send me your postal address and I'll send you a t-shirt as well.
Okay. I'm excited. I love y'all's logo.
Just before you go, I was going to mention it, but I got booted out on the Wi-Fi. You asked about cloud bursting. If you look at Wilhelm Reich, the work of Wilhelm Reich, that will tell you all about the cloud bursting.
Wilhelm Reich.
Yeah.
His organobox.
I think there is something we can do about the sky. The sky's mysterious to me. I think that there's something going on in the sky realm that that is not how they'd really describe it. But yeah, I think we influence the clouds. Yeah, for sure. So cloud bursting, I'm going to look it up. Thanks, guys. All right.
Maybe that could be the next presentation.
Yeah.
Manipulation.
What you find out, let's just come back and just give us a report.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, brilliant.
Wait. The sky, the presentation of the sky. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm off
what
to
is
the
the
races
sky?
already. Okay, see you guys in a couple months.
Okay, take care.
See you
Okay.
soon.
Rise above.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Always good to have human vibration on.
She always does a sick presentation.
That was brilliant. Well, okay, so we're in sort of like the twilight zone. We haven't got Omar Beats tonight. What time is it? It is 2:10. We should probably wrap it up pretty soon, shouldn't we? Okay, so Word Nerd, keep compiling and letting us and keeping us informed about what's going on in Canada. I'll do a few short announcements. Don't forget, guys, if you're around tomorrow in the southwest, come down to Bournemouth. There is a protest march and outreach, which I am going to cover as a journalist. I'm not really taking part. I'm journalistically covering it. Don't know if I'm totally on board with everyone that's there. Want to go and see Jam for Freedom and Ramis though. And we're also playing. Me and Omar Beats are playing a set at DNA nightclub, Old Christchurch Road. Jamforfreedom.com/shop is the link for tickets. Come and see and chant down the Soviet Union. It'll be a lot of fun. And it'll be good. Oh yeah, I'm going to be giving away some T-shirts as well. So come and say hello. There's going to be a whole Rise Above crew out there with a flag, I expect. Of course. So,
chat, everyone, please follow me on TikTok. I love you.
Yes.
Please stop moaning about it. I know it's TikTok and I love you.
If you want to follow Word Nerd, get on TikTok.
We can chat live and there's exclusives on TikTok.
Yeah, we'll be back next week with customer services.
Gotta follow me on TikTok, please. Now.
Okay. All right, Word Nerd, Rise Above.
Plug. I haven't done it in a year and a half. Is that it? We out. All right.
Yeah. We're at 5 hours 10 minutes.
That was absolutely amazing, guys. I watched it as a viewer at the first, and it was fucking amazing show, guys. Really, and it was a pleasure to be part
George,
of.
we will leave on a tune. Inner Guardians, any final thoughts?
Yeah, we've got something for those in the chat.
Big up, women.
And the responding realm. Is there anything that anybody in the chat wants the realm to respond to, or a particular way? I think that would be quite an interesting thing.
The new world order needs to get. Okay.
The realm does respond, and it's quickening in its response with what's going on at the moment. So now is the opportunity. I think based on the
careful what
cosmos,
we wish for, yeah.
Yeah, but based on the cosmos, this is another reason why the powers that shouldn't be are making particular moves, because I think there's an opening. There's it's more pliable. There's a flexibility in the cosmos, and the ability to manifest is quickening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you have it.
I'd say peacefully, we're going to fuck the new world order in the arse, envision it, because we can't let a lot of maybe what we might call potential false narratives, let us let go of a collective vision of the future where we actually win.
So we need to start visualizing a positive outcome.
You know, they should, in any great country, put them in a room with them down the streets, they should be running by this point.
Also, there's one other thing. I'm sure you saw it in the chat. I didn't put the answer because I wanted a response. So I said about a joke. How many triple tapped people does it take to change a light bulb? So I want people to finish the joke off.
Okay. Is that something you're going to see now, or is that for next week?
Maybe for next week, but it's something to elucidate on during the week. So everybody knows that joke. How many blah does it take to change a light bulb?
Well, we can get some answers to riseabove@gmail.com.
Yeah, and of course it has to be 33, but why and what will the 33 be doing?
Oh, is that next week's competition? The best answer to that? I think you've just pointed that's next week's comp. Oh, wait a minute. We need to decide who won this week's comp. Okay, we've got to decide really quickly. Yeah. The best piece of the best piece of caveat. Sorry, I'm saying I don't know if it's the. Well, here we go. Right. If caveat was the brief, right? This is a great meme. I love it. This is very strong from Rise and Shine. My caveat attack, okay?
Yeah.
That's very strong.
With Health Chancellor Gates
I've got to go for the brief. This is a great meme here. Is this caveat? Yes, it is. right? Okay, so the next one we've got is Christian Coates. Now, I would say this is a good example of Coviart because it's got like the old school Soviet like propaganda theme. Okay, so that's from Christian Coates. There's some really abstract Coviart from Eye for an Eye. Okay, the Jim will fix it letter from Frank Bruno to see the Yorkshire Ripper. And then we've got DJ with these nice Rise Above and 10 Downing Street announcement pastiches. Okay,
I think that one's brilliant at the end.
What, this one?
I think it's brilliant.
It's from Tommy Tickle.
Yeah.
What, you think he should win the T-shirt?
No. I'm just saying. I think it's brilliant.
Right. I'm going to call it. These are good memes, right? This is like anti-Coviat style memes. You can see he's been like inspired, but I think if it's going to be Coviat, I think.
Let's have a look back at Russ Kieran.
This isn't Russ Kieran. This is. You can see this is inspired by Russ Kieran. This is Christian Coates.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, Christian Coates.
I think that is. Do you think that's the best example of Coviat?
I'd say this is Coviat propaganda. Like it's got that Soviet.
Who deserves the T-shirt?
Keep going. Yeah, I'd say Coates.
It's got to be. This is the best example. Okay. I know he's already got loads of Rise Above merch, but Christian Coates, you've won the T-shirt, mate. This is the best example of Coviat we've been sent this week. Oh, wait a minute. In the Guardians, what were you saying? Is this a good example of Coviat?
We don't have subdivisions, do we, or classifications? It's just
no.
Blanket.
I didn't. I just asked for some Coviat. That was all. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can't choose that one.
So good. Okay. Yeah. I think.
Yeah. I think this one. Yeah.
It's got to be. It fulfills. I mean, this is very abstract. Eye for an Eye. This is brilliant. The Jim will fix it later.
But I'll tell you what, okay. I do like. I like the one where they're in the Rise Above studio.
This one?
No, the next one.
Yeah, the one. This is good.
This one.
Peppa Pig, save the dogs. Please let me go. Proper Bojo. I like. They've even changed the comments, guys. It's 33. I tell you what. I'm going to give out 2 T-shirts. DJ, you've won a T-shirt as well, and I'll give one to Christian Coates. We'll have 2 winners.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Yeah, it's deserved. With that many, normally we only get 1 entry to a competition. Yeah. All right, okay. So, guys, we'll see you next week for customer services. Come down to DNA tomorrow. Come down to the Bournemouth Outreach protest. It's at the Cenotaph at 12 o'clock. And come and say hello to the Rise Above team. We'll be covering it as journalists, and we'll see you next week. Rise Above. I'll tell you what though, I'll end on a video. Let me get a video.
What are we going for?
Someone requested a video, so I will get.
I like that track you played last week. I can't remember the name of it.
Who's it by?
I can't remember. I think you played it at the beginning. Last week.
Oh, was it Inspector Veg?
Inspector Vag.
Inspector Vag.
I don't know. I'll recognise it if I heard it.
Let me see. I'll play some Inspector Vag. This one.
Yo, if you think that you're high risk, get healthy, don't buy shit. Don't be scared of a cough and a little bit of spit, cause it's not legit. I don't really care about the testing kit. I don't know why they're still getting tested for it. Living in fear in the houses with disinfectant, wiping down all the surfaces. Practicing social distancing, cause they can't see where the real Mercus is. Thinking that on their way they're gonna stay alive, but they're washing their hands every 15 minutes. So deep in it, they ain't never gonna see where the sin is. Psychologically subdued, watching the news, they don't wanna die hard, Bruce Willis. Yo, mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. They want me tracing tracks, can't eat out without an iPhone app. Follow the rules or you'll all get sacked. Just like sheep with the wolves in a pack. Ruling but they're still calling for tax. Man, I can't wait for the walls to collapse. I ain't gonna sit back and wait for the vaccine. I still can't drink water from the tap. No way. Them man, they want arms. They must think that we're born in bronze. Trying to finesse, but they ain't got a chance. Push bare feet cause they wanna advance. Say they wanna keep us alive, but didn't mention the electric plants. Now we can't go to the club and dance. A little while back, man, the media were blaming Qurans. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. We are the giants.
Invite the military here. 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 I never invite the military here. Invite the military here. Invite the military here. Did you invite the military here? Invite the military here. Gore-Tex boots, ankle holster, kit, low visibility grey. Shock troops, 50k taser, crowd dispersal energy ray. Flame retardant combat fatigues, 9mm Glock 17s. SIG, 516, carbine with high cap magazine. Red dot sight gun mounted, flashlight, backup clip, strapped to his leg. Counter protest firearms officer, CS grenades across his chest. Strict orders, encrypted frequencies. Combat civil unrest, across all borders, untold secrecy. Rolled out on the streets of the west. Invite the military here. I never invite the military here. Invite the military here. Invite the military here. Did you invite the military here? Invite the military here. Yo, smoke clears on the battlefield. Now we can see the opposing force. These guys think they're freedom fighters, but they can't fight for the cause in skinny jeans, Doc Martin boots. Feeble frames are dressed in black. Mask face, dark balaclava, hammer and sickle, red communist flag. Minds filled with a poison doctrine, far left ideological trap. Hordes of social justice warriors, protest signs, poised to attack. Radical feminist virtue signals, poorly spelled in luminous green. Pay protesters are useful idiots, get used in numerous schemes. Invite the military here. I never invite the military here. Invite the military here. Invite the military here. Did you invite the military here? Invite the military here. Containment units dispatched en masse. DEFCON 5, civil war. Activate the takeover plan, all drills are live. Martial law, post-revolution times. Life under curfew, learn to adapt. Thoughts of federal crimes. They signal virtue when you react, so better keep in line. Don't speak out or cause speculation. No more protest signs. Adjustment camps for re-education for non-conformist minds who dare to rebel or question the state. That's OSF design. Front revolution and crush the debate. Invite the military here. Invite the military here. Invite the military here. In tactical boots and military wear. Invite the military here. Looking at me with militant stares. Invite the military here. Irrational troops and military gear. Invite the military here. Boots on the streets cause imminent fear.